I think he wants to discuss the war.
Sure, yeah, we can go
Hey,
over it.
we've been this, bro. So you know what I mean? I don't blame
What's
him. I don't blame
what?
him. A lot of
Oh,
the
we've
shit
been
we've
cooking,
come true.
bro.
We're cooking on this
Bro,
topic.
not one.
Um, yeah, pretty much all of them. Yeah, all of them. Pretty much. I can't think of anything that we. The only thing you could maybe say is like maybe the Chinese raiders I was talking about and their surface air missiles, but yo, I think they're active, bro. They've shot down a bunch of Reaper drones. Shot down a. Uh, no, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Yeah, I'm starting to think more. The more you know, the more time that goes by, what I'm thinking is that the only thing I could hypothesize is the Iranians procured these Chinese radars and surface air missiles, and they put them by the launchers. That's what I'm starting to think. They didn't put them in Tehran as much, or maybe they put a limited amount of them in Tehran. But the fact that they're shooting down Reapers now um, tells me is they probably pulled the radars out again, because it could be where they had the radars and the surface air missiles ready to go in Tehran. They failed, but they also have some by critical infrastructure points with the launchers, and they're using those to protect their ability to launch. Because despite the fact that like Hegseth and everybody is saying like, oh yeah, we're they've lost 90% of their capabilities to shoot missiles. I'm not really buying that because the Iranians are still shooting rockets at a different level. And then also, interesting thing I found out is, remember how me and you said that there's a dead hand system? It gets vindicated yet again. It's in their laws, bro. I was reading writing a detailed article. I was reading a detailed thread on this. Basically, there was a general for the IRGC that implemented it after they saw Saddam Hussein get toppled. So they realized that having a top heavy regime or like a structure like that is susceptible to decapitation. So what they did was kind of decentralize the IRGC in different points, and then to add a step more to it, before Khomeini died, he gave all 30, because there's 31 components to the IRGC, different, like think of it as like let's say barracks for lack of a better term, right?
Yes.
Each of them had their own marching orders, and the only person that can revoke those marching orders, guess who? The supreme leader.
Well, did you look at that? And dude, not only look, first of all, chat, I unmuted. Relax. Okay, chat is going crazy on me. I'm sorry. So yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. Pete Hegseth is doing, and I uploaded a couple videos on this, or rather some shorts. So shout out to my guy Hanini.
Yeah, we happened on the Pentagon today. Let me pull it up while you talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, pull it up. I like to look at it, and have the viewers look at it. Pete Hegseth has been doing this like coat battle where he's saying we've got complete control and all this. But here's the thing. Russia has actually involved themselves in the conflict. They've been giving Iran a lot more intelligence as to how to strike these U.S. assets in the Gulf. And it seems like they're taking their advice, because ever since Russia stepped in the picture, we saw a lot of oil embargoes get hit, a lot of depots get hit, a lot of refineries get hit, key pieces of infrastructure that put oil onto these ships that pass through the Strait of Hormuz, which, by the way, they're planting landmines inside of the water now. So, again,
Bear with me, chat. Just this stream, guys. Don't worry. I'm literally putting up tabs so that I can start sharing, so me and my brother can react. Sorry, bro. Keep going.
No, you're good. And so
is black right now.
This is the definition of a war of attrition, right? And what were we talking about earlier? Oh, yeah, the THAAD systems. That's another thing as well. The United States and their ability to intercept these drones is starting to become exposed in the fact that we can't stretch thin across the region, or we can't stretch wide, we're stretching thin. And so now Iran is having openings, and we're seeing Dubai have to deploy jets or launch jets in the air to actually intercept things as simple as the drones. God forbid if Iran actually launched some missiles into these Gulf countries at a high rate, as they're doing with Israel, which, by the way, they have the bandwidth and the capacity to do so, it would be all hell on earth. These are first world, very safe countries. They're not geared to deal with these sorts of barrages of ballistic missiles, these cluster missile groups that come in. God forbid the Fatah 1 or the Fatah 2, they're highly complicated missile systems. So, again, it's looking like the United States is realizing the war in the air, or the attack in the air primarily, is not going to be the finishing blow. It's not going to be what stops the regime. Cutting the head off the snake is not the same here as it was in Venezuela. And this is what me and my brother said. And we also said the dead man switch. That's something that Russia has. I'm sure that's something that China has. That's something that North Korea certainly has, which is if the leader is killed, which is a very big tendency of the United States to try and remove a leader and add their own leadership in there, well, then you're going to get mutually destroyed back. And, you know, you spoke about that. Obviously, it's Poli-Science 101. So Iran had that, not with a nuke, of course, but better yet with their ballistic missiles program. And now they're probably going to enter into phase 2, strategize, figure out how they're going to go about continuously attacking Israel. And they understand
he's been wounded.
The new leader of
they understand this is a big thing as well. If you're the IRGC, the most important thing for you right now is to put pressure on Israel. Why? Because if you do, that will invite boots on ground from the United States, which it seems like the president and the foreign minister are more than ready to deal with. Again, topographically in Iran, it's probably the worst place we could invade on the planet. It's 4 times the size of Iraq. There's mountains everywhere. It's covered by those mountains in the north and the west, as well as even the east. I believe you were covering that as well. You did a really good job on that. And so it's a nightmare. Right, it's a nightmare to deploy boots on ground. And I think Iran is probably leaning in that direction where they realize, look, they don't want to have this missile war forever. They want U.S. troops to come inside of Iran and become demoralized. That of Afghanistan, maybe a similar situation. And if you look now, my brother's screen here, let me make this big for you guys. But if you look at like a topographical map and how you can kind of see the mountains and stuff, those are the Zagros Mountains. And that's kind of towards western Iran. And that already, and you could see any sort of U.S. invasion from the west, from our Gulf countries, if we try to deploy military personnel into the Gulf countries, into these bases, and then invade from there, it'll be a disaster, you know. And they're more than ready. There's 200,000 armed guards on the ground
right here to the west, which Saddam Hussein had to deal with this in the 80s, and he couldn't bust in, despite the fact that he had a superior military. At the time when Saddam invaded, he had the strongest military in the Middle East, and he was being backed by the United States. Don't forget that, guys. He was being backed by the U.S. and had the strongest military.
Nigga had to pull out. Learned his lesson.
Yep, he learned his lesson, and that actually led to his downfall. Interestingly enough, if you actually work it all the way back, him invading in the 1980s actually was the beginning of his downfall, because that's what put him in enormous debt that led to him invading Kuwait, and the rest is history. And then we got the Alborz Mountains, which are to the north. So as you guys can see, strategically speaking, the Alborz Mountain, Iran is damn near impossible to invade on foot, right? They're heavily insulated and protected on their west and on their north.
Yeah.
So, and then coming in from here, that would probably be suicide as well, you know, because now you're opening yourself up to their ballistic missiles. They have a bunch of fucking missiles all along here, right? Because obviously this is where the Strait of Hormuz is, right here in this area. Oh, shit, I zoomed it in too much. So the Strait of Hormuz is right here, right? So they have a whole bunch of
20-mile wide passageway, by the way. Super tight, only 20 miles wide.
And this is Zagros, and then here's the Alborz right here on the map. So as you guys can see, this is unforgiving terrain, dude. This is Afghanistan, but worse, with a stronger and more competent military.
It's a geographically fortified terrain for a war against a world power like the United States. So the conclusion here is not like, oh, the United States loses. The conclusion here is that the United States suffers a heavy and a large amount of casualties in the attempt to find these God knows where missile launchers that are underground, by the way. So this is different than Iraq in that aspect as well as Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, we kind of knew our objective. We knew that we were going after certain high-ranking military leaders, Pashtun leaders, Taliban leaders, or leaders of Iraqi groups, fractioned off groups. But here in Iran, you know, the goal here, if we put boots on ground, we got to get underground. We got to get inside of these cities and these tunnels that are probably miles long and disable their nuclear program, or rather their ballistic missiles program. If they have any nuclear capabilities left, we have to disable that too. So it's like a multifaceted task that we have to tackle when we get into Iran on boots on ground. And what's better than, if your enemy is coming into your homeland, you've got mountains to defend you, you've got a terrible terrain, you've got snowy mountains, you've got long deserts, and then all of your military assets that threaten their biggest ally, that being Israel, are underground. You know, so everything is playing in their favor. This is an uphill battle for the United States, one that we can win. Look, one
I'm going to declare it, but Iran is winning right now
at a great cost. Yeah, 100%.
Iran is winning right now. Unpopular take, but look, we got to be honest with ourselves. Militarily, the United States is winning, but strategically, the Iranians are winning. Because they're executing their game plan flawlessly. They've basically destroyed our presence in the Gulf. They've created an enormous amount of pressure on the Gulf. They've, pretty much decimated our ability to project power in the region. And though we're bombing them into an oblivion, that still doesn't stop them from successfully accomplishing their objective, which is basically to get us out of the region, dude. Yeah. That's one of the biggest things for them. And that is important because our ability to project power all across the world is the cornerstone of our military doctrine. That's why we have aircraft carriers all over the place.
Yep.
Right? But yeah, let's go. You want to react to Hegseth's thing? I was reacting to a 60-minute interview a couple of days ago, but that might be a little bit dated because him and Trump have been fucking, kind of counteracting each other. But this was earlier this morning. This was at like 8 or 9 a.m. this morning, this press conference he did. And also another reason that I know that the U.S. is losing a lot of support is like every day Trump and Hegseth are doing damn near every day they're doing press conferences. You notice that?
Yeah, they are.
That they've been
talking to the media a lot
almost every day. Yeah.
Well, they're trying to play this image that everything is okay. So it's kind of a coping. They're kind of telling on themselves in their presence. Obviously, we're in an active war.
I think it's also to stop the bleeding with the oil prices, because when Trump went ahead and did that press conference yesterday, a barrel of oil was almost $120.
Yeah.
And went back down into the 80s. So, so yeah, that press conference helped make people feel a bit safer. Also, he lifted sanctions on Russia. That was also a big one that wasn't reported. I was talking about this with Ryan Dawson yesterday, that sanctions got relieved on Russia. Like, for example, I know India, they're buying Russian energy now, which they typically weren't before because they were sanctioned.
Yeah.
But because Trump had it where if you buy Russian oil, we would sanction you, but he pretty much gave waivers. So that's a big deal.
To relieve some prices.
So
yeah, that's very telling. Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah.
As someone who led soldiers in the streets of Baghdad and Samarra, Iraq, and who trained counterinsurgents in Kabul, Afghanistan, and who still...
Sorry, guys, this isn't my audio. This is... Let me see if I could get a better one.
It's only coming out through one here. Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but...
Yeah, Fox News is fucking...
The chat is about to spam left ear.
Let me see. And that's Fox News, guys. That's not us. Let's try this.
Maximum authority mission.
Bruh. Yo, these niggas at Fox are retarded, bro.
Yo. I saw some clips of this. Is this out of the White House? I believe it is, correct?
Nah, this was the Pentagon earlier.
Pentagon? Dude, what's up with the audio in the White House and the Pentagon, bro? It's so cooked.
Bro, I'm telling you, man.
The White House has fucking ocean ASMR in the background. Then the Pentagon's coming out of one ear, bro. Morning. Here we go.
As someone who...
All right, there we go. We got it finally. Hey, I don't want... See, all you guys that complain about audio on my streams, you guys all need to shut the fuck up, bro. Okay? Even the government with unlimited resources be fucking up audio. Okay? So I don't want to hear nothing.
Yo, I'll say this before you start the video. Because I feel like I can give a good perspective on this because I'm kind of new to streaming and I've been a viewer ever since or prior to streaming. Dude, audio is like you don't think it's that complicated. You think it's just straightforward, like you click a button. My brother's got that nightmare setup over there, bro. I've got like one small mixer and it already sometimes gets complex, bro. Look, you can see it right there in this corner, bro. Audio is no joke. So
I showed them earlier.
Yeah, appreciate.
I'm in a fucking spaceship, bro.
Yeah, you are.
Like what the hell? Like what the hell, bro?
That's crazy, bro.
I'm in a spaceship, bro. Like crazy, like.
Bro, you should see my setup. I got 3 monitors, simple ass mic, bro. That's crazy. You got you got the full wash and set there. That's crazy. Go ahead though.
All right, let's see. Let's go ahead. This is when because there was a lot of dead time first. So yeah.
Led soldiers in the streets of Baghdad and Samarra, Iraq, and who trained counterinsurgents in Kabul, Afghanistan, and who still carries the weight of brothers lost to Iranian terrorist proxies. Many
lie already. I was talking about this yesterday. The lie that the Iranians are responsible for soldiers getting killed in Iraq, they did not make the IEDs. That was Al-Qaeda. And the Iranians have been fighting Al-Qaeda within Syria because they back, obviously, the Bashar al-Assad regime. So this has been a fucking lie that's been told forever. And some of you guys are probably saying, Myron, what's your source? My source is Scott Horton, okay? One of the best fucking Middle Eastern researchers ever. He's really good at this shit. He has a book called Enough Already, where he documents all this shit And one of the big lies that they're bringing back and reviving is that the Iranians had a significant role in the death of American soldiers during Iraq too in 2003. And that is simply not true. Those IEDs and those devices that were used to maim and kill American soldiers were produced by Al-Qaeda and other rebel forces that the Iranians, interestingly enough, were fighting.
Yeah, that comes from a lack of understanding in regards to Middle Eastern foreign policy, or rather like these different factions. Any sort of Shia group that's an extended branch from Iran, like Hezbollah, Hamas is Sunni, so they're an exception, but Houthis as well, and any of these other rogue groups in Iraq, which still kind of exist to some degree today, they all oppose Salafi Islam. They all oppose Orthodox traditional Sunni Islam. Matter of fact, proof to that, you don't even have to go that deep into it. Khamenei, the previous Ayatollah of Iran and the supreme leader, religious zealot, he declared Sunnis to be kuffar. He said this in verified statements. He declares them to be unbelievers. So I understand there's like kind of this Sunni Shia alliance right now for the greater good of, you know, fighting one country. And so I'm all for that. I get it, whatever. But understand, especially in history in the early 2000s when the Gulf War was going on, there was a big disconnect between the Shia militant groups and the Sunni Orthodox Salafi fundamentalist groups, these terrorist groups. They never aligned.
Iraqi rebel fighters and militias didn't really start rocking with Iran until after Saddam fell.
Yes.
Very important that you guys understand that. So well after Operation Iraqi Freedom did these forces come in and join the Axis of Resistance. Super important that you guys know that. And American media almost always glosses over this or like quickly pivots off this topic, right? And you know, since most Americans don't understand the extreme nuances on this, you know, topic, because let's be honest, Middle Eastern conflict is extremely fucking complex in some ways. Like when you add in the Shia Sunni thing, you add in the Axis of Resistance, you add in, you know, all these different things, because, you know, I can see how someone would be confused. Like Syria alone is a fucking nightmare. Then people say, well, hold on, Myron. Like, don't the Iranians support Hamas and they're Sunni? So it's like, I can see why people would be confused. But to make things very, very simple, every time Hegseth or Western media says that Iran was behind the killing of American soldiers, they're referring to Iraq 2, typically 2003, where it was actually Al-Qaeda that was bombing and making the IEDs that were responsible for a lot of the soldiers being killed. It wasn't until the fall of Saddam that Iran started to go ahead and pledge allegiance to the Iranians with the different rebel forces that they have there. Okay?
And many of them Shia, by the way. Iraq has a large Shia population as well.
Yes. So that's very important to note. That never gets covered.
Yeah. And somebody may make we'll finish the video. I'll go. Let's finish. Let's see what he has to say.
Act by the same Iranian regime we're confronting now. This fight, Operation Epic Fury, it hits home. Our generation understands this fight. For 47 years, these barbaric savages in the Iranian regime have murdered our brothers in arms. My guys, your guys, our guys.
Yeah, you and your brothers in arms shouldn't even have been in Iraq in the first place.
Yeah. By the way,
you know,
through their terrorist
by the way,
yep.
He's working with the same administration in which that same president in 2015 and 2016 said the biggest mistake we made was going into Iraq. It's so funny how it's like everything comes full circle. You're working for the guy who campaigned on the Iraq war being a mistake, and now you're pridefully gleeing and talking about it. Okay. Pete Hegseth, most honest guy in American politics. Go ahead.
No, good catch there.
And cowardly,
bro. Nothing gets past us between the two of us in this shit, man.
Gotta love the GOP, man.
Now they race toward
fucking liars.
So fucking retarded, bro. Yeah. Yo, they literally, these niggas just, when I watch the press conferences, it's as if like they rely upon the American public being retarded to say the shit that they say. Literally, you know, they are banking on you being a fucking mouth breathing retard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nuclear bomb to hold the world hostage. The Iranians have targeted and killed thousands of my American brothers. That race to a nuclear bomb, President Trump will never allow it. Not now, not ever, not on our watch. The mullahs are desperate and scrambling. Like the terrorist cowards they are, they fire missiles from schools and hospitals deliberately targeting.
All right. Why is he saying that? Because it's coming out now that the Americans did, in fact, bomb that fucking school and kill 170 fucking children, little girls. Now it's coming out. I think CNN and a couple others have finally come out and said that it was, in fact, the United States that blew up that school, because that school was next to an IRGC base. How much you want to bet, Ryad, that the real reason they blew it up is because some high-ranking commander was there to probably pick up his kid or some shit?
1,000,000%. That's what we said on the first day. That's what we said when it happened. We said more than likely, and the United States, not as much. Israel is really guilty for this. We saw this in Gaza. We see this in other places when they're at war. They will take out an entire village if it means killing one half important, decent guy. And so
yeah,
there's no doubt that that's something that's got the fingerprints of the United States and Israel all over it. That's something that we've commonly done in the past, even in Iraq in 2003. There's a lot of civilian infrastructure we targeted in order to kill maybe one or two very important people at the cost of several civilian lives. And so whatever, if the United States did that, they did that. It's disgusting. It's immoral. I denounce it. I think it's horrible, but just stand on it. You know, you see President Trump saying, well, we didn't do that. You know, that was quite frankly, I think that was Iran. I think they're not very accurate with their munitions. And like, he's playing cover. It's like, and then now they ask Pete Hegseth, and Pete Hegseth is like, well, we're investigating. So like, okay, which fucking one is it, by the way? Like, so Pete Hegseth is contradicting Trump. Trump is contradicting the Pentagon. Pentagon is contradicting other intelligence reports. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess. And if you pay attention to the media, you will notice all of these contradictions over the last, week and a half that we've been at war now. So it's just, it's, and
don't worry, guys. It's our job to point them out for y'all. We don't expect you guys to find it. We'll do it for you.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what we've been doing. And we've been calling them out, and we've been vindicated every single time. But I can guarantee you there's going to be some sort of report or some sort of official claim that comes out that it was us behind it, if that hasn't already come out. And then the excuse is going to be the whole human shield thing. Well, they're hiding behind kids. Well, they're using kids to stay safe. And it's going to be the same situation as in what we saw in Gaza. So it's just
the only like, this is what I think. This is my theory.
Yeah.
My theory is some high-ranking Iranian official went to probably go pick up his kid or go see his daughter or some shit like that, and they blew up the entire school. And the thing is that guy probably had a significant level of power or authority within the military where they decided, like, we need to do this, but it's classified still, and they don't want to go ahead and reveal it, because even if they did kill him and he was a high-value target, you reveal that at the cost of showing that you killed kids to do it. So
yeah.
I think that's because, we know that the U.S. and Israel have been like really big on like everybody that they kill. They always put up a post saying eliminated, eliminated, eliminated. This individual they're not going to put out there though, because it came at the cost of killing all those girls. But I guarantee you guys, the U.S. has intel. The U.S. isn't retarded. Tomahawk missiles are extremely fucking accurate.
Very.
And it was a double tap too. It was a double tap too. So it's irrefutable, dude. It's irrefutable as the U.S. So my prediction, they killed a high-ranking official that was there to pick up his daughter or see his daughter or whatever, as highly classified, and they're not going to fucking confirm or deny at this point, because politically it would be suicide to do that at this point. Yeah. Because that was like killing 170 kids on day one is crazy, bro.
Yeah, I agree.
Innocence. Because they know their military is being systematically degraded.
And another reason too why I know that it was the U.S. Hegseth has been bragging for months that he changed the name to Secretary of War. He brags about lethality. He brags about speed, right? He brags about taking the shackles off and like eliminating targets. He brags about not making shit PC anymore. And that's not just about woke culture when it comes to the LGBT community, guys. That also has to do with being far more aggressive with target packages.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me give you guys an example of what I mean by this, because this is very important. This is in the detail that a lot of people aren't aware of. So, in the military, when they have they have something called target packages, right? And to justify bombing something within a target package, you need to rationalize or be able to prove that that target offers some type of infrastructure or benefit to the opposing military, right? So, an example could be a bridge, right? Under, let's say, Biden, assuming we're under war, Biden might say, or the Secretary of State, or sorry, the Secretary of Defense back then would say, okay, you guys put this bridge on here. Why is that bridge on the target list? Oh, it's because, we think soldiers use it to move supplies. I need more. I'm not gonna authorize this strike because civilians are on it. Under Pete Hegseth and Trump, right? That same bridge. Yeah, they're moving munitions and soldiers. Bomb it.
Yeah.
We don't care. Bomb it. Bomb it. So this is very important that you guys understand that under Hegseth and Trump, it's blow up first, ask questions later.
And that's a direct...
Now some of you guys might say, and just to finish, some of you guys might say, Myron, what are you talking about? Well, I have proof. Look at the kinetic strikes they've been doing on fucking drug dealers. Like, nigga, these dudes are blowing up boats in international waters. You don't think they're gonna fucking blow up a school in Iran in the middle of a war? There's zero fuck. So like the bottom line here is the barrier to justify a kinetic strike is extremely low right now. Whereas like there would have been more vetting required under other administrations. Under Hegseth and Trump, like the military has a lot of fucking latitude to just bomb people. And I'll land with this. How do I know this as well? Because under Nick, if you guys watch Nick Irving, who is Army Ranger, right? They call him the Reaper, the sniper. He talked about this vividly, how Obama was extremely hesitant to do strikes and kill innocent people because he got, beat up about it so much in the press. Under Trump, they don't give a fuck. So that's why Trump has such a high approval rating with the military, is because there's very low barrier to entry when it comes to justifying a kinetic strike. But go ahead, Ryad.
Amazing point. Amazing point. You actually said partial amount of what I was going to say. But I'll just say this. This leads to an obvious conclusion. This shows their desperation to try and cover ground in this war. Trump and Hegseth have been recklessly bombing Iran. It seems like they kind of don't know what they're doing with these strikes. Reason why is because we're still flirting with the idea of boots on ground. So these just can't be that effective. And I think it goes to show we're in a war. Not only, of course, it doesn't benefit us, but we're in a war where we don't really know what the final outcome will look like for us or our enemy. We went into this war thinking it'll be 3 days, the government will be toppled, the people will come to the streets and they'll take them all out. And we try to use the protests as evidence for that when the protests were invoked by us and probably Mossad assets, as quoted by Mike Pompeo. But now, you're finding that we're kind of recklessly targeting civilian infrastructure. And as time progresses, you're going to see a lot more civilian casualties come out into the reports in the news. It's just too early for it to be official yet. But I can guarantee you the death toll is pretty high. It's remarkably high, or it's concerningly high. And so this shows their desperation. They're trying to cover ground. They're trying to make strikes happen. They're trying to make things work to kind of show the American people, like, look, we're bombing infrastructure. We're hitting these missile carrier platforms. We're doing but we're not actually doing anything effective to completely immobilize this military that's capable of destroying Israel with cluster missiles in the matter of a week or 2 weeks if they really start letting the barrage unfold. So it's just like it's all a coping mechanism at the end of the day, and he does these briefings and he's like, well, we hit this, we hit that. It's like, hey, bro, that's cope. We haven't really covered any ground, So it shows their desperation, which to me as an American is scary. Because I feel like my Secretary of War, my president, don't really have a concrete idea as to what the hell they're doing in Iran. And what is scarier than that?
They banked way too much on the uprising.
Yeah.
They the more this war goes on, the more I'm like, these motherfuckers banked on a fucking uprising, bro. And it's like, and it really makes me question their intelligence, because it's like, bro, the uprising failed in June. Like the Israelis couldn't do this back in June with Operation Rising Lion. You couldn't do it in January with your, protest operation. You couldn't do it with your Skylink smuggling. What makes you think it's going to work now?
Yeah. I said that in my video. I said Iran is going to step ahead of us every single time with the Starlink, with the protests, with the strikes, with the Gulf countries, with Russia, with China. They've been expecting everything. The IRGC groups on the ground. We've severely underestimated their will to fight to the death. I think that's what's really hurting us. And now we're even further vindicated. Why? Because intelligence reports come out of the Pentagon that intelligence assets and key military officials had told Donald Trump, maybe we should not proceed into this war if we don't plan on putting boots on the ground. It's going to be very hard to invoke a regime change without putting U.S. personnel on the ground. They told Trump that. He ignored it and still struck anyways.
Yeah, look at this shit, bro. Look at this fucking shit, bro.
I saw this. Yeah, go ahead and play that.
Iran. This is Iran Square. Look, guys, these are the type of people we're dealing with. Look at this. Yo, nigga, let's keep it 1,000. If a bunch of us were in Washington, D.C. and we heard bombs going off, niggas are running.
Yeah, we
all
were
right?
out of there.
Yo, Yo, these dudes cheered and said Allahu Akbar and started waving the flag.
Yeah.
Like, how many more fucking examples do I have to show you guys that an uprising is never coming, bro? Like, look, me and my brother, we love this country. We're patriots, we're nationalists, but we have to be painfully fucking honest, bro. You guys think I want to show y'all this shit? I don't want to fucking show y'all this shit, but you guys need to know who we're dealing with here. Fox News is not going to show y'all this, bro. They're getting bombed relentlessly all across Iran. You would think they'd scramble and be like, oh my God, yo, niggas are there cheering.
Yeah, they built a united front, and killing the leader charged it up.
And then look at
more.
the flags, guys. Look at the flags. These are the Ayatollah flags.
Yeah.
These are the IRGC flags. They don't have the lion. When it has the lion, those are the diaspora Shah retarded niggas.
The secularist idiots, yeah. The OnlyFans girls.
PBD, I call them the PBD squad, right? Like in the thought squad.
That's the PBD flag.
The PBD flag is with the lion, the Shah shit. These niggas got the IRGC shit. They just got bombed. What are these niggas doing, bro? Like they had raining oil like 2 days ago. And these dudes are out in the streets still waving the flag. Like, bro, this was such a fucking monumental failure by the Trump administration. Like, it's infuriating that they're so fucking dumb. Like, basing their entire fucking attack strategy on these motherfuckers rising against the government. Stupid. I'm gonna rewind that for you. Look at this shit. Yo, and it's Ramadan. Yo, these niggas are starving, by the way.
These niggas is thirsty and hungry.
Yo, these niggas are thirsty and hungry.
Yo,
they're
and
still
by the way,
there.
Shias actually break their fast an hour later than Sunnis. They actually wait for it to be physically dark outside. So there's that as well.
Yo, like that. Not only is your country getting attacked, you can't even drink water. You fucking walk outside, you're getting rained oil on you. Your city's on fire. Your fucking, supreme leader was killed. The Jews are leaving out messages every day, like threatening y'all and shit. You out there cheering, fucking seeing black because you haven't eaten in days, right? Your dollars in the fucking trash. You hear bombs, you start cheering.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And look, this pushes things in a really scary direction. I don't know if you spoke about this, but and feel free to let me know what you think, because I don't know if we actually spoke about this together on stream. I spoke about it by myself. Donald Trump, Ted Cruz, and I think Lindsey Graham have flirted with the idea of Iranian sleeper cells being present in the United States. And so with the IRGC, or really the Iranian people, being so charged up, not demoralized, I'm really concerned, because in the United States, it's kind of like split 50-50, but more often than not, especially people in our age range, it seems like everybody's against this war. And that's why Trump and Hegseth have been talking to the media as frequently as they have. Whereas in Iran, it seems like everybody's ready to just fight this battle and die trying. And so I feel like there is going to be some sort of attempt to push the American spirit behind this war a little bit stronger than it already has been pushed. Now, whether that's a false flag or whatever, I don't know. But there's been this talk. Ted Cruz just spoke today and said, well, there's a presence of Iranian sleeper cells in the country. And Trump said that. And I think Lindsey Graham was flirting with that idea. So I've been really concerned to see what's going to unfold in the next few weeks. I'm not saying there will be some false flag, God forbid. But
I think Sneako's trying to join right now, but like for some odd reason, I don't know why. What the fuck? Hold on. Why is it not? You said I got to get off the pop out?
No, it should be letting him join. I'm looking at his stream now. I think his shit is cooked.
Yeah.
Here,
is it us or him?
Gaines, I'm changing the title. Myron Gaines X. What's his name? How do you spell it? It's Ryad?
Yes. Yes.
Myron Jr. Ryad.
Okay, I think I'm here.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me see. My brother should be joining too. I don't know if he's in here. Hold on.
One sec, chat.
Okay, he's in his own call, so he's got to join this one.
Yeah, just you know how to add him, or
you added him? Is he here?
Hey, salam alaikum. There we
Alaikum
go.
salam. What's going on?
You added him? Is he here?
Hey, salam alaikum. Great to finally
What's
meet
up?
you. I heard
What's going on?
you're a hafiz.
No, I'm not a hafid. I memorized some Quran, but I'm not a hafid. No.
How many surahs do you know?
36.
Okay, a lot
So-
more than me.
Yeah, a good amount of Juz Amma and then some of Juz Tabarak. Yeah, up to Surat al-Mulk, if you know where that is in the Quran. So a decent amount, but I haven't been good on my hifz journey. I haven't been good on memorizing ever since like high school when I went to the mosque every Sunday. Now, you know, I'm like in the Matrix, real life, so I don't have as much time. But alhamdulillah, yeah, I memorized some. What do you got memorized? I saw your Fatiha. It was really good, mashallah.
MashaAllah. The one from 2 years ago was not as good. It's getting better now. Just Fatiha right now, trying to get better. Like even Attahiyatu needs some work.
Tashahhud, yeah, that's hard. That's hard. Hey man, bro, steps, baby steps,
yeah.
bro.
How's your? Oh yeah, it's good to meet you guys. The Foodle brothers. What do we call this? The Dean and Fit podcast.
We got some ideas in mind. We don't want, it's classified right now at the moment, but
yeah,
you know.
No, for sure, inshallah. This, we'll cook something up.
Dope. Well, there's a lot going on, lots to talk about. You know, since we could talk about the war, we could talk about Times Square prayer. You know, well, first, how's your Ramadan going? It's the last nights. You know, this is extremely important.
Yeah, it's been good, man. I've been getting cooked because I've been streaming with my brother, and I've been having a lot of fun streaming. So we've been covering the war. This war like kicked off right in the middle of Ramadan, so that's been cooking me. Haven't been getting much sleep, but alhamdulillah, now it's these last 10 nights, they fly by, right? Any night can be Laylatul Qadr, so just trying to do Qiyam prayer, try to pray at night. You never know if you catch that night, and stay on my deen as best as I can, man. It's tough because I'm working a job, fasting, whatever, trying to train at the gym, but it's been good. It's been good. I've been running through. How have you been hanging up? This is your third Ramadan now, no? Rose a seasoned vet.
Well, no, not seasoned yet. Still, my first Ramadan, I didn't really know how to do it, so I didn't count. And so that would be my fourth if I took it seriously, but this is my third practicing one.
Fire.
And last night went to the masjid in Jersey, praying to Hajj, trying to make sure that hopefully it was Laylatul Qadr, the night of power. That's actually my favorite surah. Is that one?
Yeah, very easy surah to remember as well. One of the first chapters. Yeah.
Yo, Sneako, can you turn your mic up a little bit if possible?
A little bit.
Yeah, if you could turn yours up just so our people can hear you as well. They're saying you're coming in a little bit low on our side.
You could also turn me up in your Discord. Just
you're maxed out. Yeah, I did that first.
Whoops.
Yeah, I got a lot better with Discord, figuring it out. The only thing that is like with this three-way shit is retarded, but everything else I pretty much have mastered now.
How's this? Is it better?
Better, perfect.
Yeah, I think so. Probably.
That's a lot better.
I can hear a little bit of echo, but
you can hear what?
I can hear echo coming from your side. I have your phone on.
A very subtle echo. Oh, okay, maybe gone now. Nope.
You hear it. Maybe your headphones are loud. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. Is it better now?
Yeah.
Test 1, 2, 3. Yep. Now I don't hear myself. You're good.
Good. Yeah.
Now I don't hear myself.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Good to finally meet you guys. So let's start with war in Iran. It's
sure
escalating a lot. Iran has struck back quite a bit. Tel Aviv is getting hit. I saw you post a video showing, they definitely underestimated their enemy. Shia Muslims, they really have the idea of martyrdom. And I'm of the belief that Khomeini did potentially allow the assassination to happen because he knew that would be the best way to galvanize the people and to get them inspired, something that the U.S. Epstein empire is lacking. So
yeah,
this has been going on much longer than I think they originally predicted. I think Trump got arrogant after the Venezuela regime change, which Myron and I agreed was to support Israel and was like an anti-BRICS move. And we can see that now the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and Trump is saying, threatening the fact that he wants to bomb Iran 20 times more than he is now if they don't reopen the Strait of Hormuz because oil prices are going up and Iran has struck back, I think, far more than they had originally anticipated. So what are the major updates from today, and what is your analysis of this war so far?
Yeah, we were just talking about it. Go ahead.
You want to take it first, or do you want to? You can take it first if you want. I'll fill in the gaps.
Well, it's funny you say that. The whole Shia martyrdom culture, bro. Shias have.
And Ryad, I'll bring up the oil prices for you right now too, so you can reference it.
Yeah, Shias have been. Yeah, but the whole Strait of Hormuz thing, we were just mentioning that, but. Unfortunately, this is a losing battle for me to admit this as a Sunni, but Shias do have this martyrdom kind of warrior mentality that you don't see mirrored over in Sunni Islam. And so, yeah, okay. Yeah, so they've got that going for themselves. And, I mean, I'm not going to lie, bro. They've been the winners. They've been the host of the axis of resistance. They've been the reason as to why the United States and Israel has kind of been at bay, not been able to really penetrate and make some or cover real good ground in this war. And it may develop to boots on the ground. And that's kind of the unfortunate reality when you underestimate your enemy. Trump had said in the beginning, this is going to be 4 days, this is going to be 5 days, or at least some unofficial reports coming from the White House. And now it went to 30 days. Now it's being reported at 100 days potentially. So not only did we underestimate, but I think a bigger issue is our enemy is moralized. Our enemy has a battery in their back because of the assassination of Khamenei. And you had said you think it was on purpose. There was actually an official who had mentioned to the media, I don't know if you saw this on your stream or you reported to it, but no. He mentioned that Khamenei said, if I can't move 90 million Iranians, then I'm not going to move myself and they can kill me in my office. So again, in Shia Islam, there's like this pride, there's this chase or this reverence in his office.
They did not kill him in the bunker. They did not kill him in the bunker. They didn't mind about that.
Above ground. So it seems as if though he put himself in that position for a strategic purpose potentially. Now look, I don't want to be the guy who says he's dead, that means they're more powerful, but I do think there was a dead man switch activation after he was killed. We saw the barrage of missiles hitting Tel Aviv. We saw the barrage of missiles hitting the Gulf. So I think there was orders that me and my brother had mentioned, if he's killed, if he's martyred or whatever it is, we're going to attack all these Gulf countries, pit the United States against them, put them in a tough position and expose the United States' hierarchical priority of giving Israel more air defense than the Gulf countries, which is what they've strategically and effectively done. Now you got Saudi Arabia talking to Russia. You got Saudi Arabia saying they're prioritizing Israel over us. So it's worked effectively for Iran. They've been the winner, at least politically and symbolically, in this war. In regards to, I think, the oil prices now, they're planting landmines in the Strait of Hormuz. And so Trump is trying to ensure that he can protect these shippers or these oil embargoes or whatever it is and give them insurance. I don't think anybody's going to really have the nuts to cross that tight 20-mile passageway that Iran probably has full autonomous control over Oman, in which they previously shared with them. So it's a shitty situation top to bottom, and I would predict probably in the next couple weeks we're going to see this potentially become boots on ground. If not that, the only other option for the United States to really cover ground and effectuate a regime change could be potentially a tactical nuke. So I hope it doesn't go that way, but these Shia Muslims are crazy as fuck, bro. You know, there's no real way to demoralize them except for eradicating them. They're, you know, similar to the Houthis in Yemen. You saw, I don't know if you're aware, but the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia has been struggling with the Houthis in Yemen, just south of Saudi Arabia, because they border so closely. And he's borrowed billions of dollars of weapons from the United States, and he hasn't been able to cover ground. So these Shia Muslims are, and I don't mean this degradingly, but they're like cockroaches. You can't get rid of them. And so we're kind of seeing that manifest and materialize now with the situation in Iran.
Yeah, I mean, now as we speak. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I want to hear.
I was going to say, right now as we speak, Israel's getting hit. You know, to summarize it, you know, Trump and, you know, the Israelis, they grossly miscalculated what was going to happen here. First, they thought they'd be able to go ahead and start this war on a weekend to not affect the markets too much. And hopefully by Monday or Tuesday, you know, there'd be some type of ceasefire or agreement. They'd capitulate. And what ended up really happening was they signed their own death warrant as far as a war of attrition. And, you know, they grossly miscalculated Iran's ability to, you know, have a war of attrition. They underestimated their their ballistic missile capabilities, their drone capabilities, and the fact that everything is underground. And they had been waiting for this for like 20 plus years after they saw Saddam Hussein get bombed relentlessly during Iraq War II and 2003 Operation Iraqi Freedom. So they've been preparing for this situation for decades. And I don't think the Trump administration understood that. The other thing that they grossly miscalculated was the Iranian people rebelling against the government to have an uprising. You know, literally right before we jumped on the call with you, there was they were having a gathering in Tehran Square, and they heard a bombing, and instead of running everywhere, they waved the flags and started saying Allahu Akbar, and they kept going. So it's like these are people that, you know, are crazy. And
no,
you know,
not crazy, but they believe
by Western standards. By Western standards, they're considered crazy, is what I'm trying to say. Because, like,
I think even by Western standards, the Westerners right now who are turning this into a biblical war are crazy. Hegseth with his Templar tattoos, congressman saying that this is a biblical war, former FBI agent saying that this is a holy war, Ted Cruz saying that this is God bless those that bless the state of Israel.
Anyone can say that when they're not getting bombed. But like you know, it really gets tested. Your faith gets tested when you're actually getting bombed. That's what I'm trying to say. Like in a safe, secularized America like we have right now, they could say that shit. But when the push comes to shove and bombs start dropping and you're not moving and you're waving the flag and, you know, saying what you say, you know, that I think is, there's no better, you know, display of no uprising, right? They grossly, people like Patrick Bet David, a lot, the Shah, these other, like, you know, big Iranian influencers. I know you were going back with some Twitch streamer named Hasan or whatever. All these niggas are retarded. They're all fucking stupid. They don't know what they're talking about. They're completely out of touch. These diaspora Iranians or westernized Iranians, like anytime you see them fucking doing the Trump dance or they're, you know, waving the old Iranian flag, these are people that have an axe to grind with the current regime, and they're just out of touch. So they don't have an accurate representation of the, you know, the temperament in the ground. And look, I want to be clear about this. Does this mean that people don't have grievances with the government? No, I'm sure there's plenty of people that don't like the Ayatollah. I'm sure there's plenty of people that are pissed about the sanctions. I'm sure there's plenty of people that are mad that they're, you know, getting financially crippled. But no matter how much they hate the Ayatollah, they hate the United States and Israel more. So our plan to try to get an uprising backfired. And the thing that bothers me the most about this is that this is our third failure. For those that forgot, back in June, they tried this when they did their, you know, Pearl Harbor type attack from behind enemy lines. Right? They tried to decapitate. They thought it would work. The people went out to the streets, not to go after the government, but rather to demand that the government strike back at Israel. Because Iran, up until June, had always been extremely measured in their responses. They had never really hit back hard, right? A lot of their strikes were symbolic. So when they got hit that last time and their generals are getting taken out and everything else like that, they said, fuck that. Yo, you guys need to hit these guys back. We're tired of getting picked on by these idiots. And they hit them back. And the Israelis really started to figure out, wow, these guys have real capabilities. These ballistic missiles are getting through the Iron Dome and the arrow and the sling. And I would say that is what led to this war, because the Israelis figured out, oh, the nuclear problem is the real problem. These guys could actually fuck us up without nukes. So they took that 8 months to kind of recalibrate, get some more interceptor missiles, strategize how they were going to do it. And then that's when we got into January, where they did these, you know, astroturfed, you know, protests. That was a failure because they tried to, you know, use Mossad assets and everything else like that to, you know, create this crazy stuff going on. While they like people forget, it was literally a domino system. Bassett purposely crashed the Rial. That created protests from a very valid perspective. Shopkeepers closed down and took to the streets. Then, once the currency crashed, they placed agitators, Mossad assets, CIA assets, whatever, to start shooting into the crowd and getting in, you know, full-on fights, lighting mosques on fire, all this shit. Then, when those people started getting arrested or killed, also another thing that the Iranians did, they shut the internet off. So once agitators started like killing people, going crazy, Iran suspected a foreign intervention, they shut the internet off. That stopped the protests significantly. Once the protests were stopped significantly, they tried to smuggle Starlink devices into the country to allow the agitators the ability to get back on the internet and communicate and, you know, rally and, you know, organize protests. That failed, right? Because when they turned them on, the Chinese stepped in and turned them all off. And it literally just came out like a couple of days ago from the Oversight Committee under oath that the U.S. in fact was involved in smuggling these Starlink devices into the country. And then on top of that, you got Mike Pompeo saying, oh, Mossad walks amongst you. And then on top of that, Israeli news literally admits, yeah, these are definitely some experienced operatives in the way that they're doing this. So we have 3 different independent forms of corroboration that this was foreign intervention. But then I go on fucking PBD and I see Vinny and fucking Patrick talking about, oh, this wasn't foreign intervention. This was the people rising up. And I'm like, dude, you guys are fucking stupid. Yeah. Like, you guys are retarded.
Maybe you're not a numbers guy, okay? PBD, Patrick Bet, Star of David, is not going to go back to Iran. You correctly pointed out, like, people like Hasan and other Western Iranian part of this diaspora, they're not going to fight in this war, and they're not going to go home. They said free Iran, but you correctly pointed out that Trump was the one posting on Truth Social advocating for these protests to happen. Then it was infiltrated by CIA Mossad. Then they said, okay, 30,000 protesters died, even though there's no proof. They were firebombing masjids, which is so clearly Mossad.
Yep.
Then Trump says yesterday that he might help the Iranian people out. He's not sure. They're not if they behave. So he was advocating for the protests, promised to free Iran, said he was going to make Iran great again. And now it's like, if they behave. So all those people, Patrick Bet, Star of David, and Kason, kind of feel bad for the guy because he just doesn't know what he's talking about, that were saying that this is good. The Western Iranians saying, thank you, Bibi, thank you, Trump. They're bombing the capital indiscriminately. And ironically enough, Tehran is where predominantly the Western liberalized Iranians, that's where a lot of them live. So they're not going to get it free if Trump doesn't even feel like it. If he feels like freeing it, he might. So he straight up lied, and they're still saying, thank you, Bibi, take you, Trump. This has become a vibey war. Although this is the American empire, the strongest military in the world, they've been inconsistent about what this even is. Some are calling it a conflict. Some are calling it a war. Some are not even sure. Hegseth is not sure when it's going to be over. They haven't given us
a war for legal reasons. That's why they don't want to call it a war, and they're hesitant to call it.
Hegseth is calling it a war. Rubio is saying they were doing it for Israel. Now Trump is saying yesterday that
operation. Some are saying that as well.
He was on 60 Minutes yesterday. Hegseth was on 60 Minutes yesterday, and they actually asked him that question, and he said the lawyers are figuring that out. So, you know, they understand that this war, right, is on the corner. It's like literally on the red line of being illegal, right? Because let's be honest here, Iran posed no real threat to the United States. That's why. If you notice, like Trump started bringing back the nuclear rhetoric again right before he invaded, and then the day or two before he said he wasn't happy about the talks that Wickoff and them had. So they know. Okay, so there's three things that are the problem here. There's the proxies, the nuclear capabilities, and then the ballistic missile program. The proxies and the ballistic missile program aren't our problem. That is an Israeli problem alone. So Trump knows he cannot justify attacking Iran based off of ballistic missiles or proxies to support Israel. He's aware of the fact that a lot of people are kind of waking up to Israeli influence. So what's left? He has to use the nuclear argument, right? And we all know about the JCPOA. I won't even go into that unless you really want me to for your audience, Sneako. But the nuclear talks were always a fucking joke. And the reason why I know that they were a joke is because he sent fucking Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, two fucking business guys, real estate guys, who literally have a conflict of interest in the Gulf, by the way, to go and negotiate two Zionist Jews to do this whole, whether it was the Gaza peace plan or what's going on with Iran. That's Marco Rubio's job, right? So that's how I knew that they were never actually really serious about the nuclear program. It was just a ruse, right? Disguised as diplomacy. It was a military strategy disguised as diplomacy to buy time and catch them with their pants down, and the Iranians fell for it twice. Now, they're saying no fucking ceasefire until we get a sanction relief on all the other demands that they're more than likely going to have, which that's a whole other topic. But the thing that is annoying here is that clearly you failed with Operation Rising Lion, you failed with the uprising with the protesters, then you tried with Operation Epic Fury, and you can't get it, and it's actually made the people stand by the government even more so. And not only that, you didn't just kill their leader. This guy also is a religious leader as well. It's not just
he's the Pope of Shia Islam.
Yeah,
exactly. And it bothers me because then I go on YouTube, right, and I'll look at like all these military commentators, right, the Enforcer or like you go on these right wing channels, like Benny Johnson, whatever, all these guys, and all these guys are basically like, oh my God, yeah, America, fuck yeah, we're destroying them, we're completely cooking their infrastructure, blah blah blah, all the whatever. I want to be clear about this. Yes, the United States is winning militarily, but that doesn't fucking matter because that was never the goal here. The Iranians' goal, because there's two different metrics of success here. The United States wants regime change. In order to effectuate regime change, they need boots on the ground to actually effectuate that, especially with Iran, right? They need to effectuate that regime change. That is a significantly higher burden than what the Iranians have to do, which is just survive. If they could keep the Strait of Hormuz closed down and survive and continue to put pressure on the Gulf states like they've been doing perfectly while simultaneously destroying American infrastructure and air defense capabilities and wasting interceptor missiles in the process, which they've all done, by the way, they will win the conflict because they are going to make it economically painful and politically expensive for Trump to continue the conflict. And now he's looking for a political off-ramp at some point. Oh yeah, we're going to, maybe the war's going to end soon, blah, blah, blah. And we're really at a crossroads here because there's one of four things that can happen. A, he puts boots on the ground and tries to go in, which is going to be suicide between the Zagros Mountains to the west and the Alborz Mountains to the north of the Caspian Sea. So that's a suicide situation. We're talking about a country that's like 2 to 3 times as big as Afghanistan with double the population with a real military. It's going to be a slaughterhouse. Option 2, you pull out. But if you pull out, you've effectively removed your footprint in the Middle East. You've lost all credibility. And more than likely, the Gulf states are not going to allow you to rebuild your military bases and project power like you did before because military bases being there have now proven to be a liability for the Gulf. So the Iranians striking and beating up the Gulf states has actually been like the kingmaker in this situation. Has actually been the genius move. And even Trump admitted in the New York Post that he did not anticipate that they would attack the Gulf so heavily. And they're hitting the Gulf. And the Gulf is calling fucking Trump, the Russians, hey, we need something going on. And then you add on to that not just did we destroy the military bases there and undermine American protection, we've destroyed their income capacity. Why? The Gulf states are all built on two main things, tourism and oil. The Strait of Hormuz has effectively shut down all their fucking oil transportation projects for the majority, and no one wants to fly there, no one wants to be there, and it's made tourism a risky thing. And obviously with the Gulf states, these are two things that all their economies rely on heavily. Then you add in the fact that Qatar, which runs like 20% of the world's fucking natural gas, is basically shut down with LNG. This is a fucking economic nightmare. And the Iranians have been able to pull this strategy off perfectly. Now they're starting to, attack Israel as they're attacking Israel as well. But the attacking the Gulf states was like the X factor. So,
but I thought I was hearing reports that Iran was clout chasing Dubai and that the war was going to be over in Dubai in 24 hours. But so that's not true?
So, you mean when the president apologized?
No. I was hearing geopolitical experts say that Iran was clout chasing Dubai and that Dubai, the war was over in 24 hours and it wasn't real. What happened?
This guy.
I'm sure I heard that. Did you guys not hear that?
So I did hear that. What I will say is this.
Oh, okay.
I mean, no, look, you can make the argument that the strikes in Dubai are somewhat theatrical or whatever because they're not hitting critical infrastructure all the time, but it's real. It's definitely real. I mean, you got drone strikes on the hotels targeting American personnel. You got the oil refineries being hit in Saudi. One's being targeted in Bahrain, Kuwait. So what Iran is trying to effectively do is not hurt. Go ahead.
Real quick, because I got to finish my last thought here before I forget it, because I was finishing my point. So remember how I said pull out? That was the third thing. So boots on ground and then pulling out. They can't do that because if they pull out, that means the regime stays attacked in Iran, and the Gulf states cannot afford to keep the military bases there and keep getting attacked. That's number two, because we've destroyed their oil industry and their tourism industry. And then the final one to land the plane here is nuclear, which I think, sadly so, that might be the route that him and Netanyahu go, is using nuclear. Because the boots on ground is just not going to work, and then pulling out is going to make Trump, lose a lot of political favor.
Right. I don't think nukes are going to happen because Putin has made it clear what side he's on. They're accusing him of providing intelligence information to Iran, and they know that the threat that Russia poses, if they use nukes,
I can intervene, bro. The Russians will not intervene militarily. They'll provide intel. Just like the Chinese are, but they will
maybe not militarily. But if they use nukes, if U.S. uses nukes, then Russia will retaliate. Maybe not militarily, but so you think a nuke on Iran is possible?
From the Israelis and the Americans, yes, a tactical nuke, yes, and I can tell you why. What they're planning, because they don't have enough of these GBU 30,000-pound bombs that they use on Fordo. They don't have a lot of those. So. And on top of that, they don't know where all the underground tunnels are. So when it comes to tactical nuke, it's not necessarily the nuke as to why they want to use it. It's that if they have a general area, the nukes that they're planning to use, what it's going to do is it's going to go deep in underground and then basically change the format of the sand in a way where it'll almost collapse on the bunkers below where they can't escape. That is why they want to use the nukes, not so much for radiation after.
But we're following, because earlier you said like they're crazy. People like Lindsey Graham, I obviously didn't mean it like that, but Lindsey Graham just said on CNN or Fox News that he's getting ready to get the sons, word for word, your sons and daughters to go and fight in the Middle East. We're seeing a lot of reports that they're ready to deploy troops. And although it's a disaster, you can see that Trump, Hegseth, they clearly care about image so much. Yeah. So although this right now, the way it's going, Iran would win just by surviving.
That's all
they will deploy troops just to save face and seem strong. Look at the way they're speaking about Cuba and the 60 Minutes interview that Hegseth had. He's saying that, okay, America, once in a while, they need to bully another country to show what's up. So they will simply deploy troops just to flex their capabilities.
Well, here's one thing I'd say.
Back in body bags, from trying to invade from the Zagros Mountains like that, they'll lose that political favor.
They don't care. I mean, look, Trump he kept his hat on when soldiers are being brought back, wrapped in the American flag, even though it should be the Star of David flag because they died for Israel. Rest in peace to these soldiers. Yeah. He keeps his hat on. He doesn't care about American life. This guy's a draft dodger. Right. Life is not something that he values.
I agree with you. He doesn't care, but it's midterm, so he is going to care.
Yeah, and here's the thing, too. You got to realize Trump was forced to deliver on this Iranian war. That's why he put sanctions back on Iran, so he can cause civil strife within the population to make people dissatisfied with the government. This was all kind of a ploy from 2018. He destroyed Obama's deal that guaranteed potential peace in the Middle East. That was the JCPOA. We've spoken about that. And then moving forward, he greenlit the IRGC. He killed Qasem Soleimani. He killed Hassan Nasrallah, all this critical leadership for not only Hezbollah, but the entire axis of resistance. Once they lost that strength and that momentum, then he finally launched the war. But this was something I think Trump had planned. I think this is something that donors forced him to involve himself with, and this is something that he banked on, which is why he won the 2024 election. And I think, honestly, why he won in 2016. But something I'll say, we were just talking about this. I want to get your thoughts on it as well. I think you were speaking about it yesterday, and I think it's so true. Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz today, and Donald Trump previously in a statement were talking about Iranian sleeper cells being present in the United States. Obviously, you have the attack in Austin. You have the issue on the Southwest flight. So, and look, I don't want to be a conspirator here or anything like that, but I do think it's a little weird. I feel like maybe potentially something in the next few weeks could happen that will give Trump the little gap he needs in terms of approval to actually deploy or launch boots on ground, get the American people charged up, put a battery in their back. So that's something that me and my brother were just talking about before you joined us. That's something that I've been concerned about because this war is highly unfavorable. It's not popular. Trump is losing a lot of credibility. Pete Hegseth, the entire GOP is really being tarnished to the ground in terms of their record. And I think the best thing they can do right now is have some sort of blame on Muslims, which we're seeing an uprise of. Obviously, you got Jake Lang, he's an idiot, but others who victimize it or demonize Muslims for the greater good of going to war. Go ahead. I want to see your take on that.
Right. You made it. This is a multifaceted take. And you brought up the demonization of Muslims. We saw the Al-Assad attack. Everybody was able to see, no matter what side you're on, the property of Allah's shirt, the Quran in his car.
Like, I tweeted on that. My tweet went viral.
Can you guys make this a little bit less obvious? It's insulting to our intelligence. Ted Cruz saying on the news today that Iranian sleeper cells are going to be activated. I think that because the midterms are coming up, because they've already invested so much, there's a sunk cost fallacy where they can't leave now. They're going to look weak. They're going to deploy troops, but they need a false flag. They need a 9/11 style attack to do this. So it could either be on the GCC, but based on what Ted Cruz said today, it will probably be on American soil, right? And so the demonization of Muslims, which has ramped up so much from people like Laura Loomer tagging the FBI and Jake Lang, who's obviously a wall-kissing Zionist Jew. There's videos of him. He pretends to be a white supremacist. He's literally a Zionist Jew wall-kisser. And anybody who takes it seriously is a stupid idiot. This is all public information. They're saying, okay, this terrorist attack was ISIS. ISIS is funded by Mossad, as we can see in the Epstein files. This attack in New York, like what, they threw a bomb that didn't detonate. Like, I have no proof that this guy was also paid. But to say that this is a problem and Muslims need to be deported is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the kid throwing the bomb, that could have been real. I think that kid's just a dumbass, and that gets me angry. Regardless, maybe it's fake. I can play into that as well. But the greater point to make here is there's a big benefit from some sort of false flag attack. And what we saw reported by Tucker Carlson actually in the GCC or these Gulf countries was Mossad agents were planting bombs and then they were caught and arrested. Now, I haven't seen that become substantiated through official claims or really officiated, but I would like to believe it's true. And I think we're going to continue to see a little bit more of some sort of Muslim onslaught of terrorism, if you will, over the next few weeks that will eventually charge up the United States government to have the right justification and boots on ground approach.
And that's why I think something like the Times Square prayer is important, because while they're trying to demonize Muslims so much, Randy Fine is saying dogs are better than Muslims. You see other congressmen are saying that they all need to be deported. Right? The rhetoric that you're seeing about Muslims in America is clearly ramped up to justify this war. So I know that you guys both disagree with the Times Square prayer, but we're showing what Islam is about, right? Times Square, this is the city where 9/11 happened. People can believe what they want to believe about 9/11. Howard Lutnick building 9, Epstein building 11. There's so much weird idea. Look, Larry Silverstein taking out $1 billion insurance policy on terrorism right before it happened. That stuff is and that the purpose behind the Times Square prayer is to fight back against that propaganda in a country, and especially in a place where so much of that is being pushed at a very crucial time. So I do think I'm vindicated, because when they're ramping this up now and they focus so much energy about how this is not American values and this is evil and this is bad, especially when there was a big Jewish rave the next day celebrating the Antichrist. We want Mashiach. Now, the fact that didn't get 1% of the same pushback, it kind of proves the point that the number one enemy of the Zionists is Muslim spreading, is unity that we have, and is that idea that belief comes before anything, and why you didn't see the Iranians running away from the missiles, but you see Israelis scurrying like rats, hiding under the tunnels like they did in New York when they hear the same sort of alarms.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, you can interpret, like, here's the thing. There's multiple ways to look at it. My thing is, I look at it like praying at Times Square exacerbates the problem and gives all of these idiots the ammunition they need to justify and say, look, they're trying to take over, because hysteria is how they're able to push the propaganda by saying, look, they're praying in Times Square, right next to where 9/11 happened. Like they use that to their advantage. So like, I understand from your perspective, you're looking at it like, hey, we're showing unity, we're showing that we could pray peacefully, etc. We're not a violent people. But you know, that's assuming that people aren't retarded and aren't going to use that for their own, you know, political pursuits. And we've seen the Zionist lobby and the Jews use this excuse to say, look, see, they're trying to take over, blah, 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 despite the fact that they're only 1 to 2% of the population. That is why I had my disagreements with the Times Square prayer, because I know how they're going to utilize that to push anti-Muslim propaganda and rhetoric. That's why I did it.
But that's playing into it, right? And getting angry at it, it does play into their hand, because if you watch the footage, everybody was peaceful. There were people counter-protesting and blowing whistles and banging pots and pans and trying to agitate the same way Zionist Jews like Jake Lang were trying to infiltrate it and make it violent. We maintained peace. It was sanctioned off by the police. We weren't blocking traffic. It was in a walking area. Nothing was interrupted. So if they are saying, okay, this happened in New York, well, people are starting to figure out a lot more truths about 9/11, to put it lightly. So abiding by the lies is not how you win. It's fighting back with the truth.
Yeah, here's what I'll say.
Yeah,
no,
but
look,
there's other ways to go about it.
I don't
like
think first of all, what I said previously, by the way, when we streamed about that, I don't know if you took that as like us trying to come free. We weren't at all, but we were just talking about the topic because it was all the hype at that time. But I mean, look, in regards to the prayer in that salah, I think it was a tarawih prayer, and I think it was only one day. Was it a day or was it a week? What was?
Just one night.
Yeah, it was just one night. Look, I'm not trying to give you this angle because I'm sympathizing with those who aren't Muslim, and I'm saying, well, you guys shouldn't be there and you shouldn't pray. And never did I even say it's haram. There's no problem with that. My issue is from the perspective of Islam. I think it's better to always pray in a masjid, especially when there's a larger benefit being your reward with that of Allah. But
doesn't Allah say the whole world is a masjid? The whole world is a masjid, but the actual houses that are built for Allah are better to pray, and your reward is larger if you pray inside of a masjid rather than outside with a bunch of people in congregation. So it's better to pray in a masjid and you're rewarded more, and you can fact check me on that. Regardless of that, though, that's true. The whole world is a masjid except for certain places, one of those being the street. However, I understand Times Square is not necessarily a street with cars, tons of foot traffic. You guys blocked it off. You had it sanctioned by police, and so people could walk around. What I'm saying, could it cause a disturbance for those who are not concerned with themselves? 100%. Does it put a battery in the back for retards who follow Laura Loomer and Jake Lang? 100%. Are most people going to see that and just walk by and not care? Yes. But I think all those things can't exist at the same time and don't cancel one another out. I think it's better for Muslims to pray inside of a mosque, not only for the religious reward, but as well as the fact that you do invoke some sort of attack or harm that isn't necessary when the reward is less than that of praying in the street. I don't see the return on investment, in my opinion. Now, in regards to Muslims saying, well, we want to celebrate our religion, we want to make sure that we're heard and felt, totally understand that. But I don't look at Islam that way. That's kind of like, to me, and, you know, this is not any diss or attack on any of the guys who responded to you or you yourself, but I think that's kind of like a left-wing kind of coping mechanism. Like, well, we want to celebrate and we want to feel like we're heard. Like, Islam is to be practiced. You know, it's in the masjid. You do your tarawih, you do your siyam, you do your fasting, you fulfill your 5 prayers. And I love da'wah, but I think da'wah should be done in an effective manner to where it's direct rather than indirect. And I think it was effective. I think it showed what we're really about. I saw the people responding to it, and especially in comparison with the rave for the Antichrist the next day. I think people were learning what Muslims are about. And if
that's way worse.
Fatiha, it's worse. But not only that, you said, like, okay, so the rewards are greater in a masjid and not in a place where, you know, if you don't consider a dawah, then sure. But if you're going to go based off rewards because there's more rewards in a masjid, then you should only play in Mecca. That's where you get 100,000 times rewards, right? Then if you're going to say that there's more rewards here, then every prayer should be in Al-Aqsa, Medina, or Mecca.
Yeah, 100%, but that's kind of a non sequitur because not everybody lives in Mecca and Medina. They don't have the ability financially to always pray in Mecca or Medina. If you're near a masjid,
what if you don't have the financial capabilities to Uber
to go to a mosque?
Greatest masjids.
To go to a masjid? Everybody lives near
in
a
New
mosque.
York City, for example. Last night, for example, perfect anecdotal evidence. I went to go pray to Hajj, and all the mosques were closed in New York City. I had to go into New Jersey. Think about how many people in New York City are looking to pray at night for the special prayers, and there's not even something open. So if we have the street, if we have this area that's sanctioned off and people want to pray with others, and this was available, and the police sanctioned it off, and they said it was okay, nobody broke any laws, then
in the case,
alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I understand you. In the case where you cannot get to a masjid, then it's totally fine to pray in public. And by the way, I've prayed in public when I had to. If I can't get to a masjid, sun setting, I'm like, yo, we don't have time. I'm with my boys. We'll pray on the corner really quick. What I'm saying is a mass congregation in Times Square, to me, just seems unnecessary. Now, you may argue, okay, but it's da'wah. We had people convert to Islam. We had people look at the religion in a different way that they never looked at it before. Sure, you can't bank on everybody to think that way, but I'm assured that's a positive outcome. But you also have to believe that Allah guides whom He wills. Allah yahdi may yasha. It says this in the Quran numerous times. And so if Allah has the will to guide somebody, whether it's you praying in public or them seeing a Muslim indirectly or them walking into a mosque or stumbling onto Islam on their phone, I think that Allah's qadr, as we were just talking about, Allah's will, Allah's perfect destiny will lead that person to Islam regardless of your actions that you try and take. What you can do to increase the initiative or further that motive is take to the street like what Warner does. I love what he does. Open a table, sit there, have your Qur'ans, maybe, you know, have your speaker, have discourse with people. For that, I think that's amazing. But praying in public and, you know, again, we can agree to disagree. That was part of it.
We also had the dawah tables. We were giving out Qur'ans. I think several hundred Qur'ans were given out that day.
I think that's great. I think the public prayer with the speaker is provocative. I do think it is. Now, I know that's not the goal, but I just think it can come off that way.
But
when
why
Muslims
is it
are already, hang on. When Muslims are already demonized, that's a bad idea, because instead we can pray in our masajid, and when there is a false flag attack, they don't have any evidence to say, well, look, they're trying to take over, and like that won't be weaponized against us. Go ahead. You were going to talk.
Right. So we were giving out Qur'ans. It is a form of dawah, and comparing it, I think now what's good is you can compare the outrage that you see about Times Square prayer to a literal war going on. I'm seeing far more like American nationalists spiking cortisol and getting so upset about Times Square prayer. But then when we see a literal war.
Sneako, swear to God, I said in my video, in my intro video, you can go on my YouTube channel and check it. The first thing I said was, if you're an American and you're concerned about this mass prayer more than the Epstein files, more than the Iran war, more than our government being subverted, then you're an idiot.
They are.
And I'm not speaking to those people. Promise
and that's
you
what
I'm
it
not.
points out.
The people that I'm speaking to are understood. The people that I'm speaking to are the Muslims. I feel like we should go about our ibadah differently. That's my whole take. But that and that's kind of like something I have to really substantiate and make sure I specify. I'm not responding to the Ziotards who follow Jake Lang and Laura Luma. The Muslims are taking over. They're in the streets. They're taking over. They wanted to rape your daughters. I'm not talking about those people. I'm speaking to the fact that Muslims should not pray in public. If there's a masjid available, unless they cannot get to said masjid, then khalas, go ahead, pray in the street, whatever it is. I have no issue with that. But I think a mass congregation at a time of tension politically creates obstacles for Muslims that wouldn't have been there had we just did da'wah with the table. That's like my whole stance. Go ahead.
I don't think it created any problems for Muslims in America. I think it showed Muslims in America, look, these people are fearless and they're praying in a place where it's considered provocative. And you brought that up. Why is it even considered provocative?
Because you have a loudspeaker and you're praying for hours at a time when there's plenty of masajid available. That's constitutionally protected.
But why it's provocative to people?
Could I make the argument that let me just say this, sorry. If somebody's walking by, can you guarantee they want to hear that or see that? And I'm not saying we have to appease to everybody, but we have a shared space in the United States. So that's why it can be provocative. That's why I say that.
It wasn't the only people that it was provocative to are the ones that traveled all the way there just to counter protest. Everybody else there, they were like peaceful. I saw like white moms hugging their daughters, like watching the prayer. They loved it. Also, It's Times Square. Times Square is the worst part of New York City. Everyone in New York, we hate Times Square. People don't go there. And if you are going to Times Square to find complete peace and quiet, you're stupid, because this is probably the biggest tourist destination in the world, where you're going to hear loud King Kongs, people dressed like Mario, black people doing flips over each other, doing Showtime. This is where people congregate. It's like a town square in a way. And you see tons of protests all the time. There's been Iranian protest, the Western Iranian diaspora protesting and begging Bibi and Trump for more nukes. You see Venezuelans who are like, yay, regime change. This is where people go. To go there like, I really wanted peace and quiet in Times Square.
That's not
like, what did you expect in Times Square?
I agree with that. That's not what I'm saying, though. I'm not saying people are going to Times Square looking for peace. What I'm saying is, if Muslims are a minority and Muslims are in Times Square praying, maybe not all these white moms that aren't screaming like Jake Lang and Laura Loomer are going to express their discontent or their frustration when Muslims praying in public, but maybe that's felt. Now, I'm not even speaking from an apologist perspective for white people. I'm not saying white people need to be happy and so we shouldn't do this. What I'm saying is step one, or the first foundation of my argument, is it's better to pray in a masjid. I don't think any Muslim would disagree with that, and there's plenty of masajid in New York City. On top of that, there is an aspect, but you don't have always access to Medina. You're always going to be in the United States if you're next to.
We wouldn't have even all fit. We wouldn't
you said earlier there could be a financial block to getting to a masjid, so somebody may have to pray in public.
We would not. All those people that came to Times Square, there's not one masjid in New York where all of us would have fit.
Okay, but there's several masajid in New York, no?
So if we all want to congregate, if we want to have a place where one night for an hour that's sanctioned off, where we all want to pray together, and everybody in New York could be at one place one time, then halas is fine.
Then why not?
We would not have all fitted.
Then why not a park? That's what I had said.
What park?
Maybe a park would be a little bit better, somewhere secluded, not in the middle of Times Square.
I agree.
That's
Great
like the
point.
most
But the people-
optical place
great
ever.
point.
That's my point
Here's
as well.
the thing.
And I was gonna
Here's
go
the
ahead,
thing.
go ahead.
About the park. The same people will complain about the park. The same people who hate this prayer and think it's provocative and think it's bad will see Muslims praying quietly in the park, and then they start harassing them and yelling at them, and they're like, oh, base patriot, interrupting people. Even when you pray in a park where there's less people walking around, you have the same exact outrage, because it's not about interrupting anything. It's about the fact that they hate Islam already. So seeing people practice their religion makes them angry. So
They're
whether
idiots.
or not you're in Central Park or Washington,
I'm not speaking to them. They're idiots. If Muslims are praying in a park, which, by the way, on Eid, when there's thousands, hundreds of thousands of Muslims who take to the masajid to pray, they're going to leak out into the parking lot, into the street, into the park. That's fine, because that's Eid or any other special occasion. But what I'm saying, if it's Tarawih, everybody can make it to a masjid. I know you're saying there's a greater reward in Medina. No one's going to fly to Medina for every single salah unless you live in Medina and you're blessed that way. But you will still get a far larger reward from then praying in the street to praying in a masjid. So you should go to a masjid. Now, in regards to people getting mad about praying in a park, I'm not speaking to those retards. Those guys are idiots. And my argument simply comes from, I think this is more beneficial for Muslims because of not only the reward aspect, but as well as the fact that it can create obstacles later where people will say, well, why do you have to impose your religion on us? Why do you have to publicly pray? And I don't think that that's a sound argument to try and defend all the time when from your religion, you're told to pray in a masjid, as well as the fact that I said this in the stream. I'm not saying anybody was showing off. I gave you guys kudos, actually. I said that Warno and Sneako, I think their intentions are pure, and I don't think anything they're doing is vehemently wrong or anything like that, but it can open the door to wanting your prayer to be seen. This is an aspect called Ryad, which is a pillar of prayer where if you don't have, or sorry, this is not a pillar of prayer. A pillar of prayer is khushu', where you focus. That can mess it up too. People banging pots and pans, they throw something at you, that hurts your salah, as well as the fact that you never know if somebody's heart is intercepted and maybe they feel like they're showing off and they want people to see them praying. This can also nullify the salah. So it opens up the door for other evils as well. I'm not saying those will manifest, and I'm not saying those manifested in you. I don't think so. I think you're genuine in your actions, but I think there's that potentiality which further concludes or further perpetuates my point. Hey, maybe we should just go to a masjid instead. And I get it. Listen, it was one night. Dude, I'm not the one going, what the fuck? But when I see people outraged, I'm going, well, I don't think the Muslims should have prayed there. But don't misconstrued what I'm saying or like convolute my position to be that of,
yeah, no, you're in Myron's position. You guys
and
have
Myron
a
agree.
different takes
Myron
on this.
has a little bit more of a nationalistic perspective where it's like, hey, we're guests here, and there's an argument to be made for that as well. We make up a
I was
very
born
large,
here. No,
I'm
born here. I'm not a guest.
The premise, not really the saying, because I guess it's abrasive in the way you take it when he says it that way. But we're a minority here. You can say that. And so Muslims only make up 1.1, 1.3, I think, percent of the United States. We're a minority, which is why anybody who's complaining is a retard. But simultaneously, you also have the fact that since we're a minority, we have to practice a little bit of proactivity in making sure that we're praying inside of our mosques and not praying in the street. That can cause tension or backlash from it. But I think we agree.
I'll give you my response
because what you're saying.
You said, I want to respond. You said that it might interrupt your salah and everything. Of course, it's more peaceful in a masjid. Like last night, somebody's ringer was going off, and that was the most distracted and infuriating thing. Anybody can relate. When someone's phone's going off and you really want to lock in for Qiyam or Tarawih, and then I turn off the phone and it's distracting. But there was an instance where you have the enemies of Islam, and you can even see that they start ramping up at specific types of recitation. And when I was praying there, it actually strengthened my deen because it made me more aware of the enemies and where we are. And if you're talking about reward specifically, I think that there is a reward in dawah. And I'm not a scholar. I don't know how to relate it specifically, but there is value in the land of Epstein regime with so much propaganda. Showing unity and fighting back against that propaganda and showing Muslims all over the country that we don't need to be afraid, that we don't need to submit to all the propaganda calling us terrorists and evil people, showing what we're about, which is worshiping the one true God, the same God that in the Catholic Church, they say that we worship the Father. Showing what we're about and showing what the religion is in this world of so much propaganda, there's value in that. I think it inspires a lot of people. I think it points out the double standard, and I think it helps out the ummah in general.
Wallahi, I agree with you. Firstly, if a phone goes off in a mosque, that's really annoying, but that's still not akin to people banging pots and pans and bright lights going off everywhere around you if you're in Times Square. But that's definitely true. In regards to indirect da'wah, can praying be effective? Yes. Something that I think is more effective and Muslims have the opportunity to seize every day is how you carry yourself as a Muslim. No one's going to open a Quran more often than not, so how you carry yourself, your demeanor, is that of a Quran, is that of hadith. That's what people are going to take at face value for Islam. So I think da'wah is great. I think doing a da'wah table like Sheikh Uthman, may Allah bless him, Sheikh Warner, may Allah bless him. But I think even a more effective way of da'wah is your character, your actions, your demeanor. I think that speaks volumes louder. I think that makes a far larger or wider pitch than that of praying in public with the speaker. I think that can turn people off the right way. I think the message may not actually penetrate the receiving source correctly if you're praying in public. I think there can be some disconnect there. Whereas if my actions, my demeanor, my character is A1 and everybody goes, Ryad's the only Muslim I know, and man, that guy doesn't do this, that guy doesn't do that, this guy's really sweet, he's gracious, I saw him help an old lady cross the street, whatever the hell, right? These are just random situations. Well, then I think that's more effective, and I think that's more charitable, or that has a lot more grace in traveling a further distance than that of maybe praying in Times Square.
Fair. The thing is, though, they're never going to be, they hate Islam. So whether it's a dawah table, whether it's your character.
I'm sorry, I forgot this. Also, you said we're in a battle and like, you know, so we have to fight and stand our ground. I don't think that's the case. I think we're in the United States. I don't think anybody's like going out of their way to attack Muslims. Now, if it was 2002 post 9/11, after Muslims were demonized and my mom was actually attacked in public before, then that's a different situation. But for it to be like this battle, I think the battle is won through peace by us showing people that we're better than them, by not responding to their hate of Islam, by praying in their face. Rather, we go to our masajid. Our religion is growing the fastest already. Why is there this need to do this big public display of da'wah in order for people to understand we're effectuating our religion quicker than others? The religion is doing the ground covering by itself because I think it's true, because I think it makes sense. It's most coherent. And I've said that on stream. But I think Islam is already covering so much ground without us having to pray. When we pray, then we add fuel to that argument of, well, why are they like imposing themselves? You know what I mean? I feel like more of a coexisting idea or a package of Islam could become across.
They don't want to coexist. They don't want to coexist.
But you can't please everybody. I agree. You can't please everybody, but I'm not.
No matter what. The thing is, Ryad, the thing is, no matter what we do, if it's a dawah table, if it's your character, the existence of Muslims, the people that are warmongering freaks supporting Zionism that control the administration of the government right now are trying to deport us, and they've made it clear, word for word, they want us eradicated from this country regardless. No matter what you do, if it's a dawah table, if it's you reading Quran in public, if it's you speaking to somebody, just your existence they see as a threat, not because of terrorism, but because it is the truth. And we can't ever try to compromise, or no matter what. I can understand you're saying like, okay, maybe this is too big of a public display. No matter what we do, they are going to try to use us as the enemy to make people think that this war is justified. Everything that the Israelis are doing, they accuse Muslims of. Terrorism, spreading hate.
Fully agree.
You know,
fully agree.
The way I see it, like, of course, I'm not here trying to spread Sharia law, but compromising and thinking, okay, maybe I shouldn't pray here to try to offend anybody. Living in that state of compromise is not how I want to exist.
Akhi, I agree. But I don't think it's compromise. I think it's respectful coexistence. And you're saying, well, you know, people are attacking Islam no matter what we do. That's fine. Fuck them. If a Muslim is praying on the corner because he can't make it to Maghrib in time and the sun is setting, he has to break his fast, whatever, let him pray. If anybody attacks him, he's an idiot. If some American patriot's on the beach or in the park saying, you Muslims need to get the fuck out, he's a retard. I'm not speaking to that. What I'm saying, though, is if we have a situation that could have been avoided like Times Square and people are responding to that, then I'll address it. But if a Muslim is doing something that he needs to do, if he's fasting, if a woman is wearing her hijab, if like a Muslim's practicing in a way that he can't avoid practicing that way publicly or privately, then that's different. People who speak to that are dumbasses. But I can kind of understand the voice that says, hey, does the prayer really need to have to be in Times Square for an hour with the loudspeaker? I can hear that. I can understand that. And so that's why I give the Islamic perspective. Hey, this isn't even beneficial from Islam. If Islam said, pray in public, impose yourself, let people know how you pray, or even, I won't weaponize the language. Okay, I'll be fair. I'll be charitable. Islam says, pray in public, it's better. Pray where people can see you. Always pray in public. If the masjid's available, still better, then I would never be saying that. But I just believe from a religious perspective, as well as everything else I mentioned from optics, it's just not the best ROI type of situation. Although I can understand what you're saying. Muslims are under attack. You should never compromise. But that means you should still try and coexist. Don't let you trying to not compromise turn into a lack of coexistence. Oh, they don't want to let me say Allahu Akbar. They don't want to let me read my Quran. Fuck that. I'm about to pray in Times Square every day. It's like, no. Just
but it is coexisting
peacefully and do your da'wah indirectly by good character and morale. Go ahead.
It is coexisting peacefully. We have freedom of religion in this country. Nobody was infringing upon anybody. Nobody was being blocked. The police allowed us to be there. We didn't break a law. You're supposed to obey the law of the land.
I agree.
There was no aspect showing that nothing was interrupted.
From legality, 100% fine. Even from haram halal level, halal. Do I think maybe it's makruh a little bit? Sure. And I've seen scholars say that you shouldn't pray in Times Square. But I know there's scholars who will say you should pray in Times Square. I won't even speak to the scholars. I'm just speaking politically and culturally. Maybe not the best moves for Muslims if we want longevity in our religion to spread in an organic fashion. That's my point. And everything I said kind of ties into that. But go ahead.
Looking back, I think there were more positives than negatives. And I know you and Myron had different takes on it. Myron
Look, you had permits. It was blocked off. The police were protecting it. I didn't say it was illegal. I didn't say that.
No. I know you guys had different. Myron was a lot angry about it. He said it was a horrible idea. And, you said a lot of things. Like, what else did you say? Like, you're going to stay Muslim because you want to keep the IQ up and that these people are interrupting. Yeah, you guys have different takes.
Bro, that's sarcasm. If you actually took it verbatim, that was clearly sarcasm.
So what was your perspective? What was your perspective, Myron?
When I said that on Twitter that I would stay Muslim.
Overall, your take on the Times Square prayer.
It's completely unnecessary and retarded.
Yeah, looking back, I think it did a lot more positives.
I think my brother articulated from a religious perspective why it's retarded. I think it's retarded from a social and political perspective. It's just there's like no upside really to it, like at all. That's what it is.
It changed so many people's perspective about it. It showed the different outrage that people have. I think it pointed out a lot of the double standards, and it made people less fearful to be Muslim in America.
Yeah.
And if people are having Iranian protests, like with loudspeakers, they're screaming in public, they have gay pride parades there. The fact that people are, what it shows is that this is what is most hated in America. What's most hated over everything.
We've known that since 9/11. We didn't need to.
No. Not, but everybody now realizes that, because there's not 1% of the outrage about Iran protests, about gay pride parades, or even about an Antichrist celebration. If everybody is going to, oh my God, they're burning Times Square.
Maybe because I'm older than you, bro. Because I am significantly older than both of you guys. Dude, it's always been, Muslims have always been the top ops, bro. They've always been.
But unjustly, and that's what to point out. Because look, we're being peaceful.
I agree with you, it's unjustly, but you got to remember, doing stuff like praying at Times Square, which is a culturally significant location, by the way. That's
for America.
Times Square,
American culture.
For America.
New York City is the biggest city in the United States. Times Square has
but Times Square is culturally significant. I live in New York. Like, I was born here. I know you're born in New York too. It's culturally significant to show ads with like half-naked women, to show Goy Slop TV, so people could sell drugs and CDs, so people could do backflips. This is a place where just mostly degenerate, stupid things happen all the time. So if they're saying Muslims are evil, Muslims are terrorists all the time, we show actually these are peaceful people who are just gathering and not bothering anybody. You fight back against that, and that's important.
Again, this is a Muslim country to fight back. This is a Muslim country.
It's not a Christian country either. If you look at John Adams' Treaty, 1790, they said specifically, the founding father said this is not a Christian country.
I'll say this. Let me just say this really. Go ahead. I'll say this really quickly. First of all, again, and I want to reiterate this because I know this shit's going to get clipped up, and I want to make sure the Clippers catch this part, if anything. If you are concerned about Muslims praying more than Epstein, more than Iran, more than the other issues our country faces, more than the fact that our government is subverted, Donald Trump is subverted, like, you're an idiot. And I don't speak to you, and my talking points are not to talk to you. But what I am saying is the ROI is not there Islamically, politically, culturally. I just wanted to tie that together. In terms of like you saying Times Square is degenerate and stuff, I mean, yeah, the entire United States is degenerate. You can argue the United States is more so kind of, look, it's obviously majority Christian. Culturally, it's majority Christian, Protestant. Now, Protestants are kind of loose in their religion. They're damn near secular. They're half naked. They don't practice. They never go to church except for Easter and Christmas. Understood. Culturally, though, I don't think it's necessary for us to try and like fight back. I don't think that battle really exists. And maybe that's in my experience. By the way, I live right outside of New York. I'm very close, and I'm in New York all the time. I feel like Muslims have more than enough room there to practice and be public with their religion without praying in public in this mass congregation. I see guys in kufis walking down the street all the time. You know, brother, like it's like New York is violent during Ramadan, you know?
I'll just say this, because since you guys are having this discussion, like, even if you don't agree that this is a Christian country, it's more of a Christian country than a Muslim country, and that's a fact.
Okay. Well, here again, and here's the important point. This prayer in Times Square, if you look up the definition of Fatiha and how we worship God and God alone, is far more Christ-like than anything else that happens in Times Square. So why are people so outraged about this prayer, which really overlaps a lot with Christianity if it is a majority Christian country? But when you see drug deals and you see all the stuff that goes on in Times Square, half-naked protests, slut walks, gay pride parades, this has nothing to do with Christianity, and they don't say a word. But this prayer overlaps with Christianity so much, and so if it's a majority Christian country, there should be like, okay, actually, this is good that they're worshiping God, they're worshiping what the Vatican Church says is the Father. They're showing peace and solidarity. They're not bothering anybody, and they're showing brotherhood. That aligns with the idea and overlaps with the argument that it's a Christian country.
Let me be clear about this, man. When I say that public prayer is retarded, I'm talking specifically about New York Times Square. I don't care if you do it in a park. I don't care about any of that. My argument is literally a limited purview of Times Square only because of its significant social, cultural, and economic significance. It doesn't like people are obviously going to get pissed off watching Muslims pray at Times Square when we are still living in a 9/11 era. Again, I'm a little bit older, so I can remember back. Maybe younger people might not remember. I get a lot of your audience is younger and they don't get it, but there's always been this negative stigma against Muslims, and I look at it like praying at a culturally significant location like that is gonna backfire, and it has more downsides than upsides. Are there upsides? Sure, but I think there's more downsides. And then the other thing too that's important, if you went ahead and took Christians and you took them to a significantly cultural location, let's say UAE, which is, not really a Muslim country. It's a Muslim country, but it's not necessarily religious. You took 50 Christians and they pray in front of the Burj Khalifa, bro, they're going to jail. So the lack of reciprocation.
Is that true? Is that even true?
100%. Dude, they
would
go
to jail, Christians, for praying in
front
of the
UAE? Yes, 100%. They would be.
What proof do we have of that?
There's okay, let's go ahead and try that a Christian
you really public can pray in front of the Burj Khalifa and not be thrown out and or stopped, bro. They would be stopped immediately.
Absolutely, they could. Why would they not? Why would they not be allowed to?
The point I'm trying to make here is Islam does not allow the same reciprocation that you're asking for. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
There's so many Christians in Iran. They have train stations dedicated to Mother Mary. Lebanon, who Israel's bombing right now. So many Catholics right next to churches. They say that, these Muslim countries allow for other religions to coexist. I think that there's more Christians in Saudi than there are Muslims in America.
Not in a culturally significant location.
I don't think that's true.
Dude, if Christians...
At the Burj Khalifa, you think Christians cannot pray...
There's not more Christians in Saudi than there are Muslims in America. That definitely can't be true.
Google it.
Bro, again, and this is what makes Islam so good, by the way, FYI, is that it doesn't bend and fold, right? Like, that's actually a good thing. But what I'm saying is that you're asking for reciprocation, right, for something that would never be tolerated in a Muslim country. So that adds more fuel to the fire and kerosene why people get pissed off.
So, Sneako, there's
Muslims doing that in America. That's why. That's what I'm talking
1.2 to 2 million Christians in Saudi Arabia. United States is 3.4 to 4.5 million.
But what's the ratio to the whole population?
I understand that. I understand the ratio. The point
so the ratio. No, but you just proved my point. There's more. The percentage-wise, there are more. If you're going to compare it per capita, there's more Christians in Saudi than there are Muslims in America. And they say, this is a Muslim country. Go to a Muslim country. There you go. So it's a smaller. It's much smaller here. And again, so I'll ask you this.
The greater point he's trying to make, though, is religious tolerance from Islam is not the same as religious tolerance. That is what's felt in America. Like
we allow for freedom of religion. We
offer Christians protection so long as they pay their tax. That's what it was back in Jerusalem when Umar ibn Khattab took control of it. That's what it's been historically. Muslims have always offered Christians protection. Muslims have always coexisted with Christians peacefully. We've never attacked them. We've never destroyed their churches. We let them erect their crosses. I didn't say that. Yeah. What I'm saying is a public display in a culturally significant area that happens to be a majority cultural, one religion, that being, if it was majority Muslim, or, Burj Khalifa, you can even make the argument for anywhere in other Muslim countries like Egypt. The point is a public display in a culturally significant area and where the other religion is the majority can be seen as imposing. Will you agree to that? Well, is that fair or not?
Okay, I'll agree. But is Times Square culturally significant for Christianity or for Zagbat Goyslav?
It's more culturally significant for Christianity than any other religion.
It has no. Times Square. What does Christianity have to do with Times Square?
No. I didn't say that. I said if you were to compare it to Islam and Judaism, okay, if you walk down Times Square, majority of the people there are probably going to be what, even if they don't practice. Culturally what?
Times Square is that's not true. Times Square.
They erect a fat ass Christmas tree every year. What are you talking about? It is culturally Christian to some degree.
No. Rockefeller Center is where the Christmas tree is. Times
In
Square
New York City,
is where all the
very close to Times Square.
Yeah, but not Times Square. That's my point. So this is where people go to Times Square. It's like majority like Indian tourists. You have a lot of European tourists, Mexican tourists, people from South America.
It's a melting pot. I agree.
Completely. It's not a Christian area at all. In fact, it's the opposite.
Yeah,
it's a place where you broadcast ads for McDonald's and Netflix slop.
But what's the point? I agree, bro. It's a ton of goy slop. United States is more secularized than anything in the current time. What I'm saying, though, and what are you responding to? Are you responding to the fact that the United States isn't a Christian country? Or are you responding to the fact that we shouldn't pray in public?
No, because if
mass
this is like a
congregation
Christian,
with a speaker.
I can understand if it's like a Christian area where Christians go to pray, like imposing upon a place, like say, like going to the Vatican, for example. Like
that's the most extreme example, but certainly, yes, I agree.
Or even what's the most Christian area of America? It's certainly not Times Square. It's the furthest from that. There's nothing Christian about Times Square at all. It's culturally significant, not for Christianity, but for advertisements and degeneracy.
Yeah, but symbolically, Muslims have no basis there.
For the United States, it's Sneako. Look, bro, it's very simple. It's culturally significant for the United States, and the United States is a Christian majority country with Christian roots. It's that simple, bro. This isn't like, dude. America's not a Muslim country, and it never will be. And
it's not a Christian country. It's a country with freedom of religion. The founding father was a Freemason.
It's more of a Christian country than it's a Muslim country. There's literally government holidays that are based in Christianity that are not based in Islam, bro. Like you gotta understand.
Jewish holidays too. And if we're gonna follow the current administration,
bro, this is why niggas hate Muslims, bro. This rhetoric right here, it's like this crazy entitlement to I could pray wherever I want, freedom of religion. I'm just gonna do what I want to do, bro. Just because
that's American values, freedom of religion.
But here's the thing: just because you could doesn't mean you should. And this is precisely why people get annoyed by Muslims, because of this wild.
Great. You said should. Why should we not pray in Times Square?
I just told you there's more downsides to upsides. There's way more downsides religiously, economically.
That's been proven not true. That's been proven not true if you fall into the hate. Myron, is Islam the truth?
Yes, bro, but you don't have to force people to look at it. Okay.
Nobody it was amplified. People saw it because people got really upset. No, people look.
You're literally forcing them. You're praying.
The eyes.
What other reason is there to do it? What other reason is there to pray there with such a huge audience? It's for attention.
The majority of people saw it because it went viral online. The people there, it wasn't obstruct. It wasn't like forcing anybody to do anything.
Which proves my point. If it went viral, that was the intention.
Okay, but hang on.
But Sneako, it went viral because of the hate that people have on Muslims. Which is it right or is the hate on Muslims right or wrong?
It's wrong, and if you believe in it, you're a retard because it's perpetuated by these forever wars that our leaders get us into. But
it's wrong to get mad at it. So let's fight for the truth. If they are wrong,
let's take a step back. Do you believe everything I said Islamically has some sort of grounding? It's better to pray in a masjid. Yes or no?
Yeah, it's better to pray in Medina than a masjid.
Why are we arguing?
Bro,
I said we cannot fit. Everybody could not fit inside a masjid. There were more people that would fit in any New York City masjid.
I think New York City has like some of the highest.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm just gonna call it like it is. This is go fucker mentality. This is retard nigga shit. My brother broke it.
You're error, bro. They call you a goat fucker, Myron. This is what they call you. You using this is like.
Hold on. No, because
I'm Asian, right? I'm Asian and black. I'm not even a goat fucker. You're like that's what they call Arabs, not Muslims.
I've been listening to my brother debunk all of your fucking arguments systematically. He's absolutely cooked you, and you're still here arguing for it, and it's ridiculous. And this is the go fucker mentality I'm talking about. There's no upside religiously. There's no upside, from a viewpoint. There's no upside in any manner whatsoever. But you're still arguing for it because it's like I can do it, so I'm gonna. This is precisely why people don't like Muslims and get mad because they look at it like just because I can.
That's not true.
I'm going to.
That's
bro,
not
you're proving it right.
So you're saying that people hate Muslims because they.
My brother dismantled you in every single way, and you're still going on this dumbass topic. Bro, it is not a Muslim country, and it's that simple. This entitlement is why niggas are tired.
It's not a Christian country. It's not a Christian country. And it's
than a Muslim country. Even if you make that argument, it's more of a Christian country than a Muslim country. The biggest holiday is literally Christmas. What the fuck is in that? Christmas.
Okay.
Jesus
Christmas has no basis in the Bible. First off, December 25th is not even listed as Jesus' birthday. So this is a more majority pagan holiday or Christmas trees. And obviously it's good. I think it's good people celebrate. But Christmas has been secularized and has been infiltrated by marketing. It's this gift giving where you come down the chimney. The majority of Christmas celebrations have nothing to do with Christianity anyway.
It has no biblical backing, but culturally it's Christian. And look,
bro,
you were saying earlier, okay, Muslims pray in Times Square. What's more Christ-like? Them bowing their heads on the ground, likening themselves to the verse in Matthew where Jesus fell on his face, he prayed. I get it. You're giving people way too much credit for what they deserve. No one's going to look at it that way. Islam, optically, is foreign to somebody who's white American Christian, even though I will agree what we do is Christ-like. We do fast. We do abstain from sex before marriage. We do abstain from alcohol. You're right, but your thought process and your framework to assume everybody else will look at it that way is vehemently wrong, especially when propaganda, mainstream media, everybody who has influence and a voice, most of the people at least, will say the exact opposite and never educate themselves to the extent to actually let people know what the truth is about Islam and how it parallels with Christianity. So
this is an L, and hold on, it's an L optically, it's an L religiously, it's an L in every single regard. Are there some upsides to it? Sure, but there's way more downsides. And again, like I said before, this entitlement.
Well, you didn't help. I mean, Myron, you were the one pushing the anti-Times Square prayer, like one of the most people, like you were playing into their hand by doing it. You were playing into the Zionist propaganda by yelling about this.
It is more destructive than beneficial is my point. So if there's less upside than downside, then why do it? And I'm telling you, like, this is what I mean when I say, like, niggas are retarded go fuckers, because they don't understand that this has more negatives than positives. And this is why people get mad at Muslims, because it's like, bro, y'all are the minority. You guys do this shit, and you guys would never allow this in your own country. Again, if Christians went to
Burj, they do allow it in their country.
If Christians went to the Burj Khalifa and did the same exact shit, they would not be allowed to do it. This is why
you have no proof of that. You have no proof of that. There's no evidence to support that people get arrested for praying outside the Burj Khalifa. One,
bro,
two.
No one loves UAE because they have an apartheid when it comes to foreigners. If a Christian foreigner goes to UAE and tries to pray in front of the Burj Khalifa, they're definitely getting arrested, bro. You could do like 20 years.
Where's your proof of that? Like you keep saying this as a fact.
The point is though, these Middle Eastern Gulf
love a reciprocation that we do in the West at all, bro. Like at all, and that's fine. That's that they don't.
Muslim countries allow for freedom of religion. Wait, Ryad, just one point. Myron keeps saying that this is why.
Really quick. I swear to God, hang on to it really quick. These Gulf countries and these Muslim countries have theocratic regimes for the most part. So even though they may not be like this hardcore Sharia, Dubai, Qatar, Bahrain, they all have like Muslim elements within the government. That's something the United States does not have. There's no like Christian Bible that rules the law, as we said earlier. So that's the whole point. Like I think you're kind of missing is these Muslim countries have a theocratic rule that is Muslim. And so Muslims are represented not only culturally, but legally, something that Christians don't have here. And so if a Christian rather, goes to pray in public, and by the way, Coptic Christians exist in Egypt in the large masses. There's so many Orthodox Christians in Egypt. From Sudan, where we're from, there's actually a decent Coptic population. I understand they can coexist, but like a mass spectacle of prayer, like what was done in Times Square, would we met with some sort of demand by the government to not do that shit again? I'm almost positive of that. Although we have seen in the West Bank Christians parading on Easter and all that and talking about Al-Masih, I will grant that because I already know what the rebuts are going to be. But for the most part, right? Exceptions don't make the rule. For the most part, if you put a blanket over it, the tolerance is not the same on both ends. Now, that's not our fault. That's not our fault.
Can you give me one piece of evidence? Where has this happened? Where's one piece of evidence people would be arrested for praying in a predominantly Muslim country?
I didn't say they'd be arrested. I said that the government would respond negatively. I think there would be negative backlash.
Yo, it's simple. The fact that they don't do it is proof in itself. the proof that
is that why, or are people not really praying the same way they used to in other faiths besides Islam? Is that really why they're not doing it?
No one wants to end up in jail, bro, in a Muslim country. Like
you think that's why people aren't praying because they don't want to get arrested?
Yes.
You just okay. Yes. Until you provide a piece of evidence here, you're just making this up. And you said that this is why people hate Muslims. This is not why, and you know this. You grew up.
We have to have a little bit of common sense. You seriously think how many people did you have there at Times Square? Like 100?
200.
Okay, you think if I took 200 Christians and they prayed in front of the Burj Khalifa, they wouldn't be stopped or kicked out? Really speaking? Yo,
there's no where in any sort of legal doctrine in the UAE says that they can't do that.
That's fine. If you honestly,
but you're just saying this. But what's your proof? Like you're literally citing nothing.
Again, the reason why it doesn't happen is because Muslim countries don't have tolerance for shit like that, which is a good thing.
The UAE has tolerance for things like I like Dubai. No disrespect to the UAE, but they do have a lot of tolerance for a lot of prostitution that happens there. Like they allow a lot of people to walk around.
Yeah,
They don't
but there's
insert
other
any sort of Sharia at all.
Sneako, what's the key though? What's the key? It's kept on the low. You're not supposed to be overt about it.
Is it?
Right? Yes.
Is it? We went the first place we went to. It was literally all over the lobby of the Five Palm Hotel.
Here's the thing: of that area only. Everywhere else, no. It's supposed. It's like a don't ask, don't tell. But praying in front of the Burj Khalifa as Christians and openly doing it like y'all did in Times Square, that's going to be met with resistance, bro. And if we can't even agree,
there's no evidence to support that. And you keep saying, I want to go back to a point. You keep saying this is why people hate. You keep saying this is why people hate Muslims. That's just not even true. The reason that people have a negative attitude towards Muslims is because of years of propaganda calling Muslims evil terrorists. Saying like when they repost videos where like they keep posting this video. I'm sure you've seen it on my birthday when Frank pooped on my rug. And I started clip armor like I hate dogs. I love dogs. I'm joking. They use that to be like Muslims are evil and they hate dogs. The reason people hate Muslims are all lies. The terrorist ideas, it's not because they're trying to impose and oh my God, they're praying here. It's because they just spread lies. That's false.
That's
some common sense here, Sneako. Let's have some common sense and higher IQ. If we know that they spread lies, if we know they control the media, if we know that they control the discourse, if we know they have this enormous amount of power in the media to push out false narratives, why the fuck would you add kerosene to it by praying at Times Square when you get no religious benefit? You only hurt yourself optically. It's low IQ.
You get religious benefit. You get religious benefit for praying. You just get more in a masjid. Okay, that's the differentiation. Two, if they're spreading all these lies. Okay, hold on. You said earlier. Okay.
Like my brother, there's no religious benefit to it compared to just praying in a mosque.
No, there still is religious benefit to pray. Praying, worship is you know this, bro.
Compared to a mosque?
Yeah, no, we're not compared to a mosque in general. You said there's no religious benefit. That's false. You get religious benefit by praying.
Within Times Square, I'm talking. My argument is specifically Times Square. I'm not talking about public. I'm talking Times Square. That my argument is literally only on Times Square.
Okay, you get benefits for praying. Period. You benefit from praying.
You could do it at a mosque and not have all the issues.
I know. I'm aware. You said there's no religious benefit. That's false. You get benefits for praying. Second, if they are spreading all these lies, what's the best way to fight against lies? You said earlier Islam is the truth.
I was just going to answer that. Go ahead.
So if they're spreading lies, the best way to fight back against lies is with the truth, which we all agree. The three of us in this panel, we're all Muslim, right? Islam is the truth. There's nothing wrong about praying. We were allowed, and the whole world is a masjid.
Alhamdulillah, I couldn't agree with you more.
So if they are lying, I am going to fight with the truth. Islam is the truth, and I won't compromise. This is the truth. Whatever the people want to say, they could say it, and they're wrong. They will try to spread more lies. Islam is the truth, and I won't compromise about that to fit some weird idea that people will hate it and it's bad.
Yeah, but bro, I agree. I think Islam is the haqq. Couldn't be more true. Alhamdulillah. What I'm saying, though, let's say 9/11 never happened. Let's say there was never this idea perpetuated against Muslims that they were terrorists or they invoked for terrorism. They did 9/11, so on and so forth. Let's say that never existed and Muslims were never demonized and they went to go to pray in Times Square. I still think there would be a response of like, hey, this isn't courteous. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. So I think you're looking at it from an angle of, well, we need to fight back. Fuck that. They're saying that we're terrorists and shit. Well, we're going to show them that our religion is more Christ-like. Okay, yeah, I mean, it is more Christ-like. I agree with that. But I don't think that praying in public and provoking people and being or invoking a display of less courtesy will actually help that narrative. I don't see the return there.
Especially because that specific area is a place where protests happen literally every day. We're loud people waving flags of foreign countries,
yeah, but
Iranian flags, Venezuela.
Prayer is not a protest, akhi. Prayer is worship.
Okay, so then without 9/11, a prayer is peaceful. A prayer is majority quiet. So, yeah, if there wasn't propaganda, then people would not have a problem with it, especially if they don't have a problem with protests.
But what does protest have to do with anything?
Because people aren't outraged about protests. This is like a town square. This is where people meet. This is where they congregate. That's what it's for.
If a group of Christians go to Times Square right now and protest against abortion, they'll be met with backlash in mainstream media the next day. A bunch of libtards will go crazy. So any sort of action will revoke a response. I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, prayer has no purpose there. Prayer has no prayer is ibadah. It's not a celebration. It's not an act of courage. It is, we're going to pray in our masajid because it's constitutionally protected and we can do that without any harm or any sort of backlash or anybody bothering us for that matter because people were screaming. Now, in regards to the time of the Prophet, ﷺ, if he was praying in public because maybe there weren't as many masajid and there weren't that many Muslims, that's different. He's a prophet. His job is to spread Islam. Our job can be to spread Islam, but in a way that will be met with the least resistance possible. I think that's doing da'wah like that of Uthman ibn Farouk, Warner. That's my position. And I think that's a really fair position to have.
Sure. I think the point was proven because the outrage that Myron's having right now of praying in Times Square, there was no outrage about the Jews celebrating the Antichrist. And so if this is a Christian country, which is what he's saying,
said get them the fuck out of here too. I said the same thing,
bro.
Because
we responded to that on stream, and there was outrage on Twitter.
Overall, there was not. So if we
I literally said these Jews out of here, bro. I said the same shit, man. Like again, America's a Christian country. You might not agree with that, but it's definitely more of a Christian country than a Muslim country, and it's definitely more of a Christian country than a Jewish country. Even though we got retarded evangelical Christians here, I said get those niggas out of here too. I'm consistent on this. Like, you know,
the whole administration right now, because they use that idea of it's a Christian country to get subverted by Judaism to believe God must bless those who bless the state of Israel, to say that this is a holy war. And Hegseth thinks that he's a crusader, even though the Crusades were about reclaiming Jerusalem for the Christians, and Jerusalem's owned by the Jews. So this idea, it's a Christian country. This is how the entire administration, dominated by evangelical Christians, should be separate from Catholics and Orthodox, that these people are pretty much just worshiping Jews and don't even worship and do anything Christ-like at all. They've used this narrative to bring us into a war.
But that's why
I mean, like, dying on this hill has not been effective.
No, that's why I say, though, culturally it's Christian more so than religiously. Look, Christianity has been washed time and time again. It's diluted. And so there's so many different denominations. You got Protestantism, you got evangelical Protestantism. They liken the Old Testament to fulfill their prophecies of Christ coming back, but then they need the Antichrist. So that's why Israel needs to expand. I get it. And that's kind of the whole ideology that Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump are invoking, indirectly or on purpose. Who knows whether it's inadvertent or not. But I think still the country is still culturally Christian. That's what he's trying to say, is this can be seen as something that's rather provocative, even if people are Catholics and they're still having sex and drinking. And it doesn't still take away from the fact that these people do identify as Christian religiously. If they were to be asked what they celebrate, what holidays they identify with, it would be that of Christianity. I think that's like the greater point.
Their level of devoutness has nothing to do with how the country identifies. Like, look, if they're not, devout Christians, that's irrelevant. What I'm talking about is it's still a Christian base.
It doesn't really seem like that anymore, especially with the administration. But
what happened? I guess, what happened to bro? Look, we can agree to disagree. Let's have Goyim unite. Okay, we're all Goy. There's 3 Gentiles in this call right now. None of us are chosen people. We'll all be targeted at some point. You guys have already been targeted. I'm potentially next.
Sneako's part, no, hold on. Yo, Sneako's part chosen, bro. He's part Jewish.
My mom's not, and my grandfather's is 50%, which we found out. Yeah, 12%. Still Goyim based off the mother thing. And if we agree, this is why I'm saying Goyim need to unite, right? Islam does not pose a threat in America. It's all lies being spread. And if the number one enemy of the Israeli Jewish Zionists is Muslims, then getting angry and saying goat fucker and this is terrible and you're retarded, you are pushing their Hezbollah propaganda. That's what they are saying. So why repeat it? If Loomer and Jake Lang and all these people are saying the exact points that Myron, you're saying right now, that this is terrible, they're taking over this. Okay, if Goyim unite, then don't add fuel to the fire when we already know that Netanyahu is paying influencers $7K to spread anti-Muslim propaganda. Playing into their hand and doing their bidding is exactly against the idea
but he's
of
not
Goyim
really
uniting.
He's not really.
Bro, if you're a retarded Muslim, I'm gonna call you a goat fucker. If you're a dumb Jeet, I'm gonna call you a dumb Jeet. Like, it's consistent, bro. Like, I use,
Myron, I'm not even Arab. Based off that, you're a goat fucker and I'm not. Like, this has nothing to do with Islam.
Here's the thing. It's a very individual thing based on IQ and how they operate.
Whether the abrasive message and language is met with receptivity or not still doesn't negate from the fact what he's trying to say. And by the way, this guy is greenlit by the ADL, the SPLC. Myron's canceled to fucking hell. So, like, you can argue maybe he's doing their bidding, but at the same time, he's been one of the biggest voices against them and exposing them systematically. With all the
and Myron, no. I give Myron the credit he deserves.
I know you do. I've seen you say that, but I'm saying this to make a greater point. It's not that he's intentionally trying to do their bidding. I think that's what people and Muslims are trying to spin it off. I think he's trying to call out Muslims. I think he's trying to call out Muslims for doing something that can hurt them when it's not in their greater benefit in an already very tense cultural situation where we all do need to unite. Sneako, tell me this.
I'm the least. Hold on. I'm the least biased person. Like, I call out stupidity whether it benefits me or not. Whether you're black, white, Indian, whatever. Like, even if I'm a part of that class and they do some dumbass shit, I call it out. Like, I'm 100%.
You don't call out white people, bro.
Are you serious?
When do you call out white people?
we did just make fun of white people for like 30 minutes the other day on
stream.
Bro, we did.
We
called them school shooters.
You just don't know about it because it doesn't go viral. I cook white people all the fucking time, bro. It's just that it never goes viral because white people don't give a fuck.
We should be cooking. Look, most white people in the are very, but then we should be cooking the white people who have no idea about Islam and that are falling into the propaganda more than people that are the subject of the propaganda.
We cook those people.
Their women, bro. I cook them for not controlling their women. I cook them for being fucking, pussies. I cook them for being losers. I cook them for being controlled by progressives. Like, dude,
which is all okay. Great. These are all things that are wrong, right?
That's not the point. The point is I'm consistent. That's my argument. Is I'm consistent.
No,
We should
be consistent and call things that are wrong, right? You call things that are wrong. People that are sipping too much, that are allowing the women to do everything. Is Islam wrong?
That's not the argument here, bro.
No, but he's saying the way they're going. He's saying the way they're going about Islam could be wrong.
No, you're arguing that I'm calling go fuckers is bad. I'm saying I have the same energy for everybody, regardless of who they are, even if I'm a part of that class. That's what I'm trying to say.
But you believe Islam is the truth, and Islamically, there's nothing wrong about what we did, so we didn't do anything wrong.
Praying at Times Square?
There's nothing Islamically wrong about it.
Just because it's not wrong Islamically doesn't mean it's not retarded.
Okay, so now you're shifting the goalposts. You just said you call it everything that's wrong. So now it's retarded. Why? It's retarded for the propaganda or whatever, but it's not morally wrong.
Hang on. I have a question, Sneako.
Really, I've been saying it's retarded and they're dumb go fuckers for a minute, and everybody's been losing their minds. That's literally why everyone's mad at me, because I said they're dumb go fuckers for doing that.
Sneako,
we should be consistent about
my position on it the whole time. It's retarded and goat fuckers are doing this shit because there's no upside. That has been my position on the Times Square specifically. And I know your chat's going to bitch because they're a bunch of retarded ass niggas too. But the point I'm trying to make is I've been extremely consistent on this. I've said from the beginning, praying at Times Square is fucking retarded. Anyone that tries to justify it is a goat fucking retard because there's zero upside. That has been my position from the whole time. And I talk shit about everybody. It's just that these fucking guys in your chat are losers.
So there was some upside. You said there was some upside. You shifted around a couple times. I mean,
bro, there's far more downside. There's far more downside than upside. Downside.
I just want to ask this really quick, Sneako, quick question. And this is like a good faith question. You tell me the honest answer. If Goyim must unite, which I agree, I think Goyim have to unite. Is praying in Times Square publicly the way that we did helpful towards that cause? And you may say, well, the blame is on them for not seeing through. But can't we kind of be a little proactive and just take to the masjid if it's going to cause some sort of negative Christian response that can be negated by praying in the masjid? Then we can align with them later to actually defeat the real enemy.
It's not a negative Christian response. It's a negative.
There has been though. There has
response.
Been. I mean,
right.
Nick,
people that have been brainwashed.
Nick is smart, and Nick wasn't happy about it. And everybody who follows Nick, or a lot of grapers, are Christian. So there's that. But I know you guys.
But if they're following the Christian perspective, then they should equally be as mad about the things that happen in Times Square every single day, and they are. And that's what it was supposed to point out: the double standard, the anti-praise celebration that happened the next day. Nobody talked about it because Zionist media dominates, and this stuff is not going to go viral because people believe in Judeo-Christian values. This is the problem. They don't understand that these people are celebrating. What does that have to do
with us, though? What does that have to do with us calling out, they're saying Muslims maybe should pray in the masjid? What does that have to do? I agree, but those two things exist at the same time without canceling one another out.
Let me say this. If a bunch of Christians prayed in front of the Burj Khalifa, I would call them retarded Christcocks, by the way. Like, I am not biased, like, at all, as a matter of fact, because I'm the least religious person here. So I call it like it is. So I'm extreme. Like, if some Christian niggas prayed in front of the Burj Khalifa, I said, you guys are fucking retarded Christcocks.
I disagree. I think if Christians went to go pray in front of Burj Khalifa, I would really be happy. Wallah, that would be a great sight to see. And I encourage them to go do it. And there's no evidence supporting that they'd be arrested for it, which you keep on claiming. I think it's good. If Christians keep on praying more, I would love to see that. And I want to see more of that. I want to see more unity for them.
Yeah. Look, I mean, we can agree to disagree. I think some of the points that I made, you can kind of see through to it a little bit. I think I'm being somewhat fair and charitable in why I'm saying I feel like it's not the best idea. Regardless, though, the point is, I think that kind of public spectacle of prayer or whatever, and I know it's not an intentional spectacle, but it could hurt the movement of Goyim Unite. It could kind of destroy that alliance or put a chink in the armor that we can't afford to sustain right now. That's kind of like the point as well. That's another thing that I didn't even mention earlier, but, you know, if we want to unite, if we want to be a united front, maybe we should try and practice the religion in a way that won't provoke one another. And if that means praying in Times Square is going to cause some sort of negative Christian backlash, then maybe we should avoid that. Now, look, and I'm going to say it again because there's new viewers. this is not the biggest issue. And I don't even think Nick made this the biggest issue. He spoke about it because you guys are fighting and whatever, it was funny. But I think anybody who makes this a glaring issue over everything else, which my brother and I haven't, by the way, it's just so happens that everybody clips up the Times Square situation in regards to praying more than anything else. If you make this the most glaring issue in politics in the United States culturally, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. This is probably number 10 on the list. I agree. But we never prioritize this ever. Go ahead. What's your point?
I mean, Myron did make this a major part of his.
No.
A lot of content
no,
talking
I'll
about
tell
this
you,
stuff.
bro. I'll tell you. No, I see why you're saying that, dude. The Dom guy on Twitter had clipped up a clip of him talking about it last year. He went on a monologue really quickly and then he moved on. It just happened that got like 1 million or 3 million impressions on Twitter. But we've been talking about other
and then he doubled down and he kept.
But he retweets
he
every
doubled
single
down
one
and
of his.
he kept tweeting about it.
He retweets every single one of his talking points. That
Right,
is a
he
talking
did
point.
it,
He's
bro.
gonna stand on.
Myron, didn't you did an 8-part thread about why goat fuckers are retarded about this prayer?
And
It's
he
not
did
like it
a
was like one
thread
thing.
about Iran as well. He does threads about every topic.
And that was your point, that if you invest too much energy into something that is so minor, a prayer in Times Square, if you really analyze it, 200 people prayed at Times Square for an hour. Investing energy to this is a waste of time, and his goy slopping is falling into their hand. So,
All right, so
agree.
number one,
so
I just looked
so
it
then you
up.
disagree with Myron.
No, I think that this conversation is that. I think this conversation is like kind of falling like them boys are watching the stream right now, rubbing the shit out of their hands. Like this is amazing for them. Like, but I think his 8-part thread was just to further cement a point that he got attacked initially for making. My brother made this point in a soft way prior, and then Muslims shat on him. By the way, I got some negative
Retarded
Muslim
goat fuckers. Retarded goat fuckers is soft.
Yo,
Yeah,
I'm
like I
standing on
said,
that.
if
You consider that soft?
Yo, I'm standing on this. Let me be explicitly fucking clear about this. If you do not see that praying at Times Square as a Muslim when we have a Zionist controlled media is bad optically, bad economically, bad in every single way, not even religiously is upside, you're a fucking retarded go fucker. And then also, I just looked it up. It is completely prohibited to pray as a Christian publicly in the UAE. So you're wrong on that as well. So Sneako, look, bro.
Can you read, what's the
Yes,
proof?
it's law number 9. It's the law. Literally, it's, let's see here. You cannot pray publicly. Federal law number 9 of 2023 regulation of houses of worship for non-Muslims explicitly prohibits practicing worship, religious sites, or rituals outside licensed houses of worship. So you can't do it. And I see.
Can you bring that up? Can you bring, okay, and so if that's true, the difference is then there's freedom of religion in America, which is like part of the core tenets of this country. And if there's not freedom of religion there, then that's their law. Obey the law of the land.
Yeah, but
we have freedom of religion, and we didn't
You
break
move
the
the
law.
goalpost. Yeah, my point is that that level of reciprocation doesn't exist in Muslim
Yeah,
countries.
that's
and just
the
because
point.
you can,
It does.
doesn't mean-
It does in Lebanon. It does in Saudi, and it does in, I guess, not in the UAE, but it does in Lebanon, which is a perfect
Lebanon
example.
100%. Lebanon
It does not
100%.
exist.
Saudi Arabia, you got to check that.
It does not
Lebanon
exist in
100%.
Saudi Arabia. It
Okay,
does
so
not
Lebanon,
exist.
but he just said that it doesn't exist in any Muslim country. Lebanon, perfect example.
Going back to the Twitter thread, my entire argument was based on number 1, America's a Christian country. Number 2, praying at Times Square is retarded. And then number 3, it's more of a Christian country than a Muslim country. So you lose in that regard. Even if you make the argument,
Yeah, I
and say
mean,
it's not
population-wise, but doctrine-wise, it's not, and that's what you keep saying. It's not like there's no doctrine supporting
when
that.
they say under God, when they say all these different things, what do you mean?
Oh, under God, they don't say under the Holy Spirit, do they? Under God is what we believe in, so we're actually following that logic.
Bro,
That's what
all
Fatiha says.
All the framers were Christians, bro. Like Christians
No,
are
I mean,
Protestant.
George Washington was a Freemason.
The majority of the framers were Christian, bro. Like if you again,
And they
regardless.
specified that they didn't want it, that they did not make this a Christian country. This is from John Adams, the second president.
Muslims have way less argument to say that this is a Muslim country than Christians. This is a Christian.
I didn't say it was a Muslim country. I said it was a freedom of religion country.
Okay. And what I'm saying is that it's still not a Muslim country. So therefore, praying out publicly at Times Square is retarded because it doesn't look optically for all the other cultural.
It follows American values where we have freedom of religion.
Yeah, but just because something is legal doesn't mean it's a good idea. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Come on, bro. Dude, like
Well,
you can't be.
There we go. So
like-
it's not legally wrong. It's not
We
Islamically
said that.
wrong.
That was
and
our
it's not-
framework. That was our frame.
Okay.
That was my. Wait.
I know.
Wallah, that was my framework.
I know it is.
Both of
I know
us.
it's a framework. And the greater point is that it's only wrong because of propaganda. So let's fight the propaganda and not play into their hand. That's the bigger point. That because it's not legally wrong and because it's not Islamically wrong, we should and we can be able to do it if we want to. And it's only wrong if you are afraid of the propaganda. But we as Muslims should not live in fear. We don't fear anything. So if it's not incorrect in our religion and it's not incorrect legally, then we could do it. And I'm not going to live in fear. We can let other people do that. If you want to live that way, if you want to live in fear, go ahead. But I'm not going to do that.
If you want to pray it publicly, bro, go to the country, bro. Like this is retarded. You say like, yo, yo, like go pray, go to a Muslim country. That's why they can say that shit, bro. Because it's like, it's crazy.
Maybe I would, but who's bombing every single Muslim country? Oh, U.S. and Israel. Epstein regime is bombing them all, and they're not safe. Right now, I'm supposed to be in Medina, but these people, part of the Christian country, these evangelical Christians brought us into a war. All these countries are getting bombed. I can't even go to the airport. I was supposed to be in Dubai last week. Can't go because the airport got bombed. Why? Because of American war.
That's true. But I just want to bring it back so the original position is understood. Look, the framework is this. Islamically, it's a better idea to pray in the masajid. There are legitimate scholars who say praying in Times Square is not correct. And I can pull that up if you want, but I don't even want to go in that direction. Really, the greater point here is that Goyim unite must mean everybody coexists in some way that we can all accept from one another. And the United States is religiously free, so you can go do a backward cartwheel in the street if that means you're praying in some way. No one's saying you can't do it. It's about, is it appropriate? Is it courteous? And is it something that's going to perpetuate the lie that's hurting the alliance we so desperately need to make our countries visitable so we can go and pray in Medina? I think that's the more coherent framework to work from.
Mm-hmm. I think it proved the opposite since then. I think the people that were extremely outraged about that, in retrospect with this war now, I think it looks so silly. You know, I think people understand that.
There you go. Well, there's what I was showing before. You can't pray to the same extent that they did it at Times Square. You cannot do that at UAE, and UAE is one of the most relaxed and westernized Muslim countries, and you can't even do it there. So that's what I'm trying to say, bro.
But we have freedom of religion in America, so the point still stands. So we're following the law here. If that's not the law there, it is what it is. It's the law in a lot of other predominantly Muslim countries. So I'm following the law here, and I'm not breaking it.
Before you said, show me proof, and I'm showing you proof now. Like,
okay, then my whole I'm seeing it, but the point still stands. Like, you could bring up other Muslim countries where this is allowed. If it's not allowed at Burj Khalifa, sure, but we have freedom of religion here. So it still doesn't change the fact that I'm not breaking the law, and I can do it, and I will.
Again, that reciprocation that you're utilizing is not that argument that you're making is not reciprocated in Muslim countries, which is the basis of my argument that this is why people are annoyed with Muslims, because they don't allow the same reciprocation they demand in countries that they're guessing. That's the whole fucking crutch of my argument, bro. Because that is why I was saying because I had to give you something analogous to show you how ridiculous it sounds to pray in a public location of great economic and cultural influence, and then I used the Burj Khalifa in a non-Muslim country like in a non-religious country to explain that, and I'm correct once again. So again, there's not much upside to praying publicly at Times Square when we know Jews run the media and they use Islamic rhetoric or Islamic terrorism rhetoric.
And you helped them. Myron, you helped them.
You helped them. I don't see nobody complaining about me talking about in the Times Square. You fucking helped them do that. They made you viral.
You're saying that's their propaganda?
They say shit about me. You did that shit. Luminary people complain about you.
Exactly.
Doing
that. Myron, that's my point. They see you as an ally on this issue. That's the point. You are pushing the same propaganda as them. I am fighting back against their propaganda. They saw you get all mad about this and say "goat fucker," and they rub their hands together and they're happy that you're calling Muslims out.
You dumped kerosene on something that didn't need to. There was a fire and you dumped kerosene on it, and I'm telling you, dumping that kerosene on it was.
How did you help?
By telling you the kerosene dumping kerosene on is retarded. That's how I helped. No, and don't do it again.
You amplified this. You amplified it a lot, and you pushed outrage towards it.
There was a fire. You dumped kerosene on it, and I said that's kind of retarded. You probably shouldn't do that. Then a year later, you dump even more kerosene on it. That's what I'm doing. I'm saying that's retarded. Don't do that. And you dump it anyway. Like that. That's what it is.
It's not praying is not retarded. Like there's
praying at Times Square is retarded. Praying at Times Square
in general isn't. So
that's not my argument. You could pray. My argument is strictly praying publicly at Times Square is retarded. That is my argument. It's an extremely limited
because of propaganda, not because of anything legal, and not because of anything Islamically. So that's the greater point. Do not live in fear of their propaganda and their lies. Do not perpetuate their lies. Praying is good, and I will pray. I am not going to submit to their propaganda. I don't live in fear. If you want to, okay. But then don't help them out.
Fair. But
I'm going to say you're using foolishness. Try to say that you're brave.
I'll say this again.
It's not.
I'll say this again. Like if Myron's point or his position on this argument temporarily on the fringe account lines up with that of Laura Loomer and Jake Langs, that doesn't mean that he's trying to perpetuate their narrative. It just so happens that something that Muslims did actually did not benefit them in the favor of optics, media, or in media publicly. That doesn't mean he's taking their side. He's the most anti-Zionist person ever. And again, I know that's not what you're saying, but that's kind of a representation of the argument that you propose.
That's why I said that. I know how they are.
Yeah,
like I know what they're gonna say.
Yeah. And look, regardless of it, I always want to make sure that the religious framework is prioritized at the top. I think that's the biggest thing to pay attention to. Again,
and here's the thing: when you're religious, here's another thing. When you're religious, you're going to inherently be biased. You're not going to see my perspective because I'm coming at it from an extremely, central ground where I have no vested interest really in, central
let me go ahead and
where I have no vested interest. But like you're coming from a biased perspective, which is why you have this position, which is fine. I'm just telling you that
the truth. I'm coming from you said Islam is. I'm coming from the truth perspective, aren't I?
Okay, but you don't have to go ahead and express the truth in that way because it's more counterproductive than productive is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, but you wear the Cookie Monster hoodie, which is like talking about it's talking about the Holocaust, right? And you want to be uncompromised and show this everywhere and not live in fear. That's the same thing here with the greater truth that Islam
whatsoever to this conversation. That's not analogous whatsoever, dude. Like that is a crazy.
Why not? There's so much propaganda. You're not supposed to talk about the Holocaust or question the numbers. You say, I'm going to do it anyway. It's the same thing. There's propaganda about this conversation. It's propaganda about Muslims. I'm not going to live in fear and I'm going to speak the truth. You believe that this is the truth about the Holocaust. It's you wear it unapologetically. I'm an unapologetic Muslim. I'm not ashamed. So I'm going to pray. It's the same thing as the Cookie Monster hoodie.
No one's saying anything about praying, bro. It's about praying at Times Square and filming it and making it a spectacle is retarded.
So then why do you wear the Cookie Monster hoodie?
Wearing a t-shirt is not the same as praying at a culturally irrelevant.
Why do you wear it? Why do you wear it?
That's not analogous whatsoever, bro. Are you serious right now?
But let's hear the reason.
This is not analogous whatsoever at all. Like this has nothing to do with it. This is another deflection, another goalpost movement, like you've been doing. Oh, show me proof.
No. Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
I show you proof. Oh well, okay, but there's nothing wrong.
Wait. Okay.
Like yo, you keep moving the goalpost. This is not analogous.
I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm asking you, why do you wear the Cookie Monster hoodie? It's a simple question.
God, man.
You can't answer this?
Bro, I wear the hoodie because it's fucking hilarious. That is why.
Why is it
hilarious? Because people get triggered over a hoodie, right? It's fucking hilarious. And okay. we know that topic, they lie about it.
Okay. Oh, just like they lie about Muslims. Oh, so you're fighting back against propaganda. Oh, it triggers people for a reason that's unjustified, just like praying when it's legal and Islamically correct to. So fighting back against propaganda, living without fear, not being ashamed is something that's good. Just like a Cookie Monster hoodie.
Dude, are you seriously trying to compare wearing a t-shirt to a mass prayer in a culturally significant location as a minority religion in a Christian country? Are you serious right now?
What's the difference?
This was a brain dead fucking example. Like this has nothing to do.
But
like you're comparing.
Explain. What's the difference? What's the difference? What's the difference?
You're comparing wearing a hoodie to praying in a culturally central location in a mass prayer with cameras on versus me wearing a hoodie.
What's the difference? There's cameras on when you wear it to brand risk. There's cameras everywhere.
The hoodie is symbolic. Bro. It's just him wearing something that he may believe in. But like the prayer is something physical you're actually doing in front of people.
Like something that we believe in. I believe in Islam. It's representing my beliefs, right?
Yeah, but you're representing your beliefs on a t-shirt. That's not analogous. It's kind of a non sequitur because representing your religious belief on a t-shirt is different than actually physically doing it in a place that doesn't represent it. That's like kind of. I'm just saying. That's like. I don't think.
Okay, I mean, when you wear the Cookie Monster shirt in public, this is where it's taboo to question these numbers. It's taboo and it's ashamed and there's propaganda. It's exerting your belief system in a place where the majority of the country, the majority of the Judeo-Christian country doesn't believe in these numbers. What's the difference?
Dude, are you fucking serious? It's an insider joke on a meme, bro. You are talking about praying openly with cameras on at Times Square. Are you serious right now?
Well, let's break it down further. I know you can do this, so without getting angry.
Insider joke. No, because here's I'm not getting angry.
Hold on. What's the joke based off?
You're being dense purposely. Wearing a t-shirt with a meme, wearing a t-shirt with an insider meme that isn't visibly apparent is not the same at all.
It is visibly apparent.
No, only dude, you really if 100 people walk by me, maybe 1 or 2 will know where the joke comes from. Meanwhile, if 1,000 people walk by fucking Times Square, they're gonna know there's a bunch of Muslims praying here. It's not the same whatsoever at all.
No, I mean, I don't know. That's a little facetious. I think people understand what it is. People know the Cookie Monster meme.
Insider joke t-shirt versus praying at Times Square with cameras on with 200.
Okay. Myron, what is the joke of the t-shirt? What's the joke?
I'm on YouTube. I'm on
Oh,
YouTube.
instead of, well, you're gonna face palm. Just explain, bro. Explain it in YouTube friendly language. Come on, don't run from the question. Explain it in YouTube friendly language.
I'm on YouTube. It's referring to a historical
Ryad,
event. Okay. Yeah, we all know what it's about. It's explaining to a historical event in World War II. What's the
what is the joke?
About the ovens, the number count. What do you? Wallahi, I'm on YouTube. That's why I don't want to get limited. Go ahead.
I'll explain it in user-friendly language because you don't want to answer the. I mean, okay, fine.
I'll concede if you explain it correctly. Go ahead, Faddal.
Okay, I'm saying it in user-friendly language. The Cookie Monster hoodie is a joke about the numbers that are enforced about the Holocaust, right?
Okay.
And this is a narrative that's been pushed so much in America, that's been used to justify wars, that's been used to push ideas of anti-Semitism. It's part of the major propaganda machine, correct?
Okay.
Coming from the same people who also push propaganda on Muslims. This is a joke. And the reason that Myron wears it is to assert that in a Judeo-Christian country where so much Zionist propaganda is being pushed, I am going to be unashamed and I am not going to live in fear and I'm going to say the truth anyway, even if it makes people upset. Even when there's cameras on, when there's a lot of Twitch streamers around. I don't care if there's gonna be outrage and people are gonna call me a denier or a questioner. I'm gonna not live in fear and do it anyway.
Yeah,
that's exactly the same mentality as the Times Square prayer. Exactly the same.
Wait, hang on.
Nico, here's the difference to why you're wrong. I'm doing it in a covert, tactical, and funny manner that is not necessarily as obvious. Meanwhile, you niggas are praying in Times Square. Like,
bro, when you wore that shirt next to Jack Posobiec.
To say this example is so fucking stupid because it's not analogous whatsoever. I'm doing a covert insider joke. Meanwhile, y'all niggas are praying openly in Times Square.
It's not covert at all. It's not covert. When you wore it next to Jack Posobiec.
How many people bro? How many people know the Cookie Monster joke? Are you serious, bro?
Okay, I'm gonna point it out, and you're not letting me answer.
Yeah, but even if it wasn't covert, if he had a hoodie that was explicit about it, let's say the hoodie was just straight up, that doesn't even respond to the whole point is praying publicly is a physical action that's actually like materialized. Like people can see that, people can hear that, people can interact with that, people can feel that.
Like a shirt.
If Myron went out in public and did some sort of like joke where he got a bunch of people and like put them in a room and then had them come out coughing or some shit, then that would be the same thing. But like a shirt that just symbolically shows some symbolism that refers to a historical event. It does represent that. A historical event. Yes, it is pushback against a voice that's against him, but it's not doing it. It's not doing it in an imposing manner. That's the difference.
Okay,
praying
fair.
is a little bit more imposing.
Okay, sure. So it's more undercover, right? I remember at Turning Point, Myron was wearing that hoodie in a place of where everybody believes in Judeo-Christian values, and this is being pushed. And he's like, "I'm going to go and do this anyway, even though people don't agree."
Go as far as to say that. Go ahead.
Okay, fair. Majority of people at Turning Point is a Judeo-Christian organization where GOP politics, Judeo-Christian values are being pushed heavily. Everybody knows this, right? This is why Erica Kirk is talking about anti-Semitism and people there get really upset. He wears the shirt and takes a picture next to Jack Posobiec. It goes viral. Why is Jack Posobiec next to this anti-Semite? Why is this allowed at Turning Point? Why is this here? And it's like a symbol everyone, oh yeah, I don't care what's going on. I'm going to do it anyway. People do know what the joke is. Everybody, you can take 5 seconds to Google it.
Hang on. No, yeah, knows a joke. But and then also, Sneako, tell the whole story. Who made it go viral?
Other people, the Zionists, right? Just like the Times Square prayer.
Stop anti-Semitism, aka a very nuanced and small account that said, "Oh, it's within the Jews." And then what they do is, because we know that they do this, they pushed it out. They said, "Everybody share this. Everybody share this." It was within that group of people only. Versus if when you're praying at Times Square, everybody sees that shit.
But who's pushing the propaganda against it, and who's the vehicle? Who's the one demonizing Muslims the most? The same people mad about that shirt. Yeah. They're the ones pushing Judeo-Christian values. They're the ones spreading that everywhere. And then you did echo their sentiment, but this is coming from the Laura Loomer Jigsaw people and coming from all the same talking heads that got mad at the hoodie.
Sneako, it sounds good on the surface, but the intricacies make it non-analogous because, again, it's not this action that he's actually doing in public to impose on people. And I'm not saying that's the intent of Muslims, but you got to realize, too, Jews are a very small minority of the United States, yet they have a disproportionate amount of influence and control. So him doing that is a fight back against something that's actually oppressing him. I don't think Muslims are actually getting oppressed, and we're doing something physical.
What?
I don't.
You don't think Muslims are getting Randy Fine is saying
in the United States. Okay, bro. Look, I get Randy Fine, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth just said something negative about Islam. Donald Trump has been shitting on Islam for years.
So what are you talking about?
That doesn't affect my ability to practice my religion, though. These guys are all retards. The GOP is full of Zion.
Of course it does.
That doesn't change my ability to practice. No, it doesn't. In what way?
Because no, because it pushes propaganda, and then people
we still
feel
send money to Gaza. We still fast. We still have our Suhoor Fest in Chicago and these big Muslim cities like Houston. We still have our masajid. Our masjids are constitutionally protected. People like Jake Lang are actually pushed back against by Christians. Look, is there a disproportionate amount of attack on Muslims to weaponize an attack against Iran that's probably coming very soon?
Sneako,
Yes, hang on.
You complained about me wearing the hoodie at Brandrest, by the way, FYI. You're part of the propaganda too.
Hang on. Look, is there a mass?
Wait, Myron, hold on. We had 1 second. Because, and the greater point is that the uncompromised truth, Myron, the uncompromised truth is not the Cookie Monster meme, or not what happened in World War II. Islam is something we don't compromise about. I'm not going to die on the hill of a meme t-shirt about the Holocaust, but I will die for Islam. That transcends everything. And Ryad, can you finish?
Yeah, where was I? Okay, so the reason why I'm saying the whole Cookie Monster symbolism and then Muslims praying is not really the same thing is because that's an attack against people who have a disproportionate amount of control, who aim to not only victimize themselves, but demonize Muslims, and honestly just non-Muslims, that they're all anti-Semites and against Jews and against the Israeli state. That's why what he's doing is more so like him speaking out against something that's actively he's oppressed. He's actually lost money for talking about this. He's demonetized on YouTube. He's gotten attacked by the ADL, the SPLC. They've all greenlit the shit out of this nigga. He's got a target on his back. You as well. So I think you should understand this. Whereas like Muslims, okay, Randy Fine says Muslims hate dogs. Okay, I don't give a fuck about Randy Fine's fat ass.
No, not
he's
only
not
that.
Gonna pass. He's not going to pass any legislation that's going to change my relationship with Allah.
They're actively the Trump administration.
But like you said, it's constitutionally protected. They can't actually, even with their executive order, they can't infringe something upon Muslims. They can't infringe something upon Muslims that will actually stop us from our religion or our practice. Go ahead. And if they did, the conversation changes. If they did, the conversation
they are trying. Oh my God! Wait, sir, hold on. They are trying to. And they're trying to create an unsafe environment so that when a false flag attack happens, Muslims are getting blamed. They want Muslims to be deported. If they could allow this to happen, you could say things about Muslims. You could say word for word, Muslims should be deported from America. Muslims should not be allowed to exist here. They all need to be kicked out. You know what happens? They get invited to the White House. They go to D.C. Look at the difference between Nick Shirley and Tyler Oliveira.
I agree.
They are trying to get Muslims to be that group that doesn't exist here.
First of all, the Trump administration may not exist after November. They're going to lose the midterms. They don't have influence. They're going to lose a lot of their legislative power after Democrats take the House and the Senate. That's one. Two, even if, I'm just trying to make this point, even if they're able to pass that legislation, then of course the rules change. But for right now, that's not actually affecting us. I think what's a better response to their attempt in making Muslims look like demons and terrorists is doing what me and Myron were just doing. JQing for like 2 or 3 hours about how the Iran war is all for Israel, how they're going to have a false flag attack, how you should prepare. I might tweet on the Austin shooter, how to pay attention and understand these things in the signs, because we've seen this before in 9/11, Operation Northwoods. We see false flags all the time historically in the United States. So my point is, let me educate people so they don't try to demonize Islam, which people like my brother, you, Nick, have all been charging voices. Even though Nick has no vested interest, he still points out the fact that these could be false flag attacks. These are all set up by Israelis or Zionist shills to demonize us. So I think a more effective approach to combating that powerful voice that has a disproportionate amount of control in our government is doing what we're doing and maybe talking about the topic, educating 8,000 people who are watching, not praying for an hour. That's my point.
Okay.
Can you
let me.
Is that not fair?
Yeah, I see your point, but again, we're going in circles about the.
We are. Yeah, we really are. This is not going.
We go back to the war.
Religion it shouldn't be discussed. It's fucking retarded, and it's like we're having a good conversation on some other shit. Now we're talking about fucking religion. It's retarded because it's theology. It's always
this is religious war. This is about the war. This is about the war. They're trying to set up a false flag in the demonization of Muslims right now, so that people keep supporting wars where they bomb Muslims indiscriminately.
But now we're talking about the practice of said religion, and this is why I hate talking about religion, because it gets into subjective discussions like this, which are low IQ.
But you can't talk about this war without talking about religion, and to deny that is wrong. I mean, they've made it a biblical war. They clearly talked about how Muslims are backwards, and they say the religious fanatics.
It's a component. It's a component, but it's not like necessarily it's not like the entire crux of the conversation. It is a component. It's an underlying factor. But
it's not an underlying. It is it's the top of the pyramid for this war. They are trying to usher in the Messianic age, right? They want the Antichrist to come. They wanted to destroy the third temple. They want to take over the world. They want to bring in their Antichrist. Correct? That's what this is really about.
Yeah, but
this is a pretext for that. But this
bro,
is a greater issue.
Most Jews in Israel are literally secular, bro. It's a secular state.
I think that.
Like,
I think that. First of all, I think Muslims and non-Jews goyim are winning the culture war. That's why they bought Paramount. That's why they bought all these big corporations. That's why they bought TikTok. They're trying to earn that influence back. In Charlie Kirk's assassination prior, he had a letter to Benjamin Netanyahu where he said, hey, look, I'm having a really hard time on these college campuses defending the Zionist narrative. You guys are losing. You need to take control of the media. They're losing. I don't think Muslims are actively being oppressed. I think that our oppression is actually going to be, listen, I think our oppression or people demonizing us is actually going to be lifted very soon. Look at the replies in Randy Fine's tweets. Everybody thinks he's a retard. People like Nick are the biggest political voice in the world right now. And what is he saying? This is all bullshit. He doesn't like Islam. He doesn't agree with it. But he will acknowledge the fact that Muslims don't pose a threat in the United States, nor are they this big terrorist group.
Yeah.
Okay, but so then what? How does your point have any weight
Because
if you agree with what
right
I'm saying?
now,
There's no
the
validity
current
to you saying we must fight back.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
The administration right now, regardless of what you think is happening culturally, the most influential people are trying to get Muslims eradicated in this country. They are trying to push propaganda.
They're losing real time.
They're losing because people are fighting back, and this is part of that fight.
Yeah, I guess, bro. My point is that the people
praying at Times Square is not fighting back. It's retarded and giving them ammunition. I will stand on that. Praying at Times Square is retarded and gives them more ammunition.
I'm just
like, and if you don't. Like I don't know.
Just like the Cookie Monster hoodie, they're going to say it's retarded and gives them ammunition to call you. They're going to call you a low IQ anti-Semite. They're going to say this is low IQ anti-Semitic humor and it doesn't belong in Turning Point. They're going to say the same thing.
That's not analogous whatsoever. That's not analogous whatsoever.
But are they not going to say the same thing? That this is low IQ and this shouldn't be allowed and this is bad? They're going to say the same.
Here's the thing. Me making like that because that's more of a political situation, right? That's more of a political I don't believe in this narrative that they use for political leniency. You praying at Times Square, right, publicly, that is not the same. That is not the same at all. And like the fact that you try to make the comparison to them is
religion and politics right now.
Political statement, and you're making a religious statement that doesn't necessarily need to be made and gives ammunition to the very people that control the narrative.
Just like they give ammunition on you and saying that low IQ anti-Semites need to be kicked out. Religion and politics are intrinsically tied right now. Trying to deny that is false. This is a holy war. This is why Iran and all the Middle Eastern Muslim countries get bombed, because people don't see Muslims as people because of propaganda. You can't talk about religion right now without talking about politics too. They go hand in hand.
If it's a religious war, like you said, then all the Muslims will be lining up against the Jew. It's a political war, dude. You literally have Muslims bombing other Muslims. No, it's not a religious.
How is it not a religious war if they're
component, but it is not the underlying factor. It's geopolitical issues that are strictly based on politics and economic factors that's leading to.
I'll say
the
this.
Secretary of War. Hold on. The Secretary of War.
If this was a religious war, like you claim, fucking Iran would not be bombing a bunch of other Muslims, bro. So yes, it's a.
They see them as traitors. They see that they're traitors.
It's a facet of it. However, the big thing here is that there's geopolitical and economic reasons as to why this conflict is happening, and that overrides the religious angle. Because if it was a religious angle, it would have been on a while ago.
Sneako, I think there's a spiritual element to this Middle Eastern warfare, but I don't think it's a holy war just yet. And that's because there's a lot of internal strife amongst Muslims. I mean, Khomeini said that Sunnis are kuffar. Like, Shias and Muslims and Shias and Sunnis have been killing each other in that region for the last 20. Yes, that's true. You can fact check that. He has said that Sunni.
Okay. Well, he has said respectful things about Jesus, and he said respectful things about Aisha too.
No, well, look. Well, obviously they revere those people, but they think that our creed is heretical. Shias believe some crazy things, but I don't even want to do that because I want there some sort of alliance or coalition in the Muslim world. I'm just saying that to make a greater point. Yeah, there's a spiritual element, but I wouldn't say it's like this religious holy war yet. Eschatologically, it will be, following all our religions, whether that's Christianity, Judaism, or Islam. But at this point, it has not become one yet. And so I think that this pushback that you're pushing for in terms of praying in public, whatever, I think it is a fight. I think Muslims do need to fight for some sort of sovereignty to actually be able to practice their religion and not be disrespected. But praying in Times Square certainly is not the answer.
Let me explain why it is a holy war, and to ignore this stuff is just, you've definitely seen this, right? Ted Cruz says God must bless those that bless the state of Israel. Pete Hegseth has Antichrist tattoos. It says kafir written on here. He's the Secretary
on the
war.
Inside of his bicep. Yeah, I know. He fought in the Iraq war.
Yes.
He's a typical
all these
Christian
people,
nationalist, yeah.
Exactly. They're saying this is a biblical war. Former FBI agents are saying this is a biblical war. They're saying that we need to protect Judeo-Christian values. Other people, Marco Rubio, Cruz, they're saying Iran, they're full of religiously backwards people. There are so many aspects of this that are very clearly religious. And to act like it's just a political conflict is ignoring what's right in front of our faces. In the Syrian conflict, there were American tanks with the Kafir tattoo written on the tanks. This is the underlying, again, it might be uncomfortable to talk about, but everybody can see it in front of our faces. The reason Judeo-Christian values is so rampant is because Jewish supremacists have subverted the Bible to get people to worship Jews. Right. Yeah. The reason that Hegseth is saying in 2016, Hegseth's saying that he wants to reenact the third temple. This is part of eschatology. Like, this is part of the reason, maybe the major reason that this war is happening. The reason that Trump has been convinced by Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to even do this war, and they said Iran was posing a threat, because Witkoff and Jared Kushner are
Zionists.
Jewish, and they're Zionist, and they have dual allegiance to Israel. They're trying to speed up the end of the war, and they want to see the third temple built. To ignore
Sneako,
this is ignorant.
I don't think you're understanding me. I agree with that. Again, I think the holy war eschatologically will be when Al-Masih ad-Dajjal actually takes place on earth, when he actually comes out of Isfahan in Iran. I think that's what's I know you've been into that big lately, and you've been asking all these guys, and so you've been doing really good education on your streams on that. But what I'm saying is, like, yes, there's a spiritual element, but I think the best way to combat that is by educating all the goyim about who truly is at benefit for this war, why this war, even if it ends in successful regime change, Patrick Bet-David's wet dream, will not benefit the United States or Israel United States and Iran, because Israel will have entire hegemony over a region they want to control. That's why I'm coming on stream every day to talk about this war with my brother. Right. But fighting that spiritual battle from a perspective, and I don't even know if this is where the argument is anymore. Hang on. I don't know where this is even has basis in the argument. Fighting that battle, meaning praying in public, I don't see that to be the fit answer. But I don't know if that's what you're even. Yeah. Okay. So what's the point of you saying that?
Okay. So you just said. Okay. You just said it's you don't see the convincing argument that it's a holy war, and you said, so who benefits from this war the most?
I think there's a spiritual element to it. I think the Jews benefit the most.
Okay. So Israel benefits the most, right?
So we're done with Times Square.
Yeah. So this is a religious ethno state. What do they want? This is the underlying
greater Israel.
Yes. And what's greater Israel for?
They're Antichrist, Al-Masih ad-Dajjal.
Okay, so this is a holy war, just like it's undercover. There's disguise, but that's the greater purpose.
100%. You're ignoring what I said. I think if this war continues, who knows what's going to happen in the next few months. If this war continues, it'll graduate into what looks like a holy war. But Islamically, the holy war is when Muslims will fight Jews and Muslims will fight everybody else. That's because a lot of Christians are going to follow the Antichrist as well. That's what I believe to be the holy war. I think that this current political conflict we're in has a spiritual element, like Pete Hegseth and his dumbass kafir tattoo, and he was probably some raging Christian nationalist, and he's anti-Islam, and he believes all the rhetoric, and you got evangelical Protestantism that says that the Muslims are terrorists and the Israelis need to take them over so they can bring upon their temple and bring their Antichrist so our Jesus Christ can come. I get it. There's a spiritual element, but I don't think we've entered the holy war this moment. I don't think it's happened just yet.
I'm not saying, look, we didn't enter eschatology yet, but this is the top, and this is the most important aspect about it. This is where it really comes from.
This is the closest we've been. This is the closest we've been.
Okay.
These are scary times. I agree. I agree.
Fair. And the reason I'm saying this, Myron is trying to separate and say, I don't talk about religion because I just talk about politics. The point is, this doesn't happen without religion. They go hand in hand. You have to, if you're going to talk about this war accurately, you are not talking about it accurately at all without mentioning religion.
No, 100%. And that's why
there's a reason Operation Epic Fury has been celebrated in mega churches, and why the pastors are all convincing him the same thing. It is the top of importance for this war, for sure.
Yeah, I think, okay, so I think highlighting who's the
dude.
main.
No, it's not. It's not. This all started with October 7th, okay? October 7th, the main reasons they invaded was because the Abraham Accords and the occupation. Obviously, there was a component with them destroying the Al-Aqsa Mosque as well. But again, the main reasons, right, were the geopolitical reasons and the occupation, and them being not having a two-state solution, whatever it may be. Yes, again, I am not denying the fact that religion plays a role. However, there are other underlying factors, right, that I would argue are far more prevalent into why these conflicts are occurring in what's going on. Now, when it comes to religion, right, like with the state of Israel, for example, here's the problem. They use religion when it benefits them, but they also don't use religion. For example, Theodore Herzl was atheist, and so was Ben Gurion. But they used, oh yeah, we're going to go ahead and use the excuse of let's go to Israel because we can use that politically to get people to come over here instead of Madagascar or whatever. So they're using religion as a tool here and there, but there's still extremely important geopolitical ramifications as to why they do the things. So religion comes in when it's convenient, but the reality is religion isn't the main thing. It's a component that's used as a tool to push geopolitical affairs and belief systems. But October
for what? But what's the end goal?
It's not for religion.
Okay, what's the end goal of Israel?
To increase the Jewish state, to increase the size of the Jewish state. But again, hold on, whoa. Jewish. Here's the thing: being Jewish is an ethno-religion. So you can be a atheist Jew, you could be a Muslim Jew, you could be a Christian Jew. What they care about is a Jewish state. So it's ethnicity based, not religion based. They use religion when it benefits them.
Right. They use both when it benefits them. They use Epstein when he benefits them, even though Epstein is not, following the law at all. You could look back at the Chabad Lubavitch rabbis begging Netanyahu in the 80s. They're saying, bring the Mashiach now, bring the Mashiach now. They're trying to accelerate this so all the Jews go to Greater Israel and they can have Pax Judaica. And the reason they get this idea, the reason they want this is because it's part of their eschatology. The core, the top of this all is religion.
I'm not saying that religion isn't important. What I am saying is
you
that
said it wasn't the most important, and it is.
And it's not. Because if
So
it
what's
was,
the most-
if religion was the most important, the Jews would have been gone a long ass time ago. But why does the Muslim world not unite if it's a religious war like you claim? It's not
People
a
have
religious.
been so many nations.
It's the reason. The fact that the Muslim world hasn't wiped out the Jews yet, and you claim it's a religious war, proves my point. It's geopolitical alliances and aligned interests. That's number one. Religion is only used as a tool to push geopolitical affairs. Because if it was a religious war like you claim, the Jews would have been gone a long ass fucking time ago. So it's not religious clearly.
Using the Arab states as a reason to disprove eschatology is that's just wrong.
No.
Look,
I think it's a crucial step though, because the Mahdi, because the Khilafah, like the Muslims will unite and fight at some point.
It's going to happen at a point of division. Exactly. He's proving my point. The Mahdi is going to unite the Islamic world when it's at a place of division and people are going to come together. Right now, we're seeing so much division in the Muslim world. This supports the eschatology that's been predestined. This is all part of the plan.
But that's my whole point is right now the Arab states are not unified. So if the Muslims aren't unified under the Mahdi and that's what he's to be forthcoming of, that's what he's to bring, then we have to wait for that before we call like this. I think there's a spiritual element to it, and it all does tie back to the Antichrist. That's no one's arguing that.
Okay.
What he's saying right now.
Okay.
No, but what I think you're missing Myron's point and disagreeing on something you're not realizing he's saying. I don't know if you're actually realizing he's saying it's political.
I see it, but he's talking about the immediate right now.
Because Jews who are in control and the ones who have propagated this war are effectively using secularism, saying that Muslims are terrorists and the America is our ally in this, but they're also using the religious angle, Third Temple, hollowing out the ground under Masjid al-Aqsa,
I know
that as well. So there's like a little bit of disconnect, but I think it's all going to come in tandem for a finale of a holy war, yeah.
So yes, you agree with me. I'm not saying the Mahdi is here now, the Antichrist is here now. What I'm saying is it's political because it's religious. These politics stem all from religion. That's my point.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not saying that this is the end times now, but this is happening because of religion. None of these politics would be in place without it.
Partially, but not entirely. And I'll tell you why. The Jewish ideological framework or their centering is for the Antichrist, but it's also because of their diaspora from being expelled from Europe. So yeah, the Jews may be chasing more borders and infringing their land upon others for the coming of the Antichrist and to destroy or bring that third temple. But there's also the fact that Jews have been expelled for the last 1,000 years from every country on the planet and every single land, and they've been demonized and victimized, or no, they've victimized themselves by being demonized from Christians, from Crusaders and others. And so this is also a counteract to their history. So as much as there's a religious aspect, we need Mashiach now, and yeah, there's that, but there's also never again. There's that memo, there's that MO of never again will the Holocaust happen, never again will we be kicked out of countries. So it's also this cry from a diaspora that they've never had a land. So there's that political aspect as well. That's not religious.
It's both.
It is.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, it is. But again, it's political because it's religious. This is Allah says this in the Quran that they are going to spread around the world, and they want to come back together and create this. They want to reclaim this holy land because they lost it in the first place, right? So yeah, talking about what's happening in the immediate right now, in fact they're separated. Yeah, they want to bring them back together, but there's a greater goal of Greater Israel. That's my point.
Yeah.
So let's always look at the most important.
No, 100%.
Not
That's
just
what's
like
in front of
secular
us. I
things
don't
going
mean
on.
to sit on what's behind us, but again, it is important to always recognize the fact that this hunger and this thirst for Israeli sovereignty and Jewish sovereignty does have a basis in the fact that they were expelled from much of the world for a good deal of history up until recently. So that's why they're so grounded on maintaining their position in the Middle East. And then obviously it just so happens that the Middle East has the third temple, that being in Jerusalem. But don't forget, the Jews were considering going to Argentina to move their Holy Land as well. So that's not really religious. That's actually political. So there's a political side to it and there's a religious side to it. I think they'll both conjoin, and then the religion will override everything. That's the Antichrist. That's the Masih ad-Dajjal. That's Mahdi. But right now you have to pay attention to that political point if you want to be able to attack every single angle of this issue.
I think politics runs it, and then religion is used sparingly whenever it's convenient to do so. Because if it was strictly religion, the Jews would have been gone a long time ago. The Muslim world would have been united, and if it was strictly religion. But there's clearly geopolitical alliances and, you know, other economic factors that come in that I think override the religious aspect. That's my argument. I think the politics plays a bigger role than the religion. You can make the argument that the religion is root. Fine, I can agree with that. But I think political alliances and you know, different affairs play way more into the conflict than just simply religion. Because if it was religion, they would have been wiped out a long time ago.
I mean, this is predestined. You're talking about the war of Gog and Magog, and this stuff is supposed to happen, and we're aware of this. Just because it didn't happen yet,
it's rooted in it. I'm not saying it's not rooted in it. I agree with you that it's rooted in it.
Yeah, but just because it didn't happen yet does not mean that it's going to happen. That doesn't.
Yeah. No.
What are the major updates?
Wait, I didn't say nothing's gonna happen. I didn't say that.
You said that because it didn't happen.
Geopolitical affairs drive the conflict more than religious affairs, is what I'm saying.
Look, you have an Israeli Jew. They have
my biggest proof of this is, why is a Muslim country bombing other Muslim countries? If religion rules all like you claim, why is Iran bombing all the Gulf states who are also fellow Muslims?
Okay, they're seen as traitors, and look, this says that we're going to be divided. This stuff has been.
Look, you have an Israeli Jew. I'll let you. I know you were going to segue in a moment, but I'll just say this to finish off. And I don't think this disagrees with your point. You have an Israeli Jew. They have the ethnic side, which is, I'm a Jew, I was kicked out of the world. Like, they have that whole thing where they were expelled from the world, and so they want to maintain their position in Israel. It's more political. And then you have the religious side, which is, we want Mashiach now. Like, so there's both sides. And I think, although the political side has made more manifestation with this war because they want to remove Iran to eventually impose their will on a region that's riddled with Iranian proxies that keep them at bay, there is the religious aspect as well. I'll concede to both. But, like, again, I think to say it's a holy war now, in this moment, I think it's a little premature. But I get it. Like, Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump, they've been LARPing, like, this whole Christian nationalist, the bombing in Nigeria. Like, they have been doing this, like, Christian LARP to kind of appease to, like, these religious retard zealots who are 40 who drive red trucks. Like,
they
weaponize it, no doubt.
They weaponize it when it makes sense, and they don't weaponize it when it doesn't. Like, Trump, because, you know, prays when he needs it, but then he won't. You know, he didn't swear on the Bible or anything else like that. We don't. He's racially ambiguous, but he uses the whole angle, like, where you're killing Nigerians and Christian Nigerians, so we're going to use it. So I think religion is the root cause of a lot of the problems, and it's a tool to advance geopolitical things. But I don't think it rules everything, because if religion ruled everything, you know, Israel wouldn't exist, honestly. If religion truly ruled everything.
What were you about to ask, Sneako?
I was going to see what are major updates from the war today. Like, if we go back to what's happening, what else have we seen? Today and yesterday were very major days.
The biggest things for me is the rhetoric coming from the United States. My brother was covering everything that's happening right now on the ground, but I don't think they've launched a really big assault on Israel again like they did in the first week. Correct me if I'm wrong, Myron. Not yet. I think that's to come, but they've still been sparingly using missiles as time.
Hitting them really hard as we were. That's like why I kind of want to get back to the discussion with the conflict, because apparently I'm looking at my ex while you guys were kind of talking earlier. They're saying that, like, Tel Aviv is getting hit really hard right now. Some of the biggest strikes are right now.
Oh yeah. So 30 minutes ago, explosions in Doha, Qatar. Yep, we have sirens going off in Israel as well. Iranian missiles have been launched to Israel just earlier.
You guys want me to go into space and just ask them to give us a quick breakdown, because they've been covering this 24/7. I could go in there if you guys want.
Up to you, Sneako.
Yeah,
we could probably find so we all have to join the space, right?
Well, I could play it on my side and you guys just hear.
I'd rather join, or, you know, maybe we could finish the call and then we can go into the Twitter space instead of doing, like, listening to it.
We could keep talking about it. But no, I mean, look, I don't want to completely step away from that religious angle. I agree. I think that is realistic. I think there is an aspect to that. And I've been seeing, like, you've been learning a lot from Professor Zhang and stuff, like you've been watching his stuff. Do you think that there's some of what he's saying is kind of coming into fruition now in terms of his prediction of end times and stuff? I don't know.
When you guys are ready, I have like a timeline I could share. But go ahead, Ryad. Finish what you guys are saying, then I got it.
Yeah, no, I know you guys have a good relationship. I guess he's beefing with Nick now, but Muslim Lantern was obviously saying that he's wrong on some things. What's your position on everything? Do you just kind of take what he says in totality, like, all right, well, this guy has
no. I don't agree with him about so much. I mean, he's kind of a Gnostic, somewhat Buddhist, and he gets a lot wrong, but he gets a lot right, and his predictions are really good. I think geopolitically, he was very good at predicting Trump bombing the desalination plants, which a lot of people thought was ridiculous. He was right about that, and he got the Iran war. And his analysis and comparing it to the fall of other empires, I think, is accurate. Yeah. He thinks the major downfall of American empire is the same as others, like Roman Empire. It's the spread of degeneracy, and then also the arrogance. While being stronger, their arrogance holds them back because they're not able to self-reflect. They're not able to look at their errors, and they will say things that mess them up. Like, and this is all the errors from Americans right now. Just they keep on not getting the story consistent. They can't decide if it's a war or conflict, if it's for us, if they pose a threat on American soil or on Israel. They've been inconsistent. It's purely because of arrogance. So no, I don't. There's so many things that I disagree with him on, but I'm going to have him on again in a month, and I think he's very good.
No, I think overall he says a lot of beneficial things. I mean, he brings the conversation of eschatology to light, but it's kind of a viral topic right now because of the war, So I don't know. We'll see what happens in the next few years, but I just didn't know if you agreed with everything he said because I saw like there was a disconnect.
No, there's a lot I don't.
Yeah.
Go he got like the Islamic Empire. He got things wrong. Like he said, the first 100 years, there's no history. That's not true.
Yeah. And did he also say like a Jew started Islam?
I think that's clickbait. I saw that lecture. I don't think he specified. I think he said that after that people infiltrated, and maybe he was alluding to Shiism or like Sufism, but I don't.
There is a claim for that there.
That was clickbait.
No, I was just okay. I was just picking your brain on it.
I don't think that's true.
What were you gonna ask?
And again, so Iran bombing the GCC countries. You're saying they're bombing the U.S. military bases, and I didn't hear about the one from today. It's not that they're bombing civilians and bombing Muslims. They're bombing the military bases that are stationed all over the GCC. What just happened today?
Yeah, so I got right here. So this is over the past, day 11. So negotiations with the U.S. are no longer on the agenda. That comes from IRGC, which makes sense. They're not going to, negotiate with the United States at this point. They're going to need sanction relief and a complete full ceasefire so they can't get attacked again. A vessel was targeted north of Abu Dhabi, UAE. U.S.-Israeli strikes continue. Israel targets oil depots. Iran's Red Crescent reports the death of 1,348 and more than 17,000 injured across Iran since the start of Operation Epic Fury. Abu Dhabi confirms an Iranian drone impacted the Ruiz industrial complex, the Middle East's largest refinery complex. So what I've noticed is as the Americans and the Israelis attack Iran infrastructure and or Iranian infrastructure and or energy, they hit a Gulf location back in retaliation. And then the next one here, the USA has designated the Islamic Emigrate of Afghanistan as a state sponsor of wrongful detention. Yeah, I saw Marco Rubio post this today. The U.S. consulate in downtown Toronto was targeted by gunfire early this morning. As many as 150 American troops have been wounded since the start of the Iran war, according to Reuters. I'll be honest, I think the casualties are more than 8. It's just that they don't want to report them.
Yeah.
U.S. intel has shown indications that, because here's the other thing too, you guys got to understand, they've also killed spooks. They've killed CIA operatives and other government employees, but obviously the United States is not going to report that as servicemen being killed. So that's something else that's very important to distinguish, because like you said, when they were bombing when the Iranians were bombing these locations all across the Gulf, it was military bases and other areas that they knew that CIA and or other clandestine agencies were operating out of, Mossad, whatever. So, we haven't counted up how many of those individuals were killed, which that's obviously going to stay classified. U.S. intel has shown indications that Iran is preparing to deploy mines in Strait of Hormuz. Iran is using smaller craft that can carry 2 to 3 mines each. CBS News, CNN.
And Trump responded to that. Trump responded to that with a big threat, by the way. Go ahead.
Did I not call this out like over a week ago, Ryad, that they were going to start putting mines on the thing? So this is why the prices for a barrel of oil and this whole thing, like with Macron and Trump saying that they're going to have naval escorts, it's completely full of shit. Because here's the reality: even if you do get naval escorts, that's not going to stop the fact that there's mines at the seabed. And the thing about the Strait of Hormuz is that number one, it's narrow at it's 20 miles at its narrowest point, and then it's extremely shallow. So they have these very sophisticated mines, right, that really only the Iranians are able to benefit from because they're the only ones that have this strategic choke point that deals with so much energy. So it's not necessarily just the military threat that's creating the problems, but the big one is that the insurance companies don't want to insure these ships. That is the main crux of the issue. So even if governments assure safety via naval escorts, that's irrelevant because no captain's going to sail without insurance.
And
so
then also the sanctions on Russia to kind of relieve the oil pressure as well, kind of something that Trump came into as well. We mentioned that a moment ago.
Yeah. Yep. So I think if anything, we're gonna see oil, the price of a barrel of oil continue to go up. It has stabilized into the 80s, but keep in mind, guys, that $80 is still a lot. That's also unsustainable.
And it peaked at 120 a couple days ago.
Yes.
That's the highest it's been in like a year.
It came down. It came down because of the oil restriction, right?
Wait, it came down for two reasons. Three reasons actually. It came down. So it hit like almost 120 the other day. It came down because Trump did an impromptu emergency press conference, and he also alluded to the war being almost done. Macron promised naval escorts, and then finally Russian oil sanctions were lifted in some countries, and some countries got waivers like India. So those three things in tandem brought the hysteria back down, and Trump obviously tactically did that to kind of stop the bleeding. But those three factors I definitely contributed to the reduction back to the 80s. But guys, keep in mind, 80 is still bad. Before, 120 was catastrophic level. So he only said that to make it from catastrophic to bad. Next, we got here, Iran launched multiple waves of attacks on Israel, equaling or even surpassing the amount seen on the first day of the war. Hezbollah and IDF continue to clash on the Lebanese-Israeli border. Yeah, this is a big one. They're actually fighting. Israel is doing or trying to do a full ground invasion, but their Merkava tanks keep getting bombed. I think they've lost like 8 to 10 now at this point. Iran launched attacks on over 5 different countries within a span of 2 hours or less. We know that. 2 drones targeted the U.S. diplomatic facility near Baghdad. 1 drone directly struck the facility, sources tell WAPO and Reuters. And the last thing, the IAEA has proposed the largest release of oil reserves in history in order to bring down crude oil prices. The proposal will be decided on Wednesday. The release would exceed the 182 million barrels released in 2022 during Russian invasion of Ukraine. So, that's another reason too. That's actually the fourth reason why the prices are stabilizing, because they released the petroleum reserves.
Yeah. So Saudi and Kuwait have also said publicly in the last 2 days that they're going to slow down in their export as well because the refineries are being hit and damaged. So that's another thing as well that's kind of hurting the oil prices.
But the Iranians are absolutely upping the attacks. It says right here, Iran launched attacks on 5 different countries in a span of 2 hours or less. So Pete Hegseth and all these other guys keep saying like, oh, the Iranians are losing the launchers. Their rockets are down 90%. I don't think it's because of the launchers. I think it's because they're restructuring, re-strategizing, and they also understand that they're running low on interceptors. So they're figuring out what the next phase is. So yeah, dude, it's not looking good, man. For us in the West, I think
boots on ground before spring.
I don't know. Because here's another thing too. Because there's a couple of these YouTubers that really piss me off, like this Enforcer nigga and some other people that keep saying like, oh man, look at us, we're destroying Iran, but they don't realize that militarily we're winning, but strategically we're losing, and that's what really matters. Yeah. And we're put in a really bad spot right now.
Even militarily, with the THAAD systems getting hit as well, you can even make the argument that militarily we're kind of losing as well, especially when you consider the disproportionate amount of power or weapons capability and munitions we have. In comparison to Iran, they're still making a good dent.
Yeah. You can make that argument. Yeah.
What's the possibility of the Strait of Hormuz reopening?
Almost zero, I would say. Very low. And the fact that's exactly why they put the mines on the seafloor. Those mines are the X factor. Now nobody's gonna, even with a naval escort, you're not gonna. No one's gonna insure you.
Yeah, they're gonna weaponize that for a good deal of time.
Here's the other reason too why the Iranians, that is the cornerstone of their strategy. They need to make the economy bleed because they cannot stand up to the United States militarily, so they need to make everyone else feel the pain economically, and they're doing it with the Gulf states. I think when this is all said and done, we will not have the same regional impact and presence in the Middle East when this is all said and done. And the only way we will is Trump will have to do a regime change, because there's no way that the Ayatollah is going to stay in power the way they are, and the Gulf states are going to allow us, the United States, to have the same level of presence in the Gulf. Like, we're losing diplomatically, we're losing a lot of influence. I just don't foresee a situation where we can maintain the same military presence in that region without the Ayatollah being gone. If he's going to stay there, we're going to have to, because the reason why, because I know people are saying, well, Myron, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you saying this? I'm saying this because we had defense deals with all of these countries that you let us have our bases there and we will protect you. Well, now that the rubber's meeting the road, we're not protecting them. So what the hell point is there for them to house us there? They're looking at it like, you guys are a liability for us now. We don't want you around. Get the fuck out of here. Or at least we're going to decrease your footprint significantly so that the Ayatollah can no longer attack us. So they have to do a regime change, or else our ability to project power in the Middle East is cooked.
Mm-hmm. So basically, as of now, Israel wins, U.S. loses, and Iran loses.
U.S. Yeah, I would argue the U.S. we've definitely lost. Israel has a W, because let's say the war ended right now, the Israelis have already caused significant, destabilization. Yeah. They don't have the regime change, but they've been able to, effectively hurt Iran. But the United States, I think we're the biggest ones that are getting. I think we are taking the biggest L's from this conflict, because we're investing all these resources and this doesn't benefit us at all.
And imagine the shockwave. Imagine the shockwave effect if we actually pull out and we don't continue in finishing this regime change. What are the Iranians and the IRGC going to say, as well as all these Shia militants across the region? Going to say, we beat the Americans, we expelled them out, they couldn't take us, they couldn't hurt us. And that's not only going to look really bad for the United States on an international scale, but as well as the fact that these Gulf countries are probably not going to look to us for defense anymore. Why? Our assets that are supposed to defend them made them a target. So you mentioned Russia and China earlier. Russia and China might try to intervene and steal some influence in these Middle Eastern countries. They're going to say, hey, the United States supports Israel. They're a moral hazard. Why don't you come with us? We won't pose that same threat. None of these Muslims want to kill us.
Bro, the Chinese are going to be there like next day after we pull out or, decrease our presence in the region. The Chinese are going to be there fucking next day. An envoy is going to be there saying, look, we don't wage wars. We're pragmatic. We do business. We'll still arm you guys with high military technology without the liabilities, because we get along with the Iranians. So we can actually assure your protection, because we just signed a 25-year strategic deal with the Iranians. So it's like the Chinese are going to be way more attractive as a partner for protection, military technology, and peace preservation, because the Iranians are an ally. Yeah. So any way you slice this shit, this is a fucking nightmare politically for the United States. And this is why I'm so frustrated with this, because when I see these American YouTubers saying we're destroying them militarily, I'm looking at all these fucking right-wing fucking retards. They're all glazing Trump. They're all saying, oh my God, we're destroying these guys. We're winning the military. You guys are so fucking stupid, because we're losing strategically, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
What are the chances of other players getting involved? Like Pakistan, I saw a video from former Israeli Prime Minister saying that Turkey's the next target. What about the Kurds joining? Who are the other players as of now that are likely to join?
So the Kurds aren't going to join because they know it's probably suicide, and the counselor of the Kurds or the leader of their military forces said they're not going to go into Iran and invade in that treacherous terrain, because the IRGC is far more armed than them. They have more men than them. They're outnumbered. And to be quite frank, I think the Kurds are sick and tired of being the pawn of the Americans and the Israelis by doing the bidding. So they're not going to step in. In terms of other countries stepping in, I don't know. Myron can speak to that. I'm not too sure. But what I will say is, if we use a tactical nuke, if we use a tactical nuke, I don't know where Pakistan is in all of that. But I think most countries are going to stay away, especially Russia and China. It benefits them greater to just play the moral high ground and sit back.
Yeah, what's going to happen if a nuke is dropped? I don't think so. Even if Russia wanted to intervene, they can't, because they have their hands full with Ukraine. And then China, I mean, that's mutually assured destruction. They're far more pragmatic when it comes to business. Keep in mind that they're we do business with them, they do business with us. So I don't think they're going to intervene from that perspective. They're going to do everything in their power to help the Iranians from getting taken. But I don't think if they get nuked that they're going to come in. And honestly, I don't think the Iranians will surrender even if they do get nuked, if I'm going to be all the way honest. They're not going to surrender. If anything, they're going to keep doing what they're doing, because their entire military doctrine is decentralized, and they have several hundreds of locations where they're firing rockets from. So even if we dropped the nuke on them and destroyed one component, they're still effectively able to fight. And this is what Khomeini kind of set up in place before. Now, as far as the Kurds, yeah, they've been used and abused by us. They're not going to fight. The Pakistanis, I know the Pakistanis are sending a naval ship to the region to try to get some, because they obviously rely heavily upon the Strait of Hormuz for oil. So we'll see what happens there. Maybe they can come up with some kind of deal with the Iranians. But I do know that as of 24 hours ago, they were sending a ship over there. And then what was the other group of people you asked me about? There's one other group.
I think you said
you mentioned the Kurds.
Turkey. Yeah. So the Iranians actually hit, I think, if I'm not mistaken, a nuclear base that the U.S. operates there, which you can make the argument Article 5 of NATO should have been triggered, but it wasn't. And I think Turkey might have condemned it or whatever. But I think Yeah, I don't think Turkey's a player right here, but we do know also that obviously Netanyahu sees the Turks as a huge threat next, and they'll probably be next on. Turkey and Pakistan are going to be next on the list if Iran falls. That's a fact, right? And then to bring to your argument before religion, this is where I would say religion comes in, because Netanyahu doesn't trust any of these Muslim countries.
Yeah, unless you sign the Cuck Accords, you're cooked. Yeah, unless you sign the Cuck Accords, you're probably cooked in this war. That's going to proceed.
That's how I'll make an exception for you, precisely. Yeah. And even then, they're still going to spy on you no matter what. You guys want to know why they hit UAE so hard? Because Israel, they're a part of the Abraham Accords. You know how many fucking Mossad assets are probably in the UAE? They're one of the few countries in the Gulf that actually recognize Israel and is a part of the Gulf. The UAE,
I've been saying they work very closely with Israel, and so the UAE, you can see what they're doing, expelling people in Sudan and all that for gold and rare earth, and the UAE has a play in sharing some of that wealth with Israel, as well as the fact that they've been against Saudi Arabia. Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, has kind of been fighting Mohammed bin Zayed in this shadow political war for influence over the region. So they're probably the most misaligned Gulf country from the rest. They actually willfully align with Israel.
And look at this, incredible footage of Iranian Khorshimar 4 missile splitting into dozens of sub-munitions over Israel. Oh, this is something else I want to tell you about, Sneako. So since the Iranians have not been shooting as many, ballistic missiles, what they've done is they've sent munitions that split apart, which is a nightmare for interceptors, because now you got to deal with what you thought was one missile actually ends up splitting up into like 20 or 30 or 50. So you can see here that literally one of these munitions split, and this is a nightmare for air defense, bro. And I predict that the Gulf by the end of this week is going to be done with their interceptors. We've already destroyed roughly Ryad, what's the latest? 50% of their air
There's
THAADs.
Reports saying 30% of the THAADs, others saying half of the THAAD systems. Which even if it's 20%, that's remarkable, because that's kind of the last leg of defense for these Gulf countries to protect their airspace, and we're sending it all to Israel, which is pissing these Arabs off.
Yeah, they had to mobilize some from South Korea, and the South Korean government's pissed off. That's another new break, is they're mobilizing more Patriot system and THAADs from South Korea, which leaves us open in the Pacific with Taiwan, by the way. That can easily invite aggression from the Chinese and from the North Koreans, because did the third aircraft carrier get over there, by the way, yet, Ryad?
I don't believe so. From what I've been seeing on X, I haven't seen that. If you can confirm or
Are they going to relieve the Ford? Are they going to, because the Ford is having toilet issues. That's another big one. The Gerald Ford should have came back months ago, and it's having serious toilet and plumbing issues. So I don't know how much longer that one's going to be out, because they should have been back.
If anything, they're demoralized. Imagine being at war and you can't take a shit. That's crazy.
Oh, another thing for you, Sneako. The Iranians have been focusing on hitting Haifa, which Haifa is a very
Arab-dominated city in northern Israel.
Well, the thing with them is this is a lot of where the energy infrastructure is for Israel, and it's a huge port for trade for the Israelis. So the Iranians have been targeting this strategically to hurt their infrastructure.
They're playing it very smart, a lot smarter than America so far. Do you think that Americans will be punished? Like, I've seen Trump made major errors about that Tomahawk missile. First, they were saying that Iran did it. Then they found out that U.S. Tomahawk missiles are only the U.S. has those. Are they going to face any repercussions for killing those kids in the school?
So it's interesting, dude. We literally just talked about this before you came on.
We were just talking about it. Trump blundered and admitted it by accident too, because Pete Hegseth had to clean up.
My theory is this: that school is right next to an IRGC base. I bet either one or multiple high-ranking IRGC guys went there to pick up their daughter or went there to go see their daughter, and they bombed them at that point. That's the only, and I think that, and the thing is that, the U.S. and Israel normally, they brag about it on Twitter whenever they kill like a high value target. They're not going to claim this one, because then they'd have to also claim that they bombed the school and killed the kids. So that's probably going to stay classified for a very long time. But there's no, even mainstream is reporting that it absolutely was U.S. A U.S. bombing, but I think they bombed it not to kill the kids. Well, of course, killing the kids was the byproduct, but I guarantee you some high-value target went there, and they blew it up.
They're going to use the human shield.
It was a double tap, too. Yeah, human shield,
yeah.
And here's the thing. The fact that it was a double tap gives me even more reason to believe that a high-value target was there. They had to make sure he was dead.
Hit the medics, too. So, I mean, obviously they don't care about human rights violations or war crimes, but they're going to have to answer for this one. I don't know if they're going to be able to run away, especially with the blunders that we've heard from Hegseth.
Yeah, they're trying to avoid it. They're trying to avoid it, but yeah, it's
Well, you
really
see everybody kind of contradicting one another. They're panicking right now because they don't really have a sound idea as to how they're going to remove this regime and completely nullify or immobilize their missile capability. That's why I think boots on ground will, if look, Patrick Bet-David, we just reacted to his video and we fried
I
the
think they're
shit
gonna
out
do
of him.
nukes before boots on ground, bro. I think they're gonna do a nuke before boots on ground, honestly.
Yeah, potentially, but even then, I don't know if the nuke will prove effective because they don't know where all those cities are. But let's say they do hit them and they don't need boots on ground.
They won't surrender.
Yeah, Patrick Bet-David was talking about it in his like dream scenario. We reacted to it. We made fun of him yesterday, but regardless, there's no way this war ends that is beneficial for the United States. This is an L the whole way through. Even if we win and we completely decapitate them, then Israel is just going to continue their project. And then that's where the religion aspect really, really starts to take face and materialize. So it's scary. You know, there's a scary aspect to it. I hope the United States just pulls out and realize we're picking a battle that's not worth our time or our money or our energy. But it doesn't seem like Trump is going to try and do that. And that's why he's going to lose in the midterms.
I'm going to make a bold prediction. This is my bold prediction. Within the next 2 weeks, once interceptors are pretty much damn near depleted, we are going to see a unified strike from the Houthis, the Iranians, and Hezbollah. And they're going to shoot rockets from 3 different directions into all of the main infrastructure points of Israel. I think the past couple of weeks has been bleeding them out from interceptor missiles and destroying radars. That's why they've been so systematic in destroying radars and, you know, depleting their interceptor missile stock and kind of doing that on the Gulf. And I predict within the next 2 weeks, there's going to be a barrage coming from both Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the Iranians at once. And that's going to be one of the big fucking hits. That's going to really, it's going to be the equivalent to how they attacked the Ayatollah on day one. That's what I think is going to come down Israel's way. Because they're playing for keeps now. I think the Iranians understand that this is a war of existential crisis. And they've been, you know, saying, you know, they're all of their operations are called Operation True Promise. So I think that's what's going to happen. Within the next 2 weeks, once all interceptors are gone, radars are disabled, Hezbollah from the north, the Iranians from the east, and the Houthis from the south are going to launch a massive fucking rocket wave. And another thing that makes me think this is because the Houthis have been, they haven't been activated yet. They've been purposely being held, and Hezbollah didn't get activated until later on once the Ayatollah was killed. So that's what I predict is going to happen.
That's a valid prediction. And the Strait of Hormuz, so this could be the end of this war. How long would that stay closed? Are they going to keep it closed forever? Because I saw they issued a statement saying anybody who doesn't ally with U.S. Israel, they will allow trade routes for those other countries.
Oh, I looked that up. It's not true. I thought that too. I had to fact check that. Yeah, that's false, unfortunately. And that's why I always double check because like the Iranians are pushing a lot of propaganda.
You got to be careful with the propaganda on X. Yeah. No, that prediction is feasible though because people have to remember Iran is in a position where their back is against the wall. They're in a corner. They effectively have nothing to lose at this point. It's like, all right, the entire West is coming for us. Israel's coming for us. They knew it was coming for 20 years. They've done their homework and seeing every single other country get decapitated in terms of regime change, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria. So they've already kind of prepared for this. I think all of their last final efforts militarily will come to fruition probably in these next few weeks. So that is a really good prediction because that's it. I mean, they're fighting the big boss here. They might as well take something down with them if they're going to go down.
Sneako, I think that to answer your question about the Strait, that thing is going to stay closed until there's a ceasefire. And here's the other thing too, the IRGC, I've heard this from Professor Morandi and from other people too. The IRGC the IRGC intends to make this war last until the midterms.
And I'm seeing Gavin Newsom. So Newsom, the midterms are first, and then we see that it's probably going to be J.D. Vance Newsom. Newsom is saying populist things. He's criticizing Trump. He said Israel's an apartheid state. Do you think the left wins the midterms and the next presidential election?
Very good chance, I think. What do you think, Myron?
I think there's yeah, bro. This war, I think, was the last straw, bro.
This is political suicide by the GOP.
You know, this Epstein thing. Epstein was already an L, but I think going into this war was like the final thing. I think he's going to get impeached. I genuinely think I was at like a 50-50 point with before the war. I think we're almost now to 60-70% that there's a very good likelihood that he's going to get impeached because the Democrats are. So here's the thing: the Democrats are mad about the Epstein files. The Democrats are calling it an illegal war. This is why the Trump administration is terrified to call it a war formally. They're making a big stink about him killing the kids. They're saying that this war has no benefit for the United States, etc. So the Democrats are absolutely rallying again, using this war to go after Trump. And then they're using also all the economic problems as well. So, and the Iranians know this, so that they're playing the long game, and they know politically this can really fuck Trump up. So there's a good, well, we're going to lose the midterms, number one. Once we lose the midterms and lose overrepresentation and the Democrats start having a bigger majority, then we can really start looking at him potentially being impeached. Which is going to be really
I'm laughing because this nigga just did some 6-7 shit. Hey, he just threw me off. No, you see the left, like the Democrats are kind of weaponizing this against the GOP. So I think that's going to be their main talking point is, look, the Epstein files, and then they also brought us to war in Iran and everything else that they failed at. They promised on all these things. They didn't bring them. They didn't deliver them. Did you see the response speech to the State of the Union address by Trump? The Democratic response?
I didn't see that, no. I saw the speech, and he didn't talk about it. He talked about hockey.
No one's talking about that, but it was sharp. Yeah, Trump is over here, we're going to have hockey, talking about a bunch of bullshit. And then I forget who it was. It was some congresswoman. She came on and addressed every pressing matter that the United States, or at least a populist amount of population, wants to actually hear about. So, yeah, I think that they have a lot of momentum going their way. I don't like Newsom, but he's going to say the right things. I just don't like his policies, but I think he's likable.
Yeah, we can't trust him, but
I think he's super likable, though. You know, and Mamdani, he's likable.
Oh, no. If he campaigns against Vance, he's winning. Gavin Newsom is a better politician than J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
Like, and actually, you know what? They actually think Rubio is going to be the successor. Trump had a dinner.
Yeah.
And this was verified, by the way,
for Rubio.
With his top 25 GOP donors, and all of them unanimously said Marco Rubio is the better.
Oscar Gold said he's going to vote for Rubio if he runs.
Bro, when are you going to have that? I'm actually looking forward to having a discussion with Oscar Gold.
You got to talk to him, bro.
Right? You know,
he keeps saying it. I like the guy. I've kept it respectful with him. He said he would consider it. It's been several days. I want to have that talk because
let me tell you why he won't. He doesn't do debates, bro. He said it before.
I don't want to debate him. I just want to have a conversation. It's going
to end up being a debate.
No, you want to have a good faith
discussion,
have to but you're going to have a good faith discussion with him. It'll probably turn into a debate, but that's fine. But like, you definitely
it will.
Need to,
and I'll tell you why.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I think it's more important to have conversations like that. I want to talk to Hasan Piker. He was responding to my tweets and putting right left things, and Myron, you still call yourself right, but like he's getting mad about the Hasan thing.
What?
No, I mean I don't believe in right left at all. It's very clearly both supporting the same ideology. It's about right and wrong, and this just proved that Republican politics, if they're calling you a libtard for not wanting to free Iran from Khomeini, you know, there's nothing that I align with the Republican Party. Matt Walsh calls me a commie. Pierce calls me a Nazi. It's just both of it is slop. I think right-left politics is part of their divisive tactics.
Yeah, no, I use it more of like as a placeholder or whatever. But as far as Osmond Gold, it will turn into a debate, and he doesn't want to. He knows that deep down. And the problem with Osmond Gold is one of these guys that like knows enough to have a conversation and give a take, but he doesn't know enough to actually defend his belief system. He's a centrist, you know, just like Charlie Moist Critical. So if you were having a discussion with him on this, that's going to require a deep understanding of foreign policy. What I've noticed with most right-wing political commentators is all of them are completely fucking retarded when it comes to Middle Eastern foreign policy, because all of them are owned by the Jews. Since all of them are owned by the Jews, they can't have a real discussion on Middle Eastern foreign policy because Jews have a lid on the Middle Eastern foreign policy where there needs to be a certain narrative in the right wing. So Osmond Gold, if you notice, he's not really too interested in talking about the inherent problems that Israel presents in that regard. I mean, he's pushing like a lot of the Hasbara.
Which I'm surprised because when the Epstein files dropped, he was reading all the goy talk, and it seemed like he was coming around.
What I was going to say, I don't have an issue with the guy. I'm not attacking him, and who am I anyways? But I think a lot of these big streamers benefit from like kind of being in the center and not really taking a position, straddling the line. But if they have a conversation with somebody like you're going to force them into a corner where they have to substantiate some sort of position in order to actually make a point. And I think he wants to avoid that to kind of appease to his large audience, whatever. That's kind of like my take with a lot of these reactionaries. They just straddle the line and they don't really grab foundation. Yeah.
There's no upside, and you're going to make him look stupid, and he knows that. And I hate to say this, but I had to say this the other day. But no, you won't make him look stupid, bro. Like, dude, you overestimate that these right wingers, like, you know, competency on foreign policy in the Middle East, bro. These niggas are all retarded. They literally still think that Iran was behind the IEDs that blew up soldiers in Iraq too. Like, these dudes are that fucking stupid. Like, Iran had nothing to do with the IEDs that blew up soldiers in Iraq too. That was all Al-Qaeda. But they still use that as a talking point because P. Hegseth and all the other morons from Fox say that. right? Like literally, like Osmogol said the other day, like, oh, they're the biggest backers of terrorism, and they ended up getting American soldiers killed. That's not true, bro. Like at all.
By the way, they supported a leader and planted one in Syria that was a part of that onslaught against those soldiers in 2003, being Ahmed al-Shara.
Exactly, bro.
Like
exactly.
Huge contradiction.
Like, nigga's out of his depth. Like, and here's the other thing too. I had to say, I said this the other day, and I actually like wanted to punch myself when I said it, but Hasan Piker is actually more correct on this than Osmongold is.
Let's be real, man. Hasan
is way more correct than
although
Osmongold.
he is still sticking. I saw him tweet, one of my friends, Smal Tajana, he lives in London, saying that this is Jewish supremacy. And I'm like, yeah, thank you. It's not fascism. Let's call it out. Let's be real about what this is. Israel is not defined by a fascist state. This is a Jewish supremacist state. And they say, oh, Zionism is different than Judaism. Zionism does not exist without Judaism. So
agreed.
You can't be factual. You can't be real about the subject without talking about the core cause. Epstein files proved it.
Well, this goes back. This goes back to our discussion earlier, right? You said that religion is the root. I agree with you. Judaism is the root cause of Zionism, and that is the prevailing political ideology, and that is to cover the religious aspect of it. But what I'm going to say, yeah, when I say Hasan is more right than Osmongold, I mean geopolitically as far as like understanding the dynamics in the Middle East. But yes, I agree with you that Hasan does not go far enough because he uses stupid, leftist terms like fascism and ethno-apartheid, saying all this other bullshit, but he will never, and he'll say Zionist, but he will never dare say Jew.
But he knows deep down because he wants to galvanize the left populist movement because it's beneficial for his stream. I think he does know.
He doesn't a bigot either, because once he gets into like calling them Jews, now they actually can call him a bigot, and he's terrified of that.
Yeah, and part of the reason I think it's important to separate between right and left politics is like everyone, they're really against Mamdani. I mean, so far he's not been doing a bad job. I think he did a good thing with that shoveling program where people were getting paid to shovel the snow. I think he did a good
right? Didn't he bring your guys' crime down?
He brought crime down. The crime in January was the lowest that it's been, I think, in the last 50 or something years. And yes, he did a good response to that.
W chess beater.
He's a good chess. Shout out to the Shias, man. I mean, these Shias are really standing up. And did you see they tried to press him about his wife liking photos about October 7th, and he didn't denounce his wife, which they wanted him to do. I gotta be real, bro.
I gave him his flowers. I came on my brother's stream for the first time back in like November, and I gave him his flowers. I said, look, I don't agree with socialism politics, but the dude stood against Israel. He stood against the stupid questions in the face of that debate that actually earned him a lot of popularity. And he's been consistent. And also, he's likable. He's witty. He's a good debater. You got to give people their credit. Even Obama, if you don't like his policy, Obama was a more optically present and sound president than that of Trump. You got to give people credit for actually playing politics well. But
you guys want to, let me give you guys a bold prediction. Another one. I gave you guys a bold prediction of what I think is going to happen in 2 weeks. Let me give you guys a bold prediction for the next, how American elections are going to go. The Democratic strategy from campaigning from this point forward is once they saw the success from Mamdani, it's going to be anti-Israel, not taking money from Jewish lobbies, and pushing for more social care. So that's what I think the left next campaigning strategy is going to be: anti-Israel, not taking donor money from Jewish lobbies, or at least not doing it openly, right? And using, because a lot of, if you look at like the most prominent leftists, all of them have the same grievances: no health care, no social security nets, etc. That's what I think is going to be the next big move. Everyone's going to adopt Mamdani's campaign strategy. Oh, heavily reliant upon social media as well. I think everyone's going to...
James Fishback, there's no way. I like James Fishback a lot. He's right-wing and Catholic. There's no way he doesn't analyze Mamdani's campaign to a T and see the successful aspects and adopt it for himself.
Oh, no, he's already adopted a lot of it. He's already adopted a lot of it by being anti-Israel. But the problem with the GOP is that we are run by Zionists. Like the left is like, they're still controlled by them, but like,
less.
But less, exactly. At least visually, because Israel has basically they've been exposed as being completely antithetical to the entire leftist movement. It's literally it's a genocidal apartheid ethno state, completely antithetical to left democratic values. So they secretly support the Zionist lobby. But
what did you think of Fishback? I have to go in a second, call Muslim Lantern. But what did you like Fishback? What was your perspective when you had him on?
He's cool. I don't have a problem with him. He's cool.
Okay.
W Fishback.
It's refreshing. It's refreshing for a Republican in Florida to not be owned by the Zionist lobby, because they're all owned here. It's fucking. I mean,
it's going to be a hard race for him against Byron Donalds, because I think he's sponsored or endorsed by Trump. But regardless, I think He'll pose a
And
good
Miriam
fight, though.
Adelson.
Yeah, they're all in his pockets, but he's really good. He's really good. You see the turnouts at Waffle House and everything like that. It's remarkable. So I think he has a good chance. He's got the youth on his side. And there's that emergence of like anti-Zionist politics actually winning people elections. So hopefully that thing continues.
I mean, I think for the Democrats, it's a winning strategy, and I think that's what Democrats are going to do. But I don't know if the GOP is going to catch up that quickly. We might need another election term or so to catch up because we're still really like the last bastion of refuge for the Zionist lobby is the GOP.
Well, thanks, guys. I appreciate this. Is a fun call. We should do this again. This is the Dean Revert and Fit podcast.
Yeah, no problem. It was a good discussion. I think
it was a good discussion.
Yeah,
Goyim
people are going to
Goyim must unite.
Some people might agree with me. Some people might agree with you, Sneako. Some people might agree with my brother, whatever it may be. So it was a good discussion. People can go ahead and analyze it and go from there. No one is really wrong. Different view.
Goyim United will never be defeated.
Absolutely. It was a good
Always,
discussion.
bro.
Peace, guys.
Great discussion regardless. Peace out, bro.
All right.
Peace.
Peace.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay. So what do you want to cover here?
Are there any? So I'm just seeing all of this stuff on Rerum Novarum's Instagram or his Twitter. There's some developments right now. 29 Israelis were injured last night while running to shelters, but the explosions at Doha is something that's interesting to me, as well as 4 hours ago he was reporting that there was missiles launched to Iran, Israel. So I want to see what's going to develop of that. Yeah, it's right here. Let's see. And guys, I'm gonna read chats. I know I have a lot of chats. It was a long discussion.
Oh,
so
shit, I do too. Actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna run through them really quickly. So forgive me if I can't give you guys. But here we are. This was 4 hours ago while we were talking to Sneako, or a little bit before Iranian missiles launches to Israel. So we'll see how many comes from there. But there's still attack in the Gulf countries. The GCC is still getting hit. There's alerts coming out of Bahrain, and then this one, of course.
You want to jump into space?
Yeah, we'll jump into space. You want to do chats after or before?
Let's do chats before because these dudes have been piling up.
I can fly.
You want to go first?
I'll fly through them.
Okay,
yeah.
Go ahead. I'll go after you.
I have a lot. Yeah. Shout out
Actually,
to everybody's in the stream, by the way. Like the video.
Just to save time, Ryad. So just to save time, you mute yourself. I mute myself. We read our chats and then just come back and reconvene. Yeah.
Let's
so that way, save time. All right. So.
All right. Okay. Let's read these chats. Amazing discussion. W to all of you guys. I want to read through these chats very quickly, and then we'll get to the rest of the news, and I'll be on for a little bit more, but I got work in the morning, but it was a great discussion. Shout out to Sneako. Ryan Young says, keep cooking, Ryad. Hope the channel blows up. God bless you, man. RP Sniper stream is getting better day by day. Thank you, Ryad. You speak or understand Farsi? No, I don't. Arabic. Sneako is new to this religion, acting like he know more than Ryad. Was born into it. He also got smoked by Nick Matu in a debate and was chimping out, looking like a smooth brain idiot. He needs to stay in his lane. That's for Frank. Thanks for the super chat, Frank. I don't think Sneako's an idiot. I think Sneako's somebody who takes his own side. I think he's charged up, but I really like Sneako. I don't think that he's dumb. We just agree to disagree. The Crusader 1095. Sneako lied again. Christ rebuke. Public prayer. Oh yeah, there's that verse. Thanks for the super chat. B Daddy. Sneako contaminated this episode, Ryad. Oh, okay. Thanks for the super chat. I hate everyone equally. Okay. Maram says, Ryad, as a Muslim living in Sweden, a society shaped by Christian traditions, I appreciate your thoughtful perspective on Islam. Respect to Myron's consistency in this as always. Love you guys. Pause. Love you too, bro. Thank you for the super chat. Debbie Dior, tell your bro his new book just came in. Love the two of you, Yargos. Love you as well, man. God bless you. I hope it's a good read. Danny F says, Myron's uncle is a war criminal saying the N-word while being racist. He wasn't a war criminal. You didn't understand what he was saying. He worked for the regime for like literally a very short period of time before the war started, and then he was attacked by the RSF as a result of that, but he escaped Sudan. B Daddy, don't bring this guy back on your YouTube for your YouTube channel's sake. Okay, wow, you guys really don't like Sneako. I love Sneako. Hopefully we'll be seeing more of him. Calvin Pro says, Sneako, be true in his feelings, no compromise. Ken Rose, I think he was agreeing with some of the things I was saying. I think Sneako, like a lot of the things I was saying, Sneako was like, okay, I can kind of get behind that. I think it's just the way my brother delivers it that makes him go, yo, I'm not standing with this. But when I send the message, I think it's a little bit more tangible for him to be like, okay, I can get with that. I think he conceded a little bit. Not like he lost weight, but like, okay, he could see where I'm coming from. Ken Rose, thank you for the $5. Low IQ Sneako, Myron too loyal, or he would cook you. Why would he cook me? I'm on his side. Daniel Cooper, thanks. Nah, Myron is a hypocrite. Sometimes, Myron, you talk too much and say dumb things. In fact, you sound like a goofball most of the time. You say a lot of unnecessary things. Your bro has way more class. Look, that's his style. That's what he does. But he says facts and he backs it up with evidence. Thanks for the super chat though. Abdi Aziz, thanks for the super chat. Neon Phoenix, shout out you. Hanun Ali, praying is between you and Allah. Stay humble privately. I agree. Nana, it's pointless debating Myron. He's what is known as a useful idiot. He's on the wrong side. I disagree, but thanks for super chat. I'm not surprised on Myron's stance. This is the same clown who thinks he's a white man. Yeah, okay, good luck with that. Ryad is cool. His little sister and little brother have more class and self-respect. Wow, you're going sick on Myron. Thanks for the super chat, but love my brother, man. I don't disagree with him. Fresh Perspect. Praying at Times Square while live streaming for views is 100% provocative and showing off. Showing off is considered Islam in Islam. I said that. Moroccan Moore. Americans boast of freedom yet cry when others exercise rights they dislike. If it's legal, it's right. It's a right, period. U.S. liberty means defending someone's choice to do exactly what you want. You can't stand. No. Yeah, you could do what you want. I agree. I'm just saying it's not a good idea. I'm advising Muslims from the perspective of the deen, not legally. You could do whatever you want. I'm not the one attacking them on Twitter like Mark Levin and others. Cade Shiji, I'm surprised Sneako needs these simple concepts to be explained to him. Okay, Neon Phoenix, religion in general is garbage. Majority suffer because of religion, and it hinders growth of our species. All right, I disagree. Religion is everything. So believing in God and Allah without religion doesn't exist. Wake up. Okay. Makis121, thank you for the super chat. Lord Socrates, this dialogue is awesome. I thought it was a really good discussion. Like, if I was on the viewer side of that, I would have enjoyed that. Regardless, a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming, a lot of heated tension, but, you know, I love Sneako. Sneako is young enough to be drafted. Let's hope not. The Crusader 1095 says, Sneako got no talking points for this topic now. Yeah, maybe. Zantar, Sneako, can you do an interview with Cato Dezora? He left, I'm sorry. Sneako looking like some feudal play art. Okay. Ryad is tubby and he needs to fix that. What the fuck? I'm fat? Dude, I'm not fat. Okay. The Khazarian Mafia is finally getting destroyed. Thank you guys for speaking up against all that already black sheep in our family society. If you live in a blue state and you are a professional musician. Yeah, the Khazarian Mafia thing is crazy. That's crazy. That shit is bullshit. Neon Phoenix, why does everyone hate me? Okay. How can I get in touch with you guys, please? You could DM me on Instagram. Presidential actors are selected, not elected. Yeah, good point. Makes me happy to see you do this with your bro. I lost my little bro a few years back. Our brother's love is so strong. God bless you and Myron. God bless you, man, and may your brother rest in peace. Thank you for that. And then Peter Dickham Town, Jake Lang, text girl. Oh yeah, I saw that. We can react to that on Thursday when whenever I solo stream again. We'll react to that. We'll make fun of him. But okay, we're caught up on chats, guys. Thank you so much for all the love, high viewership, big stream. We had Sneako on. Subscribe to the channel, like the video. Check out my Instagram. Whoa, wait, hold on. I missed a couple chats. Holy shit. Sorry, guys. We got a few more. Hang on, Myron. I'm almost done. Okay. Dude, I missed a few. The fuck? Ryad, both of these blacks are correct. Huge super chat. 3 diglets. Thank you so much, man. $100. God bless you. And then DP Thing. Shout out to you. $300. Always showing love, man. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Like the video, it's free. Ryad. So many Americans have lost God and patriotic values in modernity. Bringing back the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag in schools. Until then, homeschool. Pray for our kids in our country. Hey, bro. God bless you, man. Yeah, you know, we love the country and we have to balance religion and culture accordingly. And that's kind of where I stand in that. So I really appreciate the huge super chat. Thank you so much. God bless you guys. I think I read everything. Okay. A lot of chats came in and they piled up on me. I didn't get the chance to read them all because, you know, I was distracted for the entire stream having a conversation with our brother Sneako. But all right. I think I read it all. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate it. All right, let's jump back with Myron.
About the Merkava tanks
back.
that were taken out. One you
Are you back? Okay.
Yeah. Let me just
Trying to get this shit's acting retarded though. I don't know why it's not.
Let me just get some water really quick and take a leak for 2 seconds. Give me 1 second, bro.
Yeah, bro, I'm here. Don't worry about it. Like, just put me on. You could put me on main screen on your stream. I'll take care of it. Put me out. Give me main screen on your screen. What's up, Riyad's audience, aka my other niggas? Shout out to all y'all. Okay, guys, let me try to go ahead and figure out.
Disabled one and waited for it to be rescued, and then disabled the second one. And well, they sent 2 to go rescue, so they did, and then they disabled the second one.
Test.
One ran away, but they knew.
Okay, you know what? Let me. I can't join in as a speaker directly. I just gotta join in.
Were killed. And then they did the same play, same thing. Did it with a helicopter, shoot one down, wait for the evac because they let the Israelis call. They're, oh, I'm alive, get us out of here. And then they got the next one.
How did they disable it?
Cornet missiles.
Okay.
I imagine they hit the tracks or broke the engine. That's the only way, really.
Okay, so they used a Cornet missile, disabled the first one, waited for the rest of them to come and help, and then they took those out and disabled them as well.
Yeah, they could have just blown it up, but disabling is better because the Israelis, they saw this in Gaza. They'll go and tow it out. They're like, well, come on over here and get ambushed yourself.
Interesting. Interesting.
All right, let me mute this shit real quick. Shout out to One Chest for helping me go from 600 to 210. Let's go. Yeah, guys, if you guys are fat piece of shit, go ahead and get with my guy, One Chest APAC trucker, so you don't be fat. Do you think Israel will still be around after this war ends, since Iran will definitely make sure to bomb them before they're stopped? One of them's not going to walk away from this, I'll tell you that. I definitely am enjoying the stream, but I prefer you and your bros takes. Or if they do both exist, they're going to have to take the sanctions off Iran. If you're praying at Times Square, you can't fully concentrate only for optics and bad optics. Agreed. That's my argument. That is my argument, gentlemen. That is my argument. I'm thinking about turning my YouTube on so that we can bring some more live viewers in from YouTube. What is it? The time is this? 2:41 in the morning? Been on for 5 hours. Drama586, shout out to you. Shout out to you, my ninja. Get on for like 30 minutes or whatever. All right, let's turn the Twitter space back on, see what's going on.
Like, as they've noticed, all right, your interceptors are at a minimal level.
Okay, this shit's acting retarded.
By the way, they took Patriot 3.
Okay, I know what I'm going to do. Since this shit's being fucking stupid, let me go ahead and I'm going to join right on my phone and just put it up on the speaker for you guys. Yeah, Tel Aviv apparently is getting cooked right now, chat. You guys should be able to hear the mic. Hold on, you know what? I might be able to hook y'all up. Check this out. I think I found a workaround, chat. Look at this. Hold on, you guys, let me... Yo. Yeah, I'm literally trying to...
What's up? What are you trying to do?
I got my phone on Bluetooth. I'm trying to get the audio to come through because I'm on the Twitter space and I'm trying to get it so people can hear. Oh, all right. I got it. Bluetooth. Perfect. Now y'all can hear. Can y'all hear that? Okay, I can hear it, but you guys can't hear it. Let me fix this. Here, I got y'all right now. Hold on, chat. Okay, so I can't. I can hear it on my headphones, but for some odd reason, you guys can't hear it.
Yeah, I can't hear the space either.
All right, let me try going in it again.
Where it disperses and it's actually all different
That's
small
decoys with a solid.
Y'all can probably hear that, right?
Can hear it, yeah.
Somewhere in that mix, and that's for taking out buildings and things. That's a high impact for that.
Yeah. And then you're going to explain something about Iran?
No, well, they're sending the big 1 ton and more warheads now. They
Okay.
don't want to waste those or chance those being intercepted, as they do have a limited number of these.
All right.
But they have their target's choice.
I think I know what.
They feel
Because
like
I can
now.
talk here.
I don't know if the Korean PAC-3.
I'm muted by the host.
And you can't just simply get them in the place. And it's hard for them every time where are they going to bring them to? Haifa's under siege. Iliad's closed. Ben Gurion.
Oh, I think Suleiman made it where everybody is muted.
Panicking there.
All right, fuck it. I'm just gonna leave.
Able to hit that too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave.
And so,
Let's get back to the Hegseth shit. Fuck it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm turning my YouTube on real quick. Bring some. How many people we got watching me right now? You got like 1,000 or something like that?
I have currently 1,300.
Nice. Let's go.
Yeah.
Good.
Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. I think I'm all caught up on super chats. Okay. Yeah.
Good, man.
Yeah. We'll watch this video and then we'll.
Actually, you know what? No, I'm not gonna open up. You're on YouTube. I'm not gonna fucking go on YouTube since you're on it.
And
Okay.
annihilate.
I want
okay.
this.
You can.
Instead.
You can.
No,
hop
I'd
on.
rather people go to you instead.
Jump
Was
on in
that-
a moment though, because after this video we'll wrap up because I have to be up like in a few hours anyway. So let's react to the rest of this and then
Okay.
we'll wrap up.
Iran's neighbors,
All right.
and in some cases, former allies in the Gulf, they've abandoned them. And their proxies, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas, either broken, ineffective, or on the sidelines. Iran stands alone, and they are badly losing. On day 10,
More cope, bro. More cope that they're badly losing.
It's like all
Operation
this
Epic
like
Fury, we
yeah,
are winning
wishful rhetoric.
with an overwhelming
Facts. It's like, yeah, it's literally, yeah, just straight bullshit.
He's given like
an
the
unrelenting
broad
focus
stroke,
on
like Trump narrative.
our objectives, which are the same as the day I gave my first briefing here on Operation Epic Fury. They're straightforward, and we are executing them with ruthless precision. 1, destroy their missile stockpiles, their missile launchers, and their defense industrial base. Missiles and their ability to make them. 2,
That's cap. I mean, they just just annihilated Israel just now.
Yeah.
So that's not true. Again, he's doing the same thing me identified before, bro. He's using the fact that they're shooting at less missiles to try to insinuate that they've destroyed launchers and hurt their ability to launch, when in reality, that's not what's happening.
Strikes are literally en route to Israel right now, or at least were
really?
earlier. Yeah,
Okay.
it was 4 hours ago. That's what we're reading online. So I don't know. That's just again, you could debunk every single point he's making here, but he relies on the ignorance of the American general public to be able to make these claims and walk away with it. But it's just cope.
Big facts.
destroy their navy. And 3, permanently deny.
Yo, this whole thing about destroying their navy, like, where did it, like, I swear to
Not a
God, they just
brag.
made it because it's, yeah, I swear, bro, these dudes made that an objective just because they knew it'd be easy to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, bro,
kinda
these dudes are
positioned it-
blowing up.
They
These
knew
dudes
they
are
would
blowing
do it
up
quick.
from the 1960s.
Yeah, they knew they would do it quick, but there's no effect. Again, this is like more BS and propaganda to just appease the American public and let them hear what they want to hear through their ears. But the main military capability, by the way, Israel acknowledges this consistently, is their missiles. That's what they're worried about. It's the missiles, the proxies, and the nukes. That's what you had talks about. Jared Kushner, Stephen Witkoff, the Middle East envoy, they meet with Arakchi, the foreign minister of Iran, and they say, hey, you got to take these things off the table. And then you go to war. What's the first thing you destroy? The Navy, and you brag about it. What? That was never even the that was never a part of the negotiations. That was never a part of Iran's terroristic capabilities or their regime. Their Navy was never even a threat. Like, no one was worried. They just took it out and said, hey, we'll use this as bragging rights for the first few weeks. So it's that's literally non-sequiting to the entire point of Israel's safety.
Iran nuclear weapons forever. It's a laser-focused, maximum authority mission delivered with overwhelming and unrelenting precision. No hesitation, no half measures. As President Trump declared yesterday We're crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display of technical skill and military force. We will not relent until the enemy is totally and decisively defeated. But we do so. We do so on our timeline and at our choosing.
That's patently a lie. You're the ones trying to make them surrender. So you're actually not
Yeah.
on your own timeline.
Yeah.
You're the one that imposed the standard of unconditional surrender, which by definition means it's on them.
Yeah.
So, like, bro, they can't even they can't even keep the story straight, bro.
In which they have plenty of time, by the way, because of their terrain and their underground cities. And
Yeah.
matter of fact, their unconditional or their surrender is so difficult to achieve. We're about to nuke them. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds accurate.
Yeah. So it's like, bro, like, it's funny how like he's trying to reframe and make it look like it's on our time. No, dude, if you're gonna sit there and say you need an unconditional surrender, that by definition means it's on their time.
Yeah.
You're hoping it'll be quick. But the reality is they can just sit there and say, we're not going to give up. And you niggas are just going to have to keep bombing us.
For example,
Yeah.
today will be yet again our most intense day of strikes inside Iran. The most fighters, the most bombers, the most...
Now, I remember them saying this. Was today the actual biggest, like, was this a lie? Because now the day's done. He said this morning, bro. Or yesterday morning.
I didn't see any major developments on that. I think the worst ones were first 4 or 5 days. That's when it was at its worst. And then the oil depot that was struck by Israel, or really the joint strike.
So, like, more bullshit, man.
Yeah. More BS. But again, it's like
strikes.
he just plays on the ignorance of Americans. To
more
say this
refined
freely.
and better than ever. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, the last 24 hours have seen Iran fire the lowest number of missiles they've been capable of firing yet. Just the bifurcation, just the trend lines that we talked about on our first briefing. You see, this is not 2003. This is not endless nation building under those types of quagmires we saw under Bush or Obama. It's not even close. Our generation of soldier will not let that happen again, and nor will this president, who very clearly ran against those kinds of never-ending, nebulously scoped missions. Those days are dead. Instead, we're winning decisively with brutal efficiency, total air dominance, and an unbreakable will to accomplish the president's objectives on our timeline. We stay locked on the target because here at the Department of War, that's our job. Now, the chairman and I, having just returned from
He's
Dover...
been so
This is
cringe.
literally
He's
just-
so,
yeah,
this
this
is
is
like... I'm
feel
like
good.
cringing.
This is like feel
This
good,
is like
yeah.
the most wishful victory rhetoric. Like the United States is the best country in the world, and we're winning, and we have air dominance. It's like you're not addressing any legitimate concern. You're not talking about the shockwave effect that's currently being, perpetuated across the entire Middle East, and you're also not talking about what happens after this is over and what's the end game. Is it regime change? Because if it is, you're not going to get it by your current air dominance. You're going to get it by either a big nuke that hits the right spots strategically and happens to destroy all the missile capabilities, or boots on ground invasion, which is going to be really difficult. We're going to be met with resistance. These are the things that need to be addressed because we've been bombing them. The jets are in the sky. The Tomahawk missiles are landing on infrastructure. We've killed the leader. We've killed key military officials. They're still standing. So what are we about to do? And he's not addressing any of that. It's like, hey, we followed the blueprint. The blueprint didn't build the house. Do we have extra wood, and how are we going to use it? He's not addressing that whatsoever.
Yep. It's fucking retarded, dude. It's literally retarded.
Last night, our troops and their families and the enormous sacrifice that they make is certainly heavy on my mind. So I'll close with scripture, drawing strength from Psalm 144. Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle. He is my loving God and my fortress, my stronghold and my deliverer,
So blasphemous.
my shield, in whom I
using scripture like that.
Last night, as the news has been reporting, we honored the return of Staff Sergeant Benjamin Pennington of the U.S. Army's 1st Space Brigade from Fort Carson, Colorado. When I met Ben's family last night, his mom, his dad, and his sister, they showed me a picture, a drawing that Ben had made when he was in kindergarten. It was clear all the way back then that Ben wanted to do one thing in his life, and he wanted to serve his country and be a soldier. And to the Penningtons, just know how Ben was absolutely a great one. And finally, Major Sorfleet Davies, who returned home this weekend after sadly passing away from a medical condition while on duty in Kuwait. We welcome him home as well and mourn with his family. To the families and the families of all of our fallen, we share in your profound grief. The Joint Force remains eternally grateful for your sacrifice and the gift of a great example that your service members have given all of us. I want you to know that their names will never be forgotten, and you and your family are part of our Joint Force family forever. Let me talk a little bit about the progress thus far, acknowledging that Admiral Cooper will likely continue to give updates from CENTCOM. As the Secretary said, we're in the 10th, moving into the 11th day of Operation Epic Fury. The Joint Force remains focused on 3 military objectives. Continue to destroy Iranian...
Hey, DPG, thank you so much for the 25 gifted, bro. Thank you a bunch, man. Really appreciate you. A bunch of you guys in the chat should be saying thank you because you guys just got a huge fucking boost. So shout out to you, DPG, man.
Iranian ballistic missiles and drone capability in order to prevent attacks on the U.S. and others throughout the region. And this means attacking launch sites, command and control nodes, stockpiles before they can threaten our personnel, our facilities, and our partners. Second, we continue to strike the Iranian Navy and their capabilities in order to do things like sustain movement through the Straits of Hormuz. And third, we continue to start working on and going deeper into Iran's military and industrial base in order to prevent the regime from being able to attack Americans, our interests, and our partners for years to come and project power outside their borders. This means servicing production facilities, research and development sites, and infrastructure. Let me turn to the map. We're going to try digital today to prevent laser injury. Since our last update, CENTCOM continues to make progress across the southern flank. To date, they've struck more than 5,000 targets. U.S. Strategic Command bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound GPS penetrating weapons on deeply buried missile launchers across the southern.
Very hard,
but it's just again. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but it's not making any progress in terms of the goal of the United States and Israeli military. So they're hitting them harder than Israel's getting hit, at least for now. But we'll see what continues to transpire. And bro, I mean, so many developments. We're only a week and a half into this war, I think, right? Yeah. So
like 11 days.
It's pretty
almost
crazy.
So it's crazy. It literally is.
We also have struck several one-way drone factories to get at the heart of their autonomous capability. And of course, alongside our regional partners along the southern flank, continue to execute intercepts against one-way attack drones using fighters and attack helicopters. Our strikes mean we've made significant progress in reducing the number of missile and drone attacks out of Iran. Ballistic missile attacks continue to trend downward, 90% from where they've started, and one-way attack drones have decreased 83% since the beginning of the operation. A testament to our air defenders and our air defense systems, and as I said, our partners in the region continue to do great work as well. Second, we're making substantial progress towards destroying the Navy. In the first 10 days of the conflict, we're more than 50 Iranian naval ships into the campaign using a combination of artillery, fighters, bombers, and sea-launched missiles. As Admiral Cooper noted last Thursday, we struck and sank an Iranian drone carrier ship, and U.S. CENTCOM continues today to hunt and strike mine-laying vessels and mine storage facilities. This work will continue. Third, against our objectives, we've begun to target.
Notice how they have to destroy the mine facilities and like they can't actually get the mines. Notice that, chat? They got to go for the facilities because they can't actually get the mines.
Iran's military and industrial complex, again, focusing on centers of gravity to get upstream of the shooters out in the field in order to deny them the ability to continue to generate those one-way attack drones. Let me spend a minute talking about the joint force. Across the area of responsibility, this is gritty and tireless work, and I cannot begin to explain how incredibly proud I am of the extraordinary courage, tenacity, and grit and professionalism within the joint force. Last time I had a chance to talk about the Army's incredible logisticians who are out there sustaining the fight. Today I want to highlight a few groups of sailors. First, I want to thank the men and women of the Forward Carrier Strike Group and their families, and let all of them know how grateful I am for their leadership and service. The crews on board this strike group have already been endured months at sea only to get their deployment extended. These exceptional Americans, rogered up, all supported by their families, continue to stand the watch, taking the fight to the enemy over and over again, night after night. Aboard ships like the USS Ford and the Abraham Lincoln are a special group of sailors I want to highlight today. These are the men and women, the sailors up on the roof running operations on the flight deck. With an average age of the early 20s, these are the unsung heroes of naval aviation. These young sailors, known for wearing yellow shirts, are in charge of the catapults, taxiing jets around on the flight deck, shooting jets off the front end, and recovering jets off the back end. They are literally involved with every single movement on the roof on an aircraft carrier. They are the last ones that a naval aviator sees before getting shot off the front end, and the first one that a naval aviator sees after safely trapping on the back end. And just for a minute, imagine you're standing on that.
Yeah, this is all like glazing of our own superpower, not really, too much of what's going on and what's like, what the objectives are, what they're accomplishing. Like the U.S. purposely put out objectives that were easy to meet. That's why they picked we're going to destroy their Navy. Like it's not a flex to blow up ships that are like, from the 1960s. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But they purposely made objectives like that. They'll never get a nuclear weapon. We already know they're not going to get a nuclear weapon, bro. They had a FATSA from 2004. Okay. What else?
By the way, now with this new son who's charged up, things can change now. I mean, now all of these fatwas that kind of kept Iran somewhat, I suppose one could argue, nullified or not as strong as they could potentially be are off the table. Now all bets are off because now the son is charged up. He's got a battery in his back. His family was just martyred, every single one of them, and he's got leadership over the country. It's like a Batman story. So let's see what kind of rules he tries to impose over the course of this war. By the way, rules that are going to not be,
which is weird. He might be injured, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah. And honestly, probably U.S. leadership will remove him too. I'd imagine we probably have intelligence. We'll probably take him out at some point in the near future. But again, that's just going to prove to be, it's going to render invalid, or it's going to render pointless, because at the end of the day, the IRGC knows how to operate autonomously without major leadership. And I don't think the major leadership actually calls the shots. If they did, we wouldn't see these strikes and coordinated attacks against Israel in these Gulf countries after the first day in which Khamenei was killed. So again, it's like we're just attacking the wrong thing here. We're swinging at the wrong ball. We should be far more focused and prioritizing where these missile cities are. That should be what Pete Hegseth is talking to people about. But again, he just kind of plays in the ignorance of the American public. That's the main concern. And like you said, you think that war may, or a nuclear war may, kind of graduate of this, which is, at this point, it's becoming more feasible every single day. The longer the United States cannot immobilize or nullify these ballistic missiles, the closer we get to potential nuclear weapons, because the pressure on Trump is growing. You better believe Benjamin Netanyahu is calling him saying, we're getting bombed to fuck. You need to figure this out. You started this, even though I made you. You better fix it. On top of the fact that Hezbollah and the Houthis and other Shia militant groups may launch a targeted attack in these next few weeks, like you had predicted, which I think is very possible. They've been holding back to some degree for a reason. Hezbollah, obviously, in the south of Lebanon has been making some noise, but they have far more military capability than what they have showed recently, and we know that from previous altercations during the Gaza conflict, as well as 2006 and so on. And so they're a very capable militia. It's definitely looking like the only way Trump can defuse this is by some very large-scale weapon something that can destroy these underground cities. B-2 bombers are not going to prove useful. They're very expensive. We can't pinpoint where all these missiles are, and we can't pinpoint that B-2 bombers, if they don't hit the perfect spot, will even destroy these nuclear facilities too. So that's the thing, like, these guys are just casually skipping over.
Yep. No, that's facts.
These are
That's
critical facts. These are critical facts that will end this war quicker.
That aircraft carrier flight deck, there's 30 knots of wind in your face. The deck is slippery, covered in grease. It's noisy. There are propellers spinning. There's jet blast everywhere. The helicopters are running. Your head is on a swivel, and you're trying to direct a multi-million-dollar fighter into a 1-foot square box so that those naval aviators can be shot off into the black of night to go do America's work. Those jets are fully loaded with missiles and bombs, and they are a world-class team combined.
Yeah, just more glazing of
like it's insufferable.
With the naval.
yeah, this is like just like a huge, like these press conferences are literally like, yo, look at how great we are, we're blowing things up, blah blah blah. But it's like, all right, dude, like have we, you know, what's going on here? You know,
Yeah.
it's just lots of literally circle jerking.
Aviation.
But again, this is all done politically to and strategically to keep the price of the gas low. Oh shit, I didn't get a chance to cover this. Colonel McGregor, we could cover some of this. This actually was on my list as well to do.
Why would the United States ever allow its own citizens to be killed in order to expand the Israeli empire?
Well, it's not an empire, let's face it. It's a relatively small country the size of New Jersey. So I guess if you live in Jersey, that's an empire. I've got some friends who are in the Army with me, and they're
Yo, Gibby, shout out to you for the 5 gifted. Appreciate you.
Italian, and it was an empire. But that's another story. I think Americans don't completely grasp what's happening. And they have been force-fed for decades a narrative that is designed to depict the Iranian state and its people as the sworn enemies of mankind and most of all of us. Of course, people that have been there, spent any time there, especially over the last 20 years, have come back and said, look, Iran today bears very little resemblance to Iran of 47 years ago. Iran has changed a great deal. In fact, I think you can make a good case that had we not bombed anybody and stayed out of this, that within the next 6 months to 8 months, the Islamic government would be gone. Because I think the country itself sees it not as this Islamic state at all. It sees itself as a Persian state with a Persian history and culture. Many, many people in that country view Islam itself as an unwanted import from the Arab world. Now, there are plenty of people who are very religious. There's no question about it. Most of them live in the rural areas. Very few of them live in the large urban areas. And here's another interesting insight. I received this lengthy note from someone in the region who explained that when we bombed and the Israelis bombed Tehran, they killed large numbers of people in these, what they called middle class, upper class neighborhoods, who are actually very much in agreement with us that the Islamic government should go away.
Yeah.
I think if left alone, it'll go that way, one way or the other. But Iran is a nation state. They're not prepared to sacrifice their sovereignty, put their citizenry at permanent risk, essentially to live under the control of what they see as the Epstein class and on a plantation run by the Epstein class. And that's the way they look at it. And we don't see it that way because we're not thinking in those terms. All we can do is go back to 1982, talk about these Marines in that barracks that were killed, but nobody knows the whole story behind that business. And I stumbled on this because Cap Weinberger, who former Secretary of Defense, his office called, asked me to fly to Washington. He wanted to talk to me about this book I'd written called Breaking the Phalanx, which he liked. And so I said, sure. I flew back there and I ended up spending, instead of the expected hour, I was there for almost 2.5. It was a wonderful meeting. And one of the things that came up was Beirut, because one of the arguments I was making is that if we followed this plan, went to a very small but potent presence in Kuwait and just kept that there, we might avoid any future war in the Middle East. He said, of course, absolutely. No question about it. Makes perfect sense. And I said, well, what happened in Beirut? And he said, that's an interesting story. I was sitting in my office watching television, and suddenly it was announced that President Reagan had approved the commitment of U.S. Marines in and around Beirut as part of some sort of peacekeeping operation to separate the PLA or the PLO from the Israelis.
Yeah, and the whole, the creation of Hezbollah, no one ever wants to talk about this, was from Israeli aggression.
Yep.
The Israelis invaded Lebanon to go after the Palestinian Liberation Organization, aka, what Yasser Arafat had built up. And that's why they went in there. So that created Hezbollah. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, all of these groups were created to combat Israeli aggression. No one ever talks about that.
And so forth. And he said, no one called me. He said, Ronald Reagan didn't call me, didn't say anything. So I picked up the phone and I called the office and I said, can I see the president? And the secretary said, of course, Mr. Weinberg, come over. I'm sure he'd be delighted to see you. He and Reagan got along very well. So he showed up and he walked in the office and he said, sit down, Cap, what's going on? He said, well, you just announced this. What are you doing? And he said, well, George Shultz was here. He spent a couple of hours and he convinced me that we had a moral obligation to participate in this peacekeeping force, multinational, that's going to bring peace to Lebanon and Beirut and keep the Israelis and the PLO part. And he said, sir, that you're not going to get that in that part of the world. All we're going to be are targets. This is a waste of time. It's worse than that. It's dangerous. Can't you rescind the order? He said, well, Cap, I made a public speech. I committed myself and my administration to this. How would I look if I suddenly, within a few hours, announced that, no, I've reconsidered it. We're not going to participate in what this is being billed as a moral mission. So he said, all right. He said, well, I'm sorry, Cap. I should have called you, but, George was here and so forth. Well, George Shultz, as a Secretary of State, was considered on the very liberal side, and Cap Weinberg was furious. Said, fast forward several months, and I get a call in the middle of the night. And it's the Secretary of Reagan. He says, the president wants to see you immediately. So he gets up and he finds out about this bombing. He finds it's coming through CNN and everything else. This time, when he gets to the White House, he walks to the door opens, and Ronald Reagan is standing right in front of him. And he walks in and he grabs Weinberger's hand. He said, Cap, you were right. I was wrong. Now we need to get our men out of there immediately.
Yes.
And the rest is history. He did. Now, there were lots of statements about we'll track down whoever did this and everything else. But he understood we were blown up because we were there. Most of the people that we lost in Iraq, and I would argue Afghanistan, have been killed because we were there.
Yep. Someone's finally making sense, bro.
Yeah, 100%.
We were killed because we were somewhere we weren't supposed to be in the first place.
And that's the part they simply gloss over. It's like, okay, regardless of whoever did it and whatever their motives were, and don't think this is some anti-patriot rhetoric. This is actually pro-American rhetoric. You're in another country and you're attacking it and you're changing the regime, or you're doing whatever you want to do to effectuate your politics and fulfill the command of your president, Joint Chiefs of Staff, whatever, you're going to be met with violent resistance. So like Pete Hegseth going, well, they killed us in Iraq. Well, you're like, yeah, that's kind of the whole point, bro. Like, you're in Iraq, like you're on their turf, you're on their home soil. I don't think they're just going to sit there and allow you to take over their country, especially for the poor reasoning that we provided in response to 9/11 that Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with, but in any other war as well. Whereas in Cuba, maybe there'll be some sort of conversation because they have no military, they don't pose as large of a military threat as any of these Middle Eastern countries. But yeah, it's like we're in your neck of the woods. Of course, that's what comes with the whole idea of regime change. So I really have never understood why like these right-wingers try to utilize that or weaponize it. It's a really low IQ tactic that only works again with like the ignorant general public.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's
And the real question is, why were we there? And I've never been satisfied with the explanations. Because if you wanted to remove somebody from power in a place like Iraq, that's a fairly straightforward operation. You don't have to kill a lot of people, and the army will help you. We look what was demonstrated in Venezuela. mean, I think that was a bad decision, but nevertheless, what did we demonstrate? That we could pay everybody off and we could shut everything down, go in and bring out the president and his wife. Fine. Well, those kinds of things can be done in certain countries under certain circumstances. I don't think it was a good thing. I wouldn't have done it, but that's water under the bridge. Now you're dealing with a civilizational state. Persia represents much, much more than people in the United States realize. They owe some of their culture and language to Sanskrit and Indian civilization, which is another civilizational state. Russia is a civilizational state. China is a civilizational state. These are foundation stones in the edifice of humanity and world civilization. Now you want to destroy Persia, which has been around for 2,700 years.
For a reason.
Well, good luck.
By the way, for
I
a
don't
reason.
Yeah.
It's because of where they're located. It's very advantageous for them to be where they are.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a reason why these dudes haven't been conquered like that, bro.
Yeah.
The terrain is unforgiving.
It happening. And I don't think if it even gets close that the Russians and the Chinese
Someone's asking about, we talk about Cuba. That'll be the next episode, bro. Maybe tomorrow.
are going to
We could talk Cuba tomorrow, actually.
sit there and do.
You want to do Cuba tomorrow?
Cuba tomorrow, I think, would be good. I think it's a nice.
Or Thursday.
I
Or
think
Thursday.
That's the next direction that Trump is heading in, either tomorrow or Thursday. I don't see what we can't do tomorrow, but we'll cover Cuba next. We'll go into detail on like at least our prediction on it.
Yeah. I'll price down like another little bit longer, and then when are you gonna get off? Because it's 3 right now. I'll price down a little bit longer, then I'm gonna do OSS and go to cover the band documentary.
Here, then you know what, bro? I'll hop off now because I'm gonna start. I gotta eat and then sleep. Got Matrix tomorrow, but
Yeah.
gotta show up.
No,
show
that's
up,
cool.
be a good
Yeah,
boy.
cool. So
But
if you're gonna bring people over, then I'll stay on a little
Send
bit
me
longer,
your-
so I don't like switch over.
I was gonna say either send me your kick or YouTube link.
Just kick. I'm not gonna go on YouTube because you're on YouTube. I didn't want to take people away.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. If I hop off now, though, you can just, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Here, let me give my. Yeah, you guys can just.
Here, let me
Let me-
just
let
make
me-
sure I have no. There's not going to be a lot. Don't worry. Let me make sure I just don't have any last minute chats. Very briefly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, got a few more. Yeah, don't worry, guys. I saw that super chat from Peter. Jake Lang in the text with the girl. I'll react to that at some point. Our $10. Thank you so much. Could Trump be setting up Israel? I know that sounds sus as F, but I'm trying to figure out how he went sideways so quick. No, man, it's because this was the plan all along, and he just straddled the line until he had no choice anymore. He's only got a few years left in office, so he had to fulfill the prophecy. He had to do their bidding because that's why he won in the first place. So it's just him doing what I think they always needed him to do. I have seen a couple theories about like him pulling out and then the United States not having involvement leaves them for dead in the Middle East, but we would never do that because that would result in nuclear war like right away. So Eric,
Ryad, can you give me the big moderator thing? The fucking I just typed in your chat. I put the link, but if you could give me the like main
now.
monitor.
You are.
Yeah.
I think you are.
Oh, that's weird because it won't let me pin anything.
Here, I pinned it.
Okay.
But let me make sure you have that permission. Hold on.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Yeah. So since your people are gonna come over,
you're managing moderator. It should allow you to do that. But yeah, guys, I just pinned my brother's live in the chat. Go over there. He's gonna finish up and probably react to this video or anything else. Maybe he'll jump in the Twitter space. I'm not sure what you're gonna do, but
jump in there with them too.
Yeah, jump over there. And then Eric chatted in $2. Thank you so much. He says, "Who killed Charlie?" Good question. I'm not sure. Okay. All right. Yeah. Shout out to you guys. Thank you for the viewership. It was a good stream. Shout out to Myron. Jump over there. Show him some love. Spam W Big Bro. And we'll be back on either tomorrow or Thursday. We'll see what your schedule's looking like because I know you got after hours tomorrow, correct?
Yeah. So
Okay. So we'll see how that pans out. It might be a little bit tough because you're gonna have to jump on with the girls very quickly, but we'll see. But yeah, guys, jump over to Myron's stream. I'm gonna end here. Be back. I'll upload a couple videos coming up this week, so be on the lookout for that. Sub to the channel. Appreciate all the love. We hit 12K, by the way. Shout out to you guys. Really appreciate it. Growing quickly. So W stream as always. W Myron. Head over there. Spam W Wyron. W Big Bro, and we'll be back on tomorrow or Thursday. We'll see. But we'll do something again this week.
Absolutely, man. A big
All right,
stream
bro.
for you, bro. Like this is your first big collab, actually.
Yeah, dude. I was as we were talking,
Over 1,000 the whole time, which is fantastic.
dude. I had at one point almost 2,000. I had like 1,900. As we were
Nice.
talking, I lost track of the argument because I looked
You
at
were
my
the only
live.
one on YouTube, I think. I think you were the
That's
only
why.
one on YouTube.
So
Yeah,
I'll tell
which
you
is-
what it is, bro. I steal your viewership and Sneako's viewership because people prefer the YouTube UI. I'm positive.
Yeah. They
People
do.
go, oh, I'm about to jump over here. This nigga's on YouTube. It's just so much better for them. They get on the app. It's smoother. I think that's why. So I had almost 2,000 at one point. It threw me off when I was talking to Sneako. I looked at my view count. I said, what the fuck? So, but yeah, I appreciate the love for anybody who's new here.
They prefer YouTube, that's why. But that's
Yeah.
good though. Because it means that where no matter what they're covered. You know what I mean?
Yeah, covered for sure. But if you guys are new here, sub to the channel, then check out my brother on Kick. Sub over there. Sub to Myron Gaines X on YouTube, and we'll be back this week.
Cool. Awesome.
All right,
bro. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, bro. See you then. Peace.
All right, man.
All right. Oops. Did I? Okay. All right, guys. Peace out. Jump over to Myron's stream. Appreciate the love. W's in the chat. We love Sneako. I don't think there was I don't think it was even obvious or evident that there was like bad blood, but it got heated a little bit. But I love Sneako. I've been watching him for a while, so it was really cool to actually share conversation with him and have some discourse. But jump over to Myron's stream. He's still finishing up, and I will see you guys either tomorrow or Thursday. I'm not sure yet. Like I still have a job, man, so it's tough for me to do this. I'm gonna get no sleep tonight, but I don't care. I'm not complaining. I'm just letting you know as to why I'm kind of inconsistent on the schedule. But love all you guys. W's. Jump over to Myron's stream, and I'll see you next time. Peace out.